This story began in 2006, in a district of Seoul called Gangnam. It was a normal day. The sun was shining, and people were rushing to work. In one of the high-rise buildings, there was a fairly ordinary office where the manager was informing the director that money had arrived. The guy called him Captain. It was clear that the director was extremely excited by this information. He asked how much money had come in. The manager was sitting at a computer with graphs on the screen that were constantly changing. He turned and replied that about 20,000 had come in. After a moment's thought, the director adjusted his glasses and said that it seemed someone had noticed and decided to show up. Apparently, he didn't like any of this. Confused by his boss's reaction, the manager suddenly broke out in a cold sweat, panicked, and stammered, asking what they should do now. The director seemed to fly into a rage and shouted that a public statement had to be made immediately, at least so that his subordinates would know. Walking over to the window, the director thought seriously and said to himself that he didn't know who it was, but that this someone was definitely very lucky. Returning to the common room, he said that they needed to be very careful, as they did not know if there would be anyone else, and if something else happened, they would all be dead. After giving his instructions, he broke out in a sweat and panicked, thinking that they knew what their office was plotting. But the question was who it could actually be. Meanwhile, somewhere in a small room in front of a computer monitor, an equally intense mental effort was underway. A young man sat at the computer, intently watching something on the monitor, his eyes full of excitement and anticipation. Stock market reports flashed across the screen, and he kept pressing buttons on the keyboard, thinking he had earned 46 million won in just 3 days. He was so focused that he was even sweating from the tension and did not notice a huge drop of sweat running down his cheek. He thought he was seeing such a mountain of money for the first time. He couldn't stop. His eyes were glued to the monitor. His fingers pressed the buttons, and he thought it was still not enough money. He could get much more. He spent more than an hour doing this, but he decided that he was lucky and couldn't miss this moment. It was only the beginning. The thought occurred to him that maybe he should stop, but the fire of excitement in his eyes was not so easy to extinguish. He dismissed it, thinking that he needed even more. The room where the guy sat in front of the monitor was in a small rural house where the summer heat had not yet cooled down. The guy's name was Chang Taison, and at his computer, in this almost dilapidated little room, he was writing a story that was about to come to life. He already imagined himself in the center of Seoul, with thick wads of cash in his hands, standing in front of an expensive car, with money raining down on him from the sky. 14 years later, on a moonlit night, a young man stood on the banks of the Han River and watched the river and the lights on the bridge. His thoughts were as dark as the night. He thought that the company was doomed and that he would soon be hired full-time. Pondering these gloomy thoughts, he approached the bridge support, looked down, and fell into thought as he watched the river flow. He had blonde hair, emerald eyes, and glasses with large lenses, and he suddenly had the sinful thought that maybe he should just jump. The guy held onto the railing of the bridge, the wind ruffling his hair, thoughts of jumping becoming more and more obsessive, and the river indifferently carrying its waters. However, he was not allowed to be alone with his thoughts. He heard someone say, "Look," and automatically turned his head in the direction of the voice. The voice asked, "Are you going to jump?" The guy's eyes widened in surprise, and he decided that the voice was addressed to him. Then he saw a guy standing on the iron crossbars of the bridge, shouting that he was going to jump, and 2 police officers below him. They stood with their heads tilted back, one saying, "Maybe the guy will jump to us," and the other, indignant, "All these kinds of events happen only during our shift." The guy didn't appreciate the cops' joke about him jumping to them, and promised that he would carry out his threat if they came any closer. The guy on the bridge was very young, with black, curly hair, and he was incredibly upset, sobbing, but still clinging to the beam. Through his sobs, he told them that he was absolutely sure he was doomed. Having said that, he grabbed the beam more tightly, and tears streamed from his eyes. The police officers persuaded him to come down. Between sobs, he begged them to save him. They did their best to calm him down, while the young man stood and watched. These events had a lasting effect on him. For some time, he watched as the police officers calmed the young man down. He was still standing on the bridge, holding onto the railing, and thinking about the Han River right in front of him, in whose waters dozens of people die every day. His last thought on the bridge was that if he were gone, the world would not change at all. Thinking about this, he turned around and walked toward the city. He walked and thought that tomorrow he should probably go to the village. The city continued to live its life. Cars drove by, and a schoolboy walked in front of him. He stopped at a traffic light while it was red. The child stopped not far from him, playing on his phone without looking up. He was playing a game and was very absorbed in what was happening around him. He didn't care at all. He was collecting animals in rows of 3. The guy turned to him and said how happy he was right now, that he envied the boy, but the boy was wearing headphones and couldn't hear him. When the green light came on, the guy said that the signal had been on for days, but the boy crossed the road without even looking up. Noticing that the boy paid no attention to him at all, the guy thought with annoyance that today's children were completely unbelievable. But then he heard something that made his eyes widen in horror and freeze. He heard the sound of an approaching car. Then he saw it. Despite the fact that the pedestrians had a green light, the car was not going to slow down, but the boy did not see it. The guy cursed and shouted, "Car!" But the boy didn't hear him and didn't see anything around him except his phone. The guy's eyes became like 2 huge saucers. He agonized over what to do. The boy was in the middle of a crosswalk, and the car was moving too fast. He stood there, confused, looking around. At that moment, the boy was walking without thinking about anything, not caring that he was in danger. The game on his phone took up all his attention. Second by second, the car was getting closer. The boy showed no sign of speeding up, and the guy made the only decision he could. He shouted "no" and started calling out to the boy. Of course, the boy didn't hear him. He continued to shout, "Watch out, kid!" and then ran, hoping to push the boy out of the way before the car hit him. He rushed to the crosswalk with all his might, shouting and waving his arms so that the boy would immediately turn aside. When the car was already near the crosswalk, the child turned his head and saw this huge thing rushing towards him and was very frightened. The last thing the man remembered was pushing the boy out of the way and finding himself in the path of the car, followed by a bright light and his glasses and briefcase flying in all directions. Then there was broken glass flying around, and he thought, is this really how I'm going to die? I haven't even had a chance to live yet. But his parents would receive insurance money when he was gone because it was an accident. Then he heard a voice telling him that he was a very stupid person. It happened when he was flying through the air. He saw the silhouette of a monk with a staff in front of him. The guy asked what happened and why he was flying through the air. He began to wave his arms indignantly and ask the silhouette, "Grandfather, who are you and why am I here?" Since there were no answers, he began to think, and suddenly his eyes widened in horror. A terrible thought crossed his mind, and it seemed that he understood everything. A glowing halo shone above the old man's head, and the young man asked if the old man was an angel who had come to tell him that he had died. Suddenly, after this question, the halo above the old man's head shone so brightly that it illuminated everything around him, and the old man said that he was the progenitor of the gods. The young man was still hanging in the air, only the disobedient end of his tie was flying up for some reason. He asked in surprise, "Progenitor, who is that?" The old man became angry and shouted that he was the one who made the heavens great, and asked if the young man would run to his neighbors so that they could continue to mock him. The young man's ears were ringing from his thunderous voice, so he covered them with his hands and asked why he was shouting so loudly, and said he didn't understand what the old man was talking about. Calm down. The old man raised his staff, his hair and mustache fluttering, and told the boy to listen carefully because he would give him a gift. He told him that when he returned to life, he should not forgive his enemies, pretend to be a saint, or ever contact him again. The young man was not only shocked by everything that was happening, but also by the old man's words. He did not understand what was going on at all, and asked what the old man was talking about. The old man shouted again, his eyes flashing like lightning, and declared that 500,000 years was just a moment for him. Unfortunately, the guy still didn't understand what was happening, or what the old man was saying. He tried, and suddenly felt himself being pulled down. He tried to shout to the old man to understand what he was saying, and what had happened, but something was pulling him down inexorably. Soon, he saw a familiar scene, a pedestrian crossing, broken glass, and himself lying on the asphalt. Surprised, he asked himself if he was alive. Finally, early morning came and the alarm clock rang loudly. The guy stretched to turn it off and rudely asked it to shut up. After turning off the alarm clock and clutching it in his hand, the guy opened his eyes in surprise, looked around, realized that he was lying in bed, and asked himself where he was. He sat up in bed and saw a window in front of him with the sun shining in, a nightstand with a computer. But he still didn't recognize the place he was in. The calendar showed August 8th, 2006. He looked in the mirror and was surprised to see that he now looked like a high school student. He looked at the books and scattered clothes and thought that this was a dreary place to live, a place of deprivation and loneliness during his teenage years. The surroundings shocked him. His eyes widened in surprise, and he stammered to himself, asking what this was. His memory flashed back to when he himself was a high school student, and he even pinched his cheek to check if it was real. He looked at his hands and thought that period of his life remained only in his memories and photographs. But now, everything was exactly as it had been back then. The guy looked back again and came to the conclusion that everything was really as he remembered it from the past, and began to count how old he was now. He was standing right on the bed. Clothes and magazines were scattered around, and he counted on his fingers and realized that he was now about 18 years old. Realizing that he was 18 again, he was incredibly excited and thought that this age was truly legendary. A time when the sea was knee-deep. Then his memory began to throw fragments of the past at him again, such as when he was bullied at school or served in the army. He also remembered when he was teased and a photo with a girl, and thought that the old man had been telling him the truth. He sighed with annoyance, so impressed by the memories of the last 32 years, when sadness was endlessly intertwined with joy. Suddenly, he looked sharply at his clothes lying on the floor, and thought that it was all like a prophetic dream where he saw his future. He saw himself at school, sleeping at his desk, while the others listened to the teacher and wrote something, and thought that during his school days, he had lived carefree. He remembered how he used to go to the computer club after school to play games, instead of going home and doing his homework, and he thought how ashamed he was of that. And then there was the entrance exam to the institute, the memory of which made his eyes grow as big as saucers. And then he remembered everything. Memories of his studies at the institute flashed before him like a movie reel. He even broke out in a sweat, then cursed, and said to himself that it was probably not a dream. His huge eyes grew even bigger when he remembered that he still had to take a law exam, and he asked what he should do about it now. However, that wasn't all. He remembered that, in addition to everything else, he also had to take an economics exam, and at that moment, he was overcome with wild terror. In his quest to become a skilled worker, he studied securities, funds, and derivatives. It was the moment in his life when he tried the hardest. He thought that everything that was happening was not a small lottery win, but a victory in the Super Bowl. Pondering where it all came from, he remembered the old man's words about a gift. Rewinding all these events in his head, the guy thought that maybe this was the very gift from the grandfather of all gods that he had talked about. His eyes lit up at the thought of the prospects now open to him, and his mood clearly improved. Suddenly, the room became so bright that he even had to cover his eyes with his hands, and he said indignantly that the light was shining directly into his eyes. The guy squinted his eyes so it wouldn't hurt so much, and heard a voice telling him to open his eyes, and the first thing he saw was a raven. The raven was sitting on the head of an old man who was sitting on the ground in the lotus position, and said that he would now pass on to him the knowledge of the, quote, great limit. The guy looked around and saw that they were on a cliff with crows circling above. The guy asked who the old man was, where they were, and what the old man was going to teach him. The old man laughed, his eyes narrowing to small slits, and said that he was Chun Ryong-shin, the god of health. Had the young man forgotten? The young man looked at the old man and asked if he was really the god of health. The old man told him to hurry, that this was an illegal teaching, and if they caught him, they would remove him. The young man was completely confused. Some god of health? Some illegal teaching? He didn't understand what was going on, and his confusion was written all over his face. Looking closely at the young man and stroking his mustache, the old man said that he had a wonderful physique, but for some reason, he was very frail. The question caught the young man off guard. He replied that he was not frail, and that the old man himself had said that he was in good shape. What was happening was becoming increasingly unclear. The old man got angry and shouted at him to stop watching adult movies. Otherwise, he would ruin his bones. The young man thought the old man was talking nonsense. When the old man said that the young man needed to eat less, he laughed and wondered what he was supposed to eat in this capitalist world. After giving these valuable instructions, the old man told him to close his eyes, saying that it was time to finish the training as quickly as possible. However, the young man was in no hurry to close his eyes. He was thinking about everything he had just heard and continued to look around. He asked if the lessons were illegal. Then the place was also dangerous, as they were on a small piece of rock surrounded by a precipice on all sides. The old man did not answer. He put his hands on his hips and asked if the young man was familiar with the 3 pillars of training: speed, accuracy, and essence. He got tired of standing, so he decided to sit down and asked why what the old man was saying sounded so ridiculous. And the old man replied that the young man could already see such things. The young man laughed and said sarcastically that he could only see such things in martial arts movies or novels, if he understood correctly. The old man covered his eyes in irritation and said that all of this was fake and unpleasant to him. The guy laughed and thought that God himself was real. Meanwhile, without wasting any time, the old man said, "Let's begin the training." The crows flew up and cawed. The guy became alert, not knowing what to expect. Then he felt the old man put his hand on his back and say that he would only teach him the basics of the technique. Frowning so that his eyebrows almost met in the middle of his forehead, the old man said that the young man would have to improve himself. The young man was clearly not ready for everything that was happening. He turned and asked how he would improve on his own. Keeping his hand on the young man's back, the old man replied that he would improve just as he was now, and that they would start right away. The old man immediately placed one hand on the young man's back, and the young man felt how hot it was and how painfully the old man's palm burned his back. It hurt so much that he had to grit his teeth, and he broke out in a sweat. He groaned through clenched teeth, but continued to sit. Then the old man put his other hand on the young man's back. It was just as hot, and it felt as if lightning was coming out of his hands and passing into the young man's body. Sweat streamed down his face. Suddenly, the young man raised his head and asked himself if he was imagining it, or if sound waves were coming from his back. The young man had lost track of time. They sat like that for a long time. The old man did not remove his hands. They were hot as fire. The young man endured with all his strength. The old man understood what he was feeling and told him to endure, saying that thanks to this method, the guy would gain strength proportional to the pain he was feeling. At one point, the pain was so intense that the young man decided he was about to die and begged the old man to stop. But the old man continued. Rocks began to crumble around them. The young man screamed in a silent voice. The veins on his body swelled and began to show through his skin. Crows flew frantically back and forth, cawing wildly. The rock on which they were sitting began to crack, but the old man still did not remove his hands. After a while, the young man simply stopped feeling pain, and his eyes rolled back, his hair lightened, and a pattern of veins appeared on his skin. At least, that's how it seemed to him. He was kneeling on the ground and thought that he was beginning to understand what it meant to lose one's mind. Sweat poured down his body, and the old man's hot hands burned his skin, but did not harm him. Every now and then, a powerful electric current passed through his body. At some point, coming to his senses and looking at his body, Chang Taison thought that all the toxins were leaving his body along with the sweat. Looking at himself as if from the outside, he saw his veins. He was covered in sweat and said that he really thought he would die very soon. He remembered when his veins swelled and seemed to burst. The old man said he would only stop when the guy's tears and snot covered his entire face. Then the young man would become stronger, overcoming the pain. He tried to break free, screaming and begging to stop, but the old man insisted that he must endure. In return, the old man promised that if the young man could endure all the trials, he would give him the power of the 5 elements of Tai Chi. The 5 elements of Tai Chi is a martial art that only those who have undergone rigorous training can use. Returning home after meeting the god of health, the young man looked at his hands in surprise. There was a faint, shimmering glow around his body. Chang Taison remembered when the old man finished his work on his body, he thought that the old man had not lied, and that he had truly mastered the 5 elements of Tai Chi. The god of health asked him not to pay attention to his appearance. He was the best follower of Ulan's teachings and a master of martial arts. Once in the room, the guy looked at his t-shirt and thought that this Buddhist technique had an incredible effect, and that it seemed to have removed a lot of toxins from his body. Then he looked at the calendar on his t-shirt, at the bed, which was wet with sweat, and asked himself if such a thing was even possible, because it was irrational. His gaze fell on the corner where the computer stood, and he saw the inconspicuous wallpaper and curtains matching the wallpaper, and said that even the walls in this house screamed poverty. Then he returned to the computer, assessed the amount of RAM and total memory, and saw that the modem was also outdated, with a corresponding internet speed. He scanned the icons on the monitor and realized that the software was also far from licensed, and said that it seemed like he had returned to the last century. His shirt was soaked with sweat, so he decided to get a change of clothes and noticed how disgusting the room smelled. It seemed like he urgently needed to wash up. While he was looking for clean clothes, he heard a voice telling him that breakfast was ready. The voice repeated several times that he needed to eat properly. It was his mother's voice, warming his heart. She hadn't abandoned him even when he failed all his exams and was unemployed. When he remembered his mother, his eyes filled with tears, and memories came flooding back of her sending him messages, telling him to eat 3 times a day. He opened the door slightly and shouted that he would take a shower and come down. His mother replied that he should hurry up because the soup had already cooled down. Taking off his t-shirt, he shouted that he would hurry up, then saw his reflection in the mirror and wondered when he had grown so much. He looked at the muscles that had suddenly appeared and wondered if all those impurities had always been in his body. Now, he felt incredibly energetic. Standing under the shower, Chang Taison felt the drops of water hitting his skin. He touched his face and thought that even his skin had become incredibly elastic. Getting out of the shower, he walked barefoot around the house, drying himself off and shaking the water droplets from his hair, thinking that he felt wonderfully refreshed. As he dried his hair with a towel, he looked around and an incredible sadness appeared in his eyes, which even filled with tears. It was as if he saw the garden where his mother worked every day with new eyes. But despite this, it was in a state of neglect. Next, he saw his father's old lawnmower, which had also seen better days, but still worked despite its condition. Now, it stood idle. Looking up, he saw the house that had been built by his ancestors and passed down through 10 generations, from father to son and beyond. He took a deep breath, stretched, smiled as he felt the wooden floor of the house under his feet, and thought that this was why he lived outside the city. While he was surprised to rediscover the house and the grounds, his mother watched him and asked if everything was all right, if something was wrong. She was sitting on the floor in front of a table with a pot of soup and side dishes. Chang Taison replied that everything was fine and thought to himself that the weather was wonderful today. His mother smiled. She was so happy to see her son in a good mood. She invited him to the table and asked him to eat quickly before everything got cold. The young man's eyes filled with tears. He thought his mother was so tired because she worked in the garden every morning, but she was the best of all the mothers he knew. This thought flashed through his mind in a split second, and he did something the woman did not expect. He rushed to her, saying, "Mom," and hugged her. Hugging her son, she was very touched by his display of affection, but said that he was already a big boy and shouldn't behave like that. Chang Taison, bursting into tears, said she was the best mother in the whole world. His mother asked in surprise what had happened and if he was really crying. Laughing, she added that it wasn't just his father who had vision problem. The boy remembered that she was a talented artist, but was now forced to be a farmer. Continuing to hug her, the boy said he was asking her not to overwork herself, and that no matter how much he looked at her, he would never think she was a country girl. Still smiling and hugging her son, the woman said that it didn't matter at all, and that people would always have something to eat as long as there were farmers. The son said that his father was lucky that his mother had traded her life as an artist for farming. The woman laughed and replied that she was a princess who had made her choice. The tears in his eyes dried up, and he thought about how long it had been since he had heard his mother laugh, and now she would only walk on a path of flowers. Chang Taison couldn't stop hugging his mother. The woman laughed and asked if he would eat as much as he loved her. Finally letting go of his mother, the boy looked at her and said she was right. He was hugging her without his father's permission and apologized for it. For some reason, the woman looked at her husband's old lawnmower and laughed, saying that the boy's father was indeed very jealous. Finally deciding to end the discussion, they sat down in the hall and began to eat the delicious food while a cool breeze blew in their direction. Enthusiastically tucking into the plate of rice in front of him, the guy thanked his mother and thought it was incredibly delicious. Putting a spoonful of rice in his mouth, he savored the taste of the food and thought that if he hadn't come back, he would never have tasted his mother's cooking. He tried the soup and exclaimed that it was delicious, especially for people with a hangover, and asked if she had ever thought about opening her own restaurant, as bean sprout soup would be a hit. The woman was a little embarrassed by the information about people with hangovers, and she thought that her son had never drunk, but he was already so grown up, and she hadn't even noticed. Even though he had grown up, she couldn't help but scold him for his jokes, saying he was just like his father, and playfully tapped his forehead with her fist. Chang Taison remembered that when he was in college, situations where he drank were quite frequent, and unfortunately, that was true. And when he returned from the past, he was a teenager who understood how a person feels with a hangover, and his mother looked at him suspiciously. While the boy was talking to his mother, his attention was drawn to a rustling sound at the other end of the room. Lowering his eyes, he saw a mouse on the floor. Then he looked at the refrigerator, the worn-out range hood, the chipped dishes, the old furniture, and the TV, and wondered why they lived so poorly. Then he looked back at the mouse on the floor, looked at his mother, who was upset by his words, and realized that he had only just noticed all this. Once again, his eyes widened in horror. He looked at the mouse again and thought that he couldn't ignore how they had to live. Looking out the window, he saw the condition of their house and decided that he had to earn money and provide his mother with an easy and happy life. After breakfast, Chang Taison went to wash the dishes, but his mother asked him to stop, saying that doing something he had never done before could kill him. She asked him to leave everything as it was, but he laughed and said that everything was fine, that he always washed his dishes after meals in the army. This confession terrified his mother, and she asked him again about the army. He laughed and said it was just a joke, a silly joke he was playing on her. Seeing the mountain of washed dishes, the woman asked what it meant, wondering if her son had conspired with his father to play a joke on her. This conversation made Chang Taison think that he must have been a bad son, if even something as simple as washing dishes caused his mother to react this way. Wiping the plates dry, the boy called out to his mother, turned around, and said he would make her happy, to which she replied that his father said that every day. Due to her physical condition, his mother couldn't work at noon, so he decided to use the skills he had learned in the army while she was sleeping. He decided to start by washing the floors. He took a rag and, on all fours, thoroughly washed the floors throughout the house with his own hands. Next on the agenda was washing the curtains in his room. As he took them down, Chang Taison thought it was high time to get rid of that nasty smell. After taking down the curtains and loading them into the washing machine, adding all the necessary detergent, he happily pressed the start button and moved on. When the curtains were safely washed, he went to hang them outside, thinking about his family and their situation. The young man knew that his father had gone to the bank today because of debt problems, and while he was doing his chores, this topic kept bothering him. Since he started his homework in a cheerful mood, he got everything done very quickly and even managed to wash the windows so he could hang the clean curtains. At the end of this productive time, he gathered all the trash and took it out to the dumpster, chasing away the black cats that were scurrying around there. Tired, he sat down on the porch, saw a basket of apples, and remembered that his father grows apples without pesticides or fertilizers. He noted with great regret that organic food is not particularly popular in Korea, and, reaching for the basket, took an apple. After taking a bite, he thought that their appearance certainly left much to be desired, and that it would be difficult to find a family that would eat these apples. Not only did they look bad, but they also tasted bad. After chewing a little, the guy spat it out and indignantly asked what was wrong with that. He looked again at the huge basket of apples standing on the porch and said with annoyance that there was nothing good about them. His thoughts returned to his debts, which were still enormous. The guy looked sadly at the apples and thought that they would not be able to earn any money from them. He remembered that all they had was a small garden and 2 rice fields inherited from his grandmother, who had died 3 years ago. He looked at the apple tree, which had many dry branches, and thought disappointedly that because of his father's huge debt, even this garden and rice fields would perish. He remembered how his father once came home in tears and rushed to his wife, Chang Taison. He thought that at that moment, their family began to approach its end. He remembered his father lying on the ground, his shoes lying nearby, as he sobbed on his mother's lap. And from that moment on, even his brothers stopped coming to visit. Still looking at the apples, the boy thought he felt sorry for his father because of how his life had turned out, and that first they needed to save the orchard and the rice fields. But the whole problem was money. The boy began to think hard about how to solve it, and suddenly remembered the tables with all the successful operations. He thought about how he had only seen these tables once, but they were clearly imprinted in his mind, and Chang Taison decided that he must have become a genius. He thought that couldn't be true, and wondered if his story had changed after his reincarnation, because he had returned 14 years in the past, which was incredible. His brain, inspired, began to work faster, throwing ideas at him. Government bonds made no sense. The stock market had hit rock bottom. He went to his room, thinking that no bank would give a loan to a high school student, and that he would not be able to save up money by working part-time in his spare time. He had no way to save up startup capital for his parents. Suddenly, he began to get angry at himself and force himself to think about what was in demand right now. Then his gaze fell on the monitor screen, and he thought that stocks were an incredibly cool thing. But there was one problem. His computer was too old, and he could only work on document files. His brain began to think about what he could do right now. Suddenly, something on the monitor caught his attention. His eyes widened in surprise, and they lit up with excitement and anticipation. His attention was drawn to the icon of one of the applications installed on the computer, and he happily thought that this was what he needed, a website with web novel. He laughed as he looked at the computer, a sly smile appearing on his face. And opening the document, he apologized to the writer Chang Hee-ja. He remembered the books he had read, The Warrior of Magic and The Sword of Lightning, which were considered the greatest masterpieces in Korea at the time. He clicked on New Document and remembered that the books were published in 2007, and he remembered their content in minute detail. He began typing, deciding to start with the book Warrior of Magic, thinking that he would keep the same title and telling himself that whoever got there first would get it. Thoughts came so fast that his fingers could barely keep up with the keyboard. The main character was named Red, and the main female character was Cho Erin. The guy remembered the smallest details and continued writing the plot. The girl's family began to suffer when her father took his own life. And the main character, in order to save the family, accidentally became part of the game he was creating. As he typed, Chang Taison thought the story would be simply explosive. His fingers fluttered across the keyboard, barely touching the keys. Surprisingly, he was able to remember the details of the novel he had read so long ago. His mood improved as he wrote page after page. He even said that he took his words back and that he was truly a genius. He sat at the computer for several hours, barefoot, groaning with pleasure, saying that this work had been revived by his efforts and that it was very interesting. Letter by letter, page by page, his fingers fluttered. The guy thought he didn't even have to edit anything. The masterpiece was simply delightful. He was so inspired that he couldn't stop typing and came to the conclusion that his dormant talent as a writer had finally awakened. Incredibly pleased with both the wonderful idea that had come to him and how quickly he had realized it, the guy thought the novella would be a smash hit. Staring intently at the monitor, he thought that the feeling was completely different from reading, but the novel still turned out to be incredibly interesting. After the work was added, the guy saw his name on the list, laughed, and said, "So this is what it's like to be a writer." Chang Taison thought that even though the novel had been stolen from the future, he was happy and remembered the words of one of the main characters. Money has no eyes. Whoever gets there first gets to eat. But then, his mother entered his room. She had just woken up from her afternoon nap and came in holding her head, asking if he had eaten something wrong. So Chang Taison sent 10 chapters of the novel for free. And one of the visitors, seeing that a new novel had appeared, was about to read it. He did this in the evening, at home, while eating soup, combining business with pleasure, so to speak. He opened the file and began to read. On the table in front of him lay a whole pile of ready-made food and all kinds of sauces. The guy read a few pages and thought that the author was not bad. He read without interruption, eating his soup and admiring the main character, whom he initially thought was a loser, but there was something about him. At times, the man laughed at the events, not forgetting to eat his soup, and came to the conclusion that this was perhaps the best novel he could remember. The food was almost finished, the wrappers were lying on the floor, but there were still chapters left in the free version, so he continued reading. At the moment when the main character decided that jewelry was more valuable than women, the man laughed so hard that pieces of pasta flew out of his mouth. When all 10 free chapters were finished, the guy checked the author's ID and decided that he definitely had to buy the book as soon as it went on sale. The first thing he decided to do was pre-order the book and recommend it to all his friends in case they missed it. Even though only 10 chapters of the novel had been published and it was available for free, it managed to break into the top most read list. Chang Taison himself was delighted with the novel, but even he did not expect it to have such results. It caused a real stir at many publishing houses, and at one of them, there was a heated discussion about the possibility of printing the chapters that had been published. The editor-in-chief asked his assistant to check everything, and the assistant reported that they could print 5,000 copies even if they did not obtain the publishing rights. At the meeting, the manager looked at the editor-in-chief and asked if it might be too early to send the novella to the printer, as it only had 10 chapters so far. But his colleague replied that, as he had noticed, the novel was very interesting, with a very original context and a plot that developed very organically. At the meeting, everyone came to the conclusion that the work was very good, and that the author was apparently a veteran who had decided to change his pseudonym and write a new novel. The editor-in-chief objected that fantasy was more appealing than novels about games, to which he was told that readers' tastes had changed, and novels about games were at the top of the charts. One of the assistants said that the title, Warrior of Magic, was also very promising, and that the novel had enormous potential, in his opinion. His colleague agreed with him completely, saying that she also recommended it, having read the novel yesterday, and was sure that readers would like the main character. Following the meeting, they decided to contact the author and consulted with the editor-in-chief about what terms to offer him. The girl who recommended the novel said that if the author was not a beginner, 8% of the profits from sales of 4,000 copies would be fair. The editor-in-chief said that was a lot, and the girl replied that she had originally wanted to offer 10% of the sales of 5,000 copies. After thinking for a while, the man agreed that the first offer was much better for their publishing house and instructed them to contact the young man. His instructions were immediately passed on to the managers working with the authors, and the assistant editor-in-chief reported that they had begun to implement them. At another publishing house, there was also a heated discussion between the head of the publishing house and the editor-in-chief about a free version of a stunning new novel. Nice Media CEO John Won-chun rushed into the editor-in-chief's office, who was stirring brewed coffee from a coffee bag at the time. He showed him the novel and asked if it was any good. The editor replied that it did indeed seem promising and could become a hit. Jung Won-chun decided it was the right time and offered the editor-in-chief to publish it and give the author 10% of the sales of 6,000 copies. The editor asked doubtfully if he wasn't offering too much, since their publishing house was not doing very well at the moment, and if their partners found out, they would be angry. But the editor smiled and replied that he had dreamed of a pig that night, which, as everyone knows, is a sign of good luck. And he was sure that they would sell at least 10,000 copies. He turned and looked hopefully at the editor, who replied that he did not agree with him, but was sure the novel would become a bestseller. After thinking for a moment, he told his assistant to contact the author, and if he responded, the editor-in-chief promised to personally go to the meeting with him. As promised, the god of health had to train his skills himself at 3 o'clock in the morning in the mountains behind their garden, where he was actively engaged in this very activity. Due to the heavy workload, his veins swelled and began to glow under his skin. The guy thought it was still very difficult, but his body was holding up longer than before. He was still drenched in sweat during training, as if someone were pouring a bucket of water on him, but he felt that his breathing had become much easier. It was nighttime, and the moon was shining. Chang Taison sat in the lotus position and practiced circulating the heavenly energy of his hands, which were resting on his knees. Suddenly, he felt the energy of the moon separating from it and filling his body. He thought it was incredible and felt completely different. He absorbed this energy through his breath in his hands, trying not to miss a single moment of using all the energy of the moon. The next stage of his training was classes on the 5 elements of Tai Chi technique. He remembered that these techniques were only available to the chosen few. Time after time, he repeated the movements and techniques, jumping in the air, practicing kicks and punches, doing everything as the god of health had instructed. He trained every night until morning, greeting the dawn in the mountains, rejoicing in how good he felt and that he would no longer live like a loser. He couldn't practice the 5 elements of Tai Chi at home in silence, so he found a place near the mountain, 500 meters above sea level. He was pleased to note that the first part of his plan to earn money for his parents and improve their lives had gone perfectly. He decided not to respond to any of the publishers yet, and remembered that the book was popular because it allowed people to escape from reality. In their letters, the publishers offered the best terms for an experienced writer, and the boy decided that they probably just wanted to establish contact with him. Drawing on the experience of writers whose works had failed, he was able to familiarize himself with various publishers, and therefore critically and meticulously evaluated the letter. There were stories of authors who fell for the tricks of publishers and signed contracts they regretted, so he understood that he needed to be very careful. After reading the letters from the publishers, the guy went to his mother and told her that they were going to visit the city, and he promised to treat her to a full lunch. The woman asked where he got the money, and then laughed and said that she hadn't been on a date in a long time. So why not go with her son? He was going to meet with representatives of Nice Media and hoped that he would be able to sign a lucrative contract with them today. But since he was a minor, he was not legally entitled to enter into legal contracts himself, and that was the main problem. Therefore, the presence of a parent or guardian was necessary to legalize the processes involving advance payments and penalties. That is why, in order for everything to go smoothly, the boy decided to take his mother with him as his legal representative. When they got off the bus, the young man held out his hand to her, and his mother joked that his sense of humor had improved significantly over the past few days. Chang Taison suggested that they stop for coffee before going to lunch, which surprised her, and she asked if he knew what coffee tasted like. It was raining outside, and the young man smiled and replied that of course he knew, and that in such weather there was nothing better than an iced Americano. The woman didn't answer, she just followed her son, and he thoughtfully held an umbrella over her head. Near one of the cafes, people were waiting for the rain to stop. When they arrived, the guy asked if his mother really trusted him. The woman replied that she would always be on his side until she left this world. When they entered the cafe, representatives of the publishing house were already sitting there. The head of the publishing house saw him first and informed the editor-in-chief that the boy was there. The editor-in-chief said he was sure they would be late. The head of the publishing house looked at the boy and replied that, to his surprise, he really was an ordinary schoolboy. Chang Taison also noticed the representatives of the publishing house and thought that they had arrived on time and deserved extra points for punctuality. Deciding not to waste any time, the guy immediately went over to their table, apologized, and asked if they were representatives of Nice Media Publishing House. Although they saw the guy immediately and recognized him, they now made surprised faces and asked if he was really Mr. Goldriver, the writer. The guy smiled and replied that it was indeed him, Goldriver. His mother, standing behind him, opened her mouth in surprise and wondered who her son, the writer, was. Chang Taison greeted them again and repeated his name, while the men looked at the shoes and clothes the guy had worn to the meeting. They stared at him and thought that he was clearly not a veteran writer and looked like an ordinary student. Then, finally, greeted him, but they were more attracted to the atmosphere around him. He spoke and behaved very confidently, and the guy really stood there with a calm smile on his face. Suddenly, while looking at the guy, Chong Wen-chun realized that he had recognized them at the door of the cafe and went straight on the attack. He reads the situation no worse than a veteran. Without changing his posture or tone of voice, the guy asked if they had any problems, and the men thought he was definitely a very unusual guy. They immediately smiled, jumped up from their seats, and offered them a place to sit, saying that everything was fine and there were no problems. Continuing to smile, they asked how old he was. John Wen-chun said the guy looked much younger than they had imagined. The guy replied that he was currently a high school student. The men were amazed. Even his manner of speaking sounded very authoritative. The head of Nice Media changed his expression. They realized that the boy was not easy to deal with, so they would have to try hard to get him to sign a contract with them. At that moment, the boy's mother asked him who these people were and who Goldriver was. The men were surprised by these questions. Chang Taison watched their reaction to his mother's questions closely and noticed that the head of the publishing house, Choi, seemed to be in a state of shock, as did the editor-in-chief. He decided that this worked in his favor. And since they couldn't even hide their surprise at his age, he needed to put even more pressure on them. He said that it seemed they did not want to cooperate with a high school student. So they began to make excuses and ask to be allowed to introduce themselves properly. They introduced themselves as the head of Nice Media, John Woom Chun, and the editor-in-chief, Wang Song-woo. Both smiled profusely and tried to impress the young man. But the guy came to this meeting prepared mentally, and having read the information, he replied that he was glad to meet them and said his name was Chang Taison. Smiling, he turned to his mother and told her that she should also introduce herself, and introduced her to his interlocutors as the head and editor-in-chief of the publishing house. The woman decided that she had misheard, so she looked at her son with surprise and asked him to repeat the name of the publishing house. Continuing to smile, he replied that his mother had heard correctly, that these people were from the publishing house, and that today her son would sign a contract with them. Following his words, Jun Woon Chun took out his business card, handed it to the woman, and rushed to shake her hand, saying that he welcomed the writer's mother. The boy watched them and thought it was interesting that the man had just called him a writer, Chan, and praised his mother for what a wonderful son she had. The mother decided to clarify what was going on. Her son replied, "Why don't you believe he can be a writer?" The woman said it was strange to her. She added that the guy should study, because what does it mean to be a writer? Is that even normal? The men just laughed and said she was right. The guy said that he had uploaded a novel he had written during the holidays to the internet and had come here to sign a contract to see her reaction. Smiling, he reminded her that she had promised to be there for him until her death. The woman decided that it was probably time for her to die. However, John Woon Chun interrupted her, saying that her son, Chang Taison's novel, War of Magic, was truly incredible. Raising his index finger, he said that the guy had only started writing recently, but had already won the recognition of his readers and could be trusted. The editor-in-chief also decided to join the conversation, stating that as editor-in-chief, he considered this novel to be the best work he had ever read. The men slowly sipped the coffee through straws. The woman said that the title was really good, and her son added that it was indeed good. Chang Taison asked if the men would like to offer their guests drinks, and his mother reprimanded him for how he was talking to his elders. The men rushed to apologize and ask what they would like to drink. The guy decided not to back down and ordered himself an iced coffee and a pat bingsu. When the editor-in-chief went to place the order, the guy looked seriously at the head of the publishing house and asked if they had prepared the contract. Chang Woon Chun laughed and reached into his briefcase for the papers, pulling out the printed contract. He said the guy seemed very impatient. However, the guy remained calm and unperturbed, saying he didn't know how impatient he was, but he really liked reading legal documents. The head of Nice Media Publishing, Jang Woon Chun, placed the folder with the contract on the table and, pushing it toward the young man, said that he understood everything and there was no need to rush. The guy also took his time, took the folder out, took the contract out of it, and began to read it carefully, page by page, trying not to miss a single detail. The young man thought that he might look young, but he had managed to become a lawyer in his previous life, so not all of the points suited him. By this time, the editor-in-chief had returned with a tray, and the guy said that the copyright should belong to the author and that the clause needed to be corrected. Chang Woon Chun decided he could get the guy to agree, and said that copyright wasn't that important, and that formally, all writers sign such contracts. However, he failed to confuse the guy, who replied that he did not like this clause and that he wanted publishers to only be able to publish his work. Continuing to read the contract, Chang Taison noted that he required that foreign publications of his novel also be agreed upon with the author. And at the end of reading the contract, he stated that he wanted about 20 million won as an advance payment. The head of the publishing house and the editor-in-chief decided that they had misheard him, and both of them were stunned by the amount the guy had named. Not only were the men shocked by what they heard, but the young man's mother turned to him with wide eyes and called out his name. Meanwhile, the guy continued, he wanted 10% of the royalties from 6,000 copies sold for the reprint, plus a monthly royalty with notification. Recovering slightly from the shock, and listening to the guy's remaining demands, the head of the publishing house laughed nervously and said that he was indeed something special. The editor-in-chief supported him, saying that no publishing house would pay that much to a newcomer. And even though the novel was popular, there was no guarantee that it would continue to be so. The guy looked at the editor-in-chief's briefcase sitting on the chair and asked if he had a laptop with him, as it was sticking out of the briefcase. The men didn't understand why he had made such a sudden change of subject, and asked in surprise what was going on, why he had suddenly brought it up, and what he needed a laptop for. The guy smiled at them and said that he was giving them a chance, and if they didn't like what he was about to show them, they could refuse. And to back up his words with actions, he took a USB flash drive out of his pocket, placed it on the table next to him, and watched their reaction. The editor-in-chief asked in surprise what it was and why, but the head of the publishing house already guessed what might be on it, and his eyes grew wide. The guy got up from his chair and, looking confidently into the men's eyes, pushed it to the edge of the table and said it was the drafts. The publishers broke out in a sweat once again during this short meeting. Their eyes grew as big as saucers, and they asked in surprise, "Drafts?" Tilting his head slightly and continuing to stare intently at the men, Chang Taison said that there were 5 drafts of the Warrior of Magic on this flash drive. Outside the window, the rain continued to fall, but suddenly, the sun appeared in the sky and illuminated the cafe where they were sitting with its rays. The mother looked at Chang Taison, her gaze expressing surprise, incomprehension, and even shame at her son's behavior. She asked if it was all the work of a goblin. The boy looked at her, smiling, and thought, "The goblin is nothing. Even more amazing things will happen in the future. This is just the beginning, Mom." The longer the publishers read the drafts, the more their faces stretched and their eyes widened. They laughed and made incoherent sounds. Chang Taison watched the men closely, trying to understand from their reactions what kind of size they were making. If they liked everything there, they should just say so. After a while, in tears and unable to read any further, the head of the publishing house, Jung Woon Chun, looked up at him imploringly and asked him to sign the contract. Shocked by what he had read, he said they would immediately give him 20 million won, and he smiled, saying the man had made the right choice. While they were sitting in a cafe drinking coffee, changes were made to the contract with Chang Taison, and they brought him a new contract to read. Jung Woon Chun gave the young man the new contract and said that they had made changes taking into account all the conditions he had mentioned, and all that remained was to sign it. While signing the contract, the publishers asked the guy to fill out the tax return carefully, and he replied that he had some experience. The guy wasn't sure if he was doing the right thing, but the money in his account was convincing. He laughed and thought, "This is what it means to be a writer without talent." After Chang Taison signed the contract, the editor-in-chief said that since his mother was his legal representative, her signature was also required. When the contract was signed, the editor-in-chief informed the young man that he had just transferred 20 million won to his account. His mother's jaw dropped, her eyes widened, and he thought that there had been no more than 2 million won in his account, but now there would always be money there. When everything was signed, the head of the publishing house stood up to shake the young man's hand and thank him for signing the contract. The young man did the same in response. Chang Taison and his mother were about to leave when the men invited them to lunch, but the young man promised that they would definitely come next time, and that today it was time for them to go. They went out into the street, and the publishers followed them. The woman bowed to the men and said she didn't understand what was going on, but she apologized. They laughed, bowed in response, and said they were incredibly lucky to meet writer Chang and sign a lucrative contract. As they said goodbye, standing under umbrellas in the rain, the editor-in-chief remembered that he wanted to ask Chang Taison something else. He laughed and asked if the guy had decided how many volumes there would be in this novel, as the drafts they had seen were enough for 10 volumes. The guy was ready for this question. He laughed, looked the publisher in the eye, and said that he was planning 60 volumes for his novel. For the second time during this meeting, the publisher's eyes nearly popped out of their sockets when they heard about 20 million now and 60 volumes. The guy smiled at them and thought about what to do. In his head, there were 59 volumes, and it would be ugly to leave them with only 20. They stood near the cafe, and the publishers asked if 60 volumes was a little too much. The guy promised that he could write all 100. After parting with the publishers, who were over the moon with happiness, they walked down the street, and the mother asked her son where they were going now. The boy laughed and replied that now they needed to stop by the bank. His mother smiled and asked if he had any business there. The guy was happy that he could finally help his family and pay off his father's debt, and replied that he had very, very important business there. The woman asked if he couldn't tell her what business he had there, why he had suddenly become a writer, and with so much money. Chang Taison thought he should open a joint account with this money so he could pay off his father's debts and all the bank worries. But his mother reminded him that he was not yet of age, and the young man looked her in the eyes and asked if she trusted him. She immediately replied no, then yes, and hesitated. Seeing that his mother was confused, the boy asked her to give him just 1 month, promising that when it was over, he would tell his father everything. He looked at her with pleading eyes, thinking that this money was the first step that would lead their family to true prosperity. His mother looked at him seriously, as if considering his proposal, then laughed and said that of course she believed him. While they were discussing what to do with the money the boy had earned, the rain stopped, which Chang Taison happily announced as he put away his umbrella. The boy said he would now treat his mother to some jjajangmyeon, and she added that since he now had a lot of money, she also wanted some tteokbokki, which the boy agreed to. Time passed, and the guy did not stop training in his spot on the mountain. Every dawn, he would meet her there, spending the whole night training. At some point, his strength reached such a level that he thought he could now see everything in minute detail, meaning stock market chart. In the morning, he sat in front of his computer with its tables and charts and decided that now was his time to take revenge, as he hadn't done so in a long time. Looking through the stock market data, The guy told himself that there were quite a few trades going on, and it seemed like it was time to play stop-go. His eyes didn't leave the monitor for a second, one hand on the keyboard and the other on the mouse. The guy said that today, they would all lose their lives. Watching the quotes, he thought now was the right time to enter, as the price of one share was exactly 2.25 cents one. The guy stared intently at the computer screen, remembering that soon the price of the shares he had chosen would jump more than once, and he decided to go for it. Since he had been a broker in the past, his fingers instinctively ran across the keyboard, and all he had to do was watch the changes on the monitor. He remembered that the price of the shares would be 2.5 won until 20,000 shares were sold, and he realized that the brokers were scared. Somewhere in a high-rise in the city center, in one of the offices, a manager was shouting to the director that their assets had been bought out from Cal. The director, alarmed, asked how much, and the manager replied that it was about 20,000, but the numbers on the charts were constantly changing. The director was alarmed. His glasses were even fogged up, and he said that it seemed someone had noticed their recent activity and decided to steal from them. The manager turned to the director in panic and stammered, asking what they should do now. He was sweating profusely, and the numbers continued to change. The man thought for a moment. It was true. What should they do? There was very little time left before the end of the auction. He shouted that they should at least divide the package. He shouted so that everyone could hear. They didn't know if anyone else would show up, so they had to be careful. If they lost the auction now, it would be the end for them. He himself wondered about this buyer who had appeared out of nowhere and already knew their plans. He was like a ghost, but who could it be? He said he didn't know who was doing it, but he was definitely lucky. The income from such machinations was tens of billions, and it threatened the lives of dozens of people. Without taking his eyes off the monitor for a second, the guy thought about whether he should continue, but the answer came to him on its own. He wanted more, much more. He got carried away and said that he hadn't even started yet, that money was never superfluous, and that if he wanted to get more, he would have to give a little back. As he continued to press the buttons on the keyboard, he thought about how he had never been so lucky before, even though he was a stockbroker. Next week, new shares were to be announced, and they were to have a clear schedule, which couldn't help but make the guy happy. He decided he needed to give some money back, and said to the monitor that today he would give the brokers a win. But first, the money had to go through the whole cycle. After spending several hours at the computer, he could not have imagined that his knowledge of stock price growth from his previous brokerage life would come in handy. His fingers flew across the keyboard like clockwork. He felt that the stock market was about to crash, and this was a cheat code that only he had. At the same time, he had a cool head and understood that he would be completely insane if he didn't take advantage of the information he had now. Soon, the first part of the novel was published, and when people asked for reading recommendations at the bookstore, this book was recommended more and more often. In one of the rental shops, a young man leafed through the book and said he would take another one, replying that he found the main character a bit boring. The guy replied that maybe he was boring, but the plot was very consistent and fast-paced. The main character had charm, and the plot was quite interesting. While they were sharing their opinions, 3 other people in the store overheard their conversation and asked at the same time if they were talking about the Warrior of Magic. The guy took the book and was about to leave when the owner called after him to return the book quickly because he also wanted to read it. The guy returned the book by nightfall. When asked if it was uninteresting, he replied that it was amazing, and the man said he had pre-ordered the next volumes. That night, Chang Taison also had no peace, only in his dreams. He sat at the computer and quickly typed out one new part of the novel after another. In the morning, the whole family gathered for breakfast. They had traditional rice soup and other snacks appropriate for the time of day. In addition to Chang Taison and his parents, there were 2 girls in their family. They all sat on the floor around a large table in the living room and ate breakfast together. Everyone was actively using their utensils, but Chang Taison's mother noticed that her husband was sitting and not eating. He was very upset about something, so she asked him what was wrong. He very slowly picked up some rice with his chopsticks and put it in his mouth. Chang Taison watched his father's actions intently and thought. He tried to put on a cheerful expression and said that everything was fine, there was no need to worry, and suggested that everyone just enjoy their meal. The girls became agitated and asked if he should go to the hospital. His wife also looked at him with concern. Chang Taison assessed the situation at the table and decided that it was time to reveal his cards and blame everything on the hated poverty. Seizing the moments when everyone fell silent, the young man put his chopsticks on the table, thanked everyone for the meal, and praised his mother's soup, which was, as always, delicious. His mother thought that, in this case, her son had behaved, frankly, tactlessly, but he winked at her, thinking, "Don't worry, Mom." The woman looked at him hopefully, and the boy responded with a loving gaze, thinking that now he would cheer up his gloomy father. He asked if the family had any plans for today. The girls asked what he meant, since they were eating, and why he was distracted. Mom looked at her son with concern and asked what was wrong. The guy smiled, thinking that she had guessed everything. The boy didn't answer. He looked around at his family gathered at the table and said with a satisfied smile that today he was treating the whole family. His sisters were delighted and began to choose where they could go. His father turned to his son with tears in his eyes and said that today was not the best day. However, he couldn't bring himself to finish his sentence and lowered his tear-filled eyes. Chang Taison turned and looked at him intently. Deciding not to argue with his father, the boy looked at his mother and asked if she would take his father with her. She smiled back at him and said, "Of course." After breakfast, when everyone was ready to leave, Chang Taison asked his father to take his ID card and his sisters to take their school IDs. His parents were alarmed when their son asked them to take their ID cards and looked at him sternly, but he just laughed and told them to wait, saying it was a surprise. His sisters began to ask if their brother had found a part-time job, but he laughed even harder and told the kids not to get involved. When they got in the car, the guy told them that he had become a writer and had been paid a fee. He was incredibly proud that now his family would be spending his money. Everyone was very happy to have gone to the city together. One of the sisters said that it wasn't just a long time ago, it was their very first time. As they walked past one of the shops, the girls saw something that made their eyes widen to the size of the universe and freeze. In one of the shop windows, they saw two mobile phones, one better than the other. They screamed, "It's Enoch," and couldn't believe what they were looking at. Ignoring the people around them, they hung on the window and began to praise how beautiful the phones were and how cool their cameras were. However, their father told them to move away from the display case immediately because they weren't going to buy the phones and they needed to move on. But Chang Taison said they could choose any of the phones they wanted. The girls were beside themselves with happiness, and their parents couldn't believe it was true. When they came to their senses, the girls asked if they could really choose any phone they wanted. Their parents decided to clarify whether this was true, just in case. The father tried to reason with his son, saying that phones were too expensive for his sisters. Even if he had been paid a fee, it was still too much. Instead of listening to his father, he asked his parents to choose matching phones that they liked and suggested some models that he thought were very cute. Delighted, his mother said that she would also be happy to choose a phone for herself, but her husband tried to reason with her, but it was all in vain. Ignoring her husband's words, she showed her son which phone she wanted, then turned to her husband and said he could get two black ones for himself. When everyone had made their choices, Chang Taison told the salesperson that he would pay the full amount, asked for a standard tariff plan, and requested that everything be registered in his parents' names. His father remained silent. The total cost of all the purchases was 2,170,000 won. The whole family was in shock. Chang Taison handed over his card and paid for the purchase in full. Happy, they left the store. The girls thanked him for the phones and asked if their brother would take him to lunch. He replied, "Of course." Meanwhile, at the office in the city center, the director was banging his fists on the table, asking what kind of blow had been dealt to him early that morning. The confused managers stood before him and said they didn't know what was going on. The money had come from Kalmyonde and Gubo. The man asked how much had come. One of the managers decided that he had nothing to lose and was ready for any reaction from his boss. He said that about 1 billion had come in. The boss shouted so loudly that the glass in his glasses almost cracked. He asked who it was. Could it be the same manager? The manager said that the amounts of money differed. This time, another manager standing in front of him answered. This time, it seemed that a bigger player than the previous one had appeared. The man was terribly annoyed. He could only curse and call names at the person who had done this, thinking that this insolent person did not even know business ethics. The manager stood there, not knowing what to do. The director growled at them and told them to continue following the plan. If he sold them, they had to take everything. Meanwhile, Chang Taison was walking around the city with his family when he suddenly stopped near one of the shops, and his mother asked him what was wrong. The boy smiled and nodded toward the door, suggesting they go inside. His father asked if he really wanted to go in, but his son had already pulled the door handle. The boy opened the door and gestured for everyone to follow him, but his father stammered that this was the place, and he didn't finish his sentence. His wife dragged him into the store, and the girls followed them in. They all saw that they had entered a showroom displaying brand new cars. The manager immediately rushed up to them, saying that he was happy to welcome them to the showroom of the best and most reliable cars, Samyeon. The whole family, except for the boy, looked at the cars as if spellbound and listened to the manager, while the boy walked around the showroom as if nothing had happened. The whole family followed him. Chang Taison thought that nothing was more important than the safety of his family, and that today would be the culmination. Approaching one of the cars, the boy asked his mother what she thought of it. The manager commented that this car was the face of the Samyeon company. The woman smiled at her son and stammered that it looked quite sturdy. The man standing next to her remained silent, pursing his lips in dissatisfaction. Chang Taison turned to the car and said it would be perfect for driving the girls to school, and asked if they agreed with him. The father once again tried to reason with his son, asking what had gotten into him today. The twins squealed, asking if their father was really going to drive them every day. The father closed his eyes, lowered his head, and said quietly why his son had decided that they needed a new car now, since things weren't going very well for them at the moment. Hearing his father's words, Chang Taison turned around, winked at him, and asked him not to worry, because starting today, their business would start to improve. His mother decided it was time to support her son, and said that he had been planning to buy this car for some time without telling the girls. She was holding a checkbook in her hands, and, handing it to her husband, said that it seemed their son's novel was very popular. Meanwhile, her husband opened the checkbook. He couldn't believe his eyes when he saw the amount it was opened for, 50 million won. The man thought about how much money that was. Seeing his reaction, the woman laughed, and all she said to him was that their son had grown up so much that they hadn't noticed. Just as they looked at their child, he turned to them, gave them a thumbs up, and asked his father to just trust him. Still in a state of shock and confusion, the father smiled slightly and said, of course, Dad believes in." Looking at his father, he thought he knew how he felt, because the money spent on phones would have been enough to cover a month's loan payment. He turned to the manager and asked if there was a car in stock that could be delivered today, and if not, a display model would do. When all the formalities with the car were completed, he approached his sisters and told them they should get in the car first, and they would go shopping. His father decided to trust his son and calm down a little. He and his mother smiled as they watched their eldest son do something nice for his sisters. The girls were overjoyed, thanked their brother for the phones, told him how much they loved him, and that was the end of their plans for the day. The next morning, he stood at the bus stop with the other students, waiting for the school bus to arrive. He was wearing a new suit and a cool backpack, and he thought that he had really become a high school student. He really liked that idea. When the bus arrived, he and the other students began to board it. As he walked by, he looked around and examined the other students. Everyone was chatting and exchanging news. Some were holding onto the handrails. Others were preparing for class. Everything was just as he remembered it. He experienced all these emotions again, with surprise and delight, and thought that he had missed his youth incredibly, and it was wonderful. Looking around, Chang Taison saw a free seat by the window and decided to take it. It would be a great idea to watch the kids and look out the window. He took off his backpack, put it on his lap, looked at the students sitting and standing around him, and thought about how long it had been since he had sat here. He was in a great mood, so he took out his headphones and decided to listen to his favorite music. It felt like 14 years ago. Everything was the same. Chang Taison noted that even the music was the same as 14 years ago. It was ballads by Lee Moon-se that he listened to on his way to school, and the kids behaved the same way they did back then. They were ordinary school children, cheerful, interesting, active, attending high school, but essentially, still children. Immersed in memories of his youth, the guy turned up the music and looked out the window, enjoying the views and his feelings. He had another reason to be happy today. Sodang's shares were supposed to be released, and he was happy that his investments were making money while he was on his way to school. As he drove, numbers spun around in his head. He was happy that he had earned about 1 billion won and that he had automated everything. On the way to school, he had an interesting association between ants in the investment sphere and ordinary ants. Ants in the investment world did not invest in stocks that took a long time to pay off. They liked to take risks on volatile stocks. The guy remembered that such people like excitement, and he used to be like that too. But unfortunately, ants are not destined to beat the system. Compared to the power of the graph, ants are nothing. And after beating the system, they start looking for sponsors. These thoughts overwhelmed Chang Taison on his way to school. He was distracted from these joyful thoughts by a conversation between some girls standing nearby, who were lamenting that the holidays were already over. One of the girls asked why the other was so tanned, wondering if she had been working on a pepper farm, and the boy recognized these girls. The tanned girl laughed and replied that she hadn't been working on a farm, but had gone to Quinali with her family. The other girl said she was very jealous of her. The guy remembered that the tanned girl was Mi Chin, who constantly bragged about going to resorts, just like now, on the bus. The second girl, her friend Na Yoon, was extremely envious, but that didn't prevent them from being friends for quite a long time. The guy watched them unobtrusively, but suddenly the girls noticed him, froze for some reason, and stared at him with wide eyes. The guy looked back at them, trying to understand the reason for their intense attention, looking straight and openly. The girls admired him silently. Michin told her friend that he was so handsome, and she replied that she didn't even know, and both of them couldn't get over their delight. But the guy interpreted their attention in his own way. He said that if their bags were heavy, he could carry them. They laughed and became even more excited. Michin refused his help, but her friend handed him her bag and said it was very heavy. The guy replied, "Don't worry, give it to me." Their conversation attracted the attention of two other girls who began to discuss how he resembled someone and that they seemed to have seen him often. Two guys also noticed him and began discussing whether such a cute boy had been riding the bus with them all along. Soon, the whole bus was looking at him, and the girls were encouraging each other to approach him. He remembered that there was a hierarchy on this bus. By the time they got to school, Almost all the girls on the bus were in love with him, finding him very hot and definitely to their taste. The boy was wearing headphones, but heard everything, and with a smirk, he thought that in the future, the more modest students would be the first to take the phone numbers of those they liked. The girls noticed his smile and thought that they had probably hit the jackpot, and that maybe they should approach him while the bus was approaching the next stop. All the girls continued to stare at him, but at this stop, the one whose presence made his heart beat faster got on. The guy barely had time to notice her silhouette when old memories flooded back, and the music in his headphones was just right. He couldn't look at anyone else or think about anyone else. His wide eyes were fixed only on the girl, and his thoughts were only of her. She walked in wearing her school uniform, her hair framing her face, a soft smile on her lips. She was the girl he wanted to see again, at least once more. When she entered, it seemed to the young man that they were the only two people left on the bus. She sat down, as always, on the other side of the bus. He always had to watch her from afar. She was his first love, his beloved. Just thinking about her made his heart beat faster. He was still looking at her with wide eyes, forgetting everything else, remembering himself 14 years ago. She was still as charming as ever. Her name was Lee Yeren. She had long brown hair, huge brown eyes, a sweet smile, and when she looked at you, it seemed as if the sun was shining on everything around her. When he arrived at school, his classmates surrounded him, asking how he had grown so fast and noting that his uniform fit him perfectly. They interrupted the moments of his reunion with his beloved, but how he missed these idiots. Among the guys surrounding him was Taison, who was constantly blowing his nose because of his rhinitis, and, to be honest, was already annoying everyone with it. There was also a guy with glasses named Jong Suk, who always kept his hair short, hoping that it would somehow help him study better. There was another guy among them who was always smiling, with his eyes closed, and, to his regret, was already starting to go bald. His name was Hyun Chol. Another very interesting guy in their group was named To Chun. When he had food in front of him, he would forget about everything else and completely ignore his friends. There was also a self-proclaimed poet named Bong Suk among them. He always acted as if he had lived a full life and returned to his youth. The guys asked him before class how he had grown up so quickly, and he replied that they should stop watching adult movies and they would grow up too. This question was asked by Taesoon, who, upon hearing the answer, said he would rather die. The boy replied that his time had come, and they both laughed. Suddenly, Taeson rushed at him and punched him in the jaw, saying that Chang Taison was crazy to give him such advice. However, he did not expect that the blow would hurt him, and he cried out in pain. Chang Taison lunged at him in response and said that he was a fool. The guy used one of the techniques he had learned over the summer, and his classmate asked when he had become so strong, whether he had been working out over the summer. Smiling, Chang Taison replied that he was almost a high school graduate, so of course he had to pay more attention to physical training. His friend asked if he was really going to devote himself to physical education, and called him an idiot. But they were interrupted by someone telling them they were being too loud. Suddenly, the door opened and a guy with glasses and blonde hair entered the classroom. He said that this was not kindergarten and rudely asked them to be quiet. His classmates recognized the guy. His name was Hong Sun Hyun, and the whole class was afraid of him, so everyone fell silent, except for Chang Taeson, who wasn't afraid. Looking at his classmate, he thought that, as everywhere else in school, there were bullies, and in his eyes, Hong Sun Hyun was just such a bully. Noticing the boy, he looked at him closely for a while and then asked in surprise, "It seems that Chang Taesong has grown during the holidays." The guy looked at him contemptuously. He couldn't stand him, and once, because of him, he had been injured. In his mind, he called him nasty names. Hong Sun Hyun was part of a school gang and acted like a boss. Seeing that the guy was silent, he called him out and said he shouldn't keep him waiting. Jang Taeson didn't hesitate with his answer, but his classmate didn't like it. The boy came up to him, smirked, and asked if he was jealous of him. Perhaps for the first time in a long time, someone responded to Hong Sun Hyun in such a tone, and this caused him to freeze and be surprised. He asked again if he was jealous. The answer was a complete surprise, not only to Hong Sun-hoon, but also to the whole class, who all turned to look at their classmates' audacity. Jang Taeson's friends were just as stunned. It was clear from their faces that they knew they were doomed. Everyone knew that messing with Hong Sun-hoon was more trouble than it was worth. Hong Sun-hyun laughed and said that people like Chang Taeson needed to be beaten every day, and that he seemed to have grown bold because he looked at him as if he were excrement. Chang Taeson raised his hands in a gesture of reconciliation and said that he bowed before their highness and that he did not look at him as if he were excrement at all. His gaze suddenly became mocking. He tilted his head and looked at the guy from under his eyelashes and said that he was not even worthy of being called that. His classmate's face expressed incomprehension and indignation at how he dared to be so insolent, and he asked what he had just said. Chang Taeson, without batting an eyelid, replied that he was much lower in the food chain and called him backward. His friends standing behind him dropped their jaws. They thought their friend didn't understand what he was saying and asked him what was wrong with him and whether he understood what he was doing. They decided that he must have gone crazy. Chang Taison looked at his classmate and decided it was time to put him in his place for all the pain he had caused him during their school days. Hong Sun-hyun was not so easy to scare. He considered himself the boss. Clenching his fists, he approached the guy, demanding that he repeat his words. Chang Taison remained silent, so Hong Sun-hyun smirked and asked if the guy had lost his mind or how else to explain his insolence. He ordered him to repeat himself and waited. Seeing the smirk on his classmate's lips, Hong Sun-hyun hissed, "You're laughing." Chang Taison thought that he believed that everything could only be solved with violence. Their skirmish was interrupted by the teacher, who entered the classroom and, seeing the confrontation, asked what they were doing, but his question was met with silence. Pointing at them with a pointer, he said he was sure, from the silence in the classroom, that they were doing something, but they just stood and looked at each other. Chang Taison was the first to respond, saying that they were just very happy to see each other again, which made the teacher feel very awkward. Hong Sun-hyun, who was unable to control his emotions and was still indignant, said that the guy was pretending to be innocent right in front of him. The teacher didn't listen to them for long and told everyone to take their seats immediately, calling them ignoramuses, and they hurried to follow his instructions. As they walked to their desks, the boys discussed how the teacher had appeared just in time, as their friend had made a mess of things and could still get away with it if he didn't say anything. And then, what they feared happened. Chang Taison called his classmate, calling him Hong Sun-hyun, and suggested they meet during lunch. Hong Sun-hyun was furious. His eyes bulged as he thought, "It seems this fool is very eager to go to the other world, and I will help him." It was time to start the lesson. The teacher stood at his desk and said they would follow the usual instructions. He would say something, and they would repeat it. The text was as follows: "The higher the CSAT score, the better their wife will be." The teacher spoke first, and the whole class repeated after him in unison. Only one person in the class, at that moment, was not interested in studying or the teacher. He frowned and looked at his classmate with hatred. During recess, his friends decided to talk some sense into him, saying that his rival was already gathering a gang and that he could consider himself dead. He replied that he knew. During the next break, they went to him again and asked if he was avoiding the excrement not because he was afraid. The boy replied that he had decided to clean up. During the next break, his friends demanded that he come to his senses and suggested that he had been sniffing paint during the holidays. He did not deny it. When lunchtime came, Chang Taison calmly asked his friends if they were going to eat or if something was bothering them. They couldn't contain their indignation and said that because of him, they couldn't even eat lunch in peace or leave this world. The guy was calm and unperturbed, while his friends were boiling with rage and asked what he had eaten over the summer to become so bold. Had he not heard about his rival's gang? Bong-suk even burst into tears from nerves and asked if he would have to leave this world today because he had such a friend. Chang Taison, still unperturbed, told them to eat and come back. They began to argue about how they could eat when they knew their friend was going to be beaten up. His friends were more worried about him than he was himself. He thought fondly of how foolish they were, but they were still his friends. Suddenly, they heard someone call them rats. They turned around and saw Hong Sun-hyun and his friends standing in the door. They stood there, smiling. One asked if they were going to come up with a plan. The second laughed and said they had to get caught on the first day of school. Chang Taison looked at them boldly and said they were being too loud for trash. His friends thought they were doomed. He had really gone crazy. Hearing this, his rivals began to quietly boil over, asking who he called trash and why he was so bold, clearly rushing to the other world. Glaring at the guy, Hong Sun-hyun told him to get ready because today would be the last day of his worthless life. Chang Taison, as unperturbed as ever, said it would be better for them to go with him and not make a fuss in the classroom. His rivals promised to deal with him. His friends tried to dissuade him, but he laughed and told them not to worry about him, saying that after it was all over, they would go eat pizza. Once again that day, his friends were stunned, while his rivals continued their threats, promising to beat him up properly. Hong Sun-hyun told his friends to bring the rest of the gang. He said to gather the whole school, and added that today was a great day for spring cleaning. They went outside into the bright sunshine. Everyone had already gathered and was just waiting for their rivals. When they came out, the younger student shouted, "The seniors are here!" Chang Taison approached To-chun and handed him his phone, saying that he trusted his friend to keep it safe during the event. The students parted, and Chang Taison stood in the center, surrounded by his friends, while the rest watched them and waited for Hong Sun-hyun and his friends to appear. To-chun took out his phone, turned on the camera, and prepared to film everything. Soon, his friend's rival appeared. He came in smiling and, addressing the younger and older students, said that because of these 6, they couldn't even eat properly. They started to get noisy, but it was okay because the guy promised that they would have fun that evening at his expense and that he would bring over a couple of pretty girls. Shouts of "We love you" could be heard. Chang Taison thought with a smirk. So it turns out that high school students already drink and date beautiful girls. What an interesting start. He started first and suggested that his rival talk honestly. The other laughed and said that he seemed to be trying to look cool in such a situation. Visibly saddened, Chang Taison asked why he was bullying weak people like him. Weren't they comrades? In response, he heard Hong Sun-hoon say that he hated walking to school with them, that he didn't like their smell after breakfast, and the sound of the gears in their stupid heads. As a final argument, Hong Sun-hoon laughed loudly and added that he was simply disgusted to even see their faces. With the same sad expression on his face, Chang Taison said that they should remain friends and that it was wrong to bully and take money from friends. Then he added that the guy's father was a lawyer and a member of the city council, and he could get into trouble if everyone found out about his son's antics. He asked him to stop worrying about nonsense, at least for his father's sake. But the boy laughed and said it was nothing to worry about. Still smiling, Hong Sun-hyun said that according to his father, he should put the servants in their place so that they would not dare to raise their heads and remember their place. Chang Tae-song asked if that was why the boy was bullying his senior and junior classmates, all because of his father's words. Not noticing the trap, he replied that, of course, the son of the school principal was his father's friend, and if necessary, he would pretend that nothing had happened for money. He didn't know that the whole time, everything that was happening on the school grounds was being filmed. Chang Tae-san thought the footage was excellent. However, pointing to his friends, the boy asked to let them go, since they hadn't done anything wrong to him. Continuing to grin his nasty smile, Hong Sun-hyun said that they had done a lot of terrible things, at least by daring to answer him back. Looking at the boy's friends, he promised that he would take advantage of this opportunity and beat each of them so badly that they would learn not to talk back. In response, Chang Tae-song said he was begging for their forgiveness and asked them to let them go. Hong Sun-hyun asked if he really thought they would let them go. Then Chang Tae-san shouted that maybe they would continue to give him their money, thinking that this fool had already fallen into his trap. Hearing about the money, Hong Sun-hyun perked up and said that if the guy gave him 100,000 won, he would guarantee them all his complete forgiveness. Chang Tae-song handed him the money, saying that his parents had put a lot of effort and time into earning it, and that it was his pocket money. He held it in front of him and promised to apologize again for his friends. The man laughed and said that it seemed like this fool had money, and more than usual. Chang Tae-san spoke to him in a pleading voice and, lowering his head, repeated his request to let his friends go. At that moment, he looked weak and defenseless. His words were followed by a backhand blow, and Chang Tae-san was ready for it, but still hoped to reach an amicable agreement. He thought about what a scoundrel his opponent was and how painful it was to be beaten, but he had already played his part in this show. His friend shouted, asking him how he was feeling. The guy turned away and wiped his broken face with his jacket sleeve. He wiped the corner of his mouth, looked at his friends and To-chun, who continued filming, and asked who he should start cleaning up with now that everything had turned out this way. After taking the money and hitting Chang Tae-san, Hong Sun-hyun and his friends decided they were done, turned around, and were about to leave. But then, the guy called out to him. The guy stood, smiling in a circle of friends, and, rubbing his cheek, asked where he was going. Because if his opponent left just like that, he would be extremely disappointed. Hong Sun-hyun expected anything in this situation, but not this kind of behavior. He thought that Chang Tae-san wasn't satisfied and wanted more. Hong Sun-hyun couldn't believe his ears and turned around in surprise. Jung Dae-san smiled again, patted himself on the back of the head, and asked if he had already let the guy go. It was the height of insolence, in the guy's opinion. Baring his teeth and gritting his jaw, he hissed for him to repeat his words. Chang Tae-san didn't let up. He said that the guy was a loser, and that if his ancestors could see what he had become, they would surely turn over in their graves. The longer he spoke, the wider and rounder Hong Sun-hyun's eyes became. He shouted that the guy understood that he had now crossed the line. But Chang Tae-san was unstoppable, smiling maliciously. He said that his ancestors were to blame for the descendant being born such trash. Hong Sun-hyun remained silent, his head bowed, while his friends entertained themselves, shouting that the guy seemed eager to go to the other world, and suggesting that they cut out his tongue. Hong Sun-hyun finally raised his head, flashed his eyes, and said that he didn't want to shorten it. He demanded the complete destruction of this unworthy person. He waved his hand, and the whole gang rushed into the attack, shouting that they would avenge their comrade and leave no trace of him. When they were very close to Chang Tae-san, Hong Sun-hyun shouted for them not to spare him and to finish him off. He stood motionless. He waited until the attackers got as close to him as possible, and, using his skills, was able to knock them all down with one blow. For Hong Sun-hyun and his gang, This was an unexpected surprise. They were completely unprepared for the guy to fight back and began to curse him. After knocking back another attacker with a few blows, the guy took a defensive position, and all they could do was help the victims get up. Meanwhile, Chang Taison smiled, narrowing his eyes, and mentally apologized to his attackers for not yet being able to control his strength. Needless to say, his friends, watching everything that was happening, imagined that they were in some kind of action movie, and their jaws dropped once again. Seeing his friends standing there, Hong Sun-hyun shouted in a silent voice for them not to stand there, but to attack, demanding that they deal harshly with the guy. Still very calm and focused, Chang Taison smiled and looked at the attackers with shining eyes, mentally saying, "Let's go." And just in time, because a few seconds later, one of the attacker's powerful fists came dangerously close to his face. He was unable to reach his target. Chang Taison leaned back, letting the guy swing past his face, and the guy flew forward where he was met by Chang Taison's fist. Following the first one, others ran to get even with him, and Chang Taison had a warm welcome in the form of a fist waiting for each of them. The strength the guy had gained from repeated night training in the mountains was truly incredible, but he enjoyed it. This time, the guys decided to attack all at once. Chang Taison didn't lose his cool. He jumped up and fought back with his feet, and one by one, the attackers got their share. It must be said that this greatly dampened the fighting spirit of the attackers. Hong Sun-hyun, noticing this, shouted at them not to be cowards and to continue the attack. Inspired by their comrades' words, the guys rushed forward with clubs in their hands to avenge his humiliation, shouting something incoherent. But history repeated itself. It seems that Chang Taison was everywhere, ready to strike anyone with his fists or feet. Hong Sun-hyun and his friends were seriously puzzled by what was happening. They clearly did not expect such agility from the guy, but they did not get involved in the fight themselves. Seeing that Chang Taison had jumped up and was shaking one of his men by the head, Hong Sun-hyun shouted to the others to come to his aid. The number of attackers did not change the situation. Chang Taison managed to fight off everyone and seemed to have endless energy. Tired of watching his guys get beaten up by some kid, Hong Sun-hyun yelled for them to finish it and brought in spiked bats. While Hong Sun-hyun was wondering if this was the same loser Chang Taison managed to break the bats with his feet and started attacking the gang members. One of the attackers got angry and broke Chang Taisong's bat with his hands. The guy asked how they could bring such dangerous weapons to school. In a very short time, the guy managed to knock down everyone who dared to attack him. Only Hong Sun-hyun and his friends remained standing. Chang Taison stood unharmed and turned to the guys, asking why they were staring at him and ordering them to kneel immediately. The defeated had to get up from the ground, kneel, and raise their hands. But Hong Sun-hyun didn't even move. Chang Taison turned to him with a smile, squinting his eyes, and asked sarcastically if he should also kneel down, but he didn't think so. He didn't even move, but he was quite frightened and even broke out in a sweat. He called the guy a name and asked if he really thought they would leave him alone after that. As Chang Taison slowly walked towards him, he thought that Chang Taison was a weakling after all and shouted at him not to come near him. Without answering, the guy approached Hong Sun-hyun and, completely unexpectedly for the guy, slapped him so hard that his head jerked to the right, wiping his mouth with his fist after the blow. The guy wondered why he was so afraid, because it was just the loser Chang Taison. But Chang Taison smiled, as if nothing had happened, and said not to make him repeat himself twice, as that would only make his situation worse. Hurt and feeling wrong, Hong Sun-hyun cried and said he would never forgive the guy, and that his father would not let him get away with it. The guy gave him the middle finger and said he was talking nonsense. Hong Sun-hyun continued to insult him, asking if the guy really thought he was afraid of him. After saying this, he suddenly lunged at Chang Taison, swinging his right arm back to strike and shouting that this would be the end of him. Chang Taison managed to turn around in a split second to strike back, and at that moment, their fists met, and instead of colliding, they shone. Since Hong Sun-hyun knew nothing about his opponent's acquired strength and training, he could not foresee the power of his blow. The blow was so strong that Hong Sun-hyun's shoulder bone broke in several places at once, and he felt incredible pain. The pain spread in waves throughout his body. Pulling his fist away from his opponents, he screamed in a silent voice, trying to stay on his feet. His fingers turned black. Tears streamed from his eyes. He opened his mouth and began to cry like a child, not caring that there were a lot of people around. He tossed and turned, wailing, "My hand!" His gang members lay around him, still not coming to. Lifting his tear-stained face to Chang Taison, he cried through his tears that now he was definitely finished, and he would deal with the guy and his whole family. His words did not impress Chang Taison, who grinned and replied that he could not ignore this and would apparently have to beat up his rival again. It was a catchphrase that would later be used in a cult film, but for now, his rival was trying to comprehend what he had heard. Chang Taison's friends were still standing nearby watching when the guy walked up and punched his rival in the face again. They were all sweating from tension and fear for their friend. None of them expected him to return after the summer and cause such a scene. The guy thought it would be sad to end it there and asked Tochun to give him his cell phone so he could say hello to lawyer Han. His friend gave him the phone, and the others froze, waiting to see what else Chang Taison had in mind. To be honest, they were ready for anything. He dialed 112 and reported that a terrible fight had broken out and that he was now on the hill behind Jeonju High School. 20 people were injured. After Chang Taison called for help, all the victims were taken to the hospital, complaining of pain in their chests, heads, and other parts of their bodies. Hong Seung-hyun was lying in a VIP ward, and the doctor told his father that rehabilitation would take 16 weeks because the fingers and joints of his right hand were shattered. He added that despite the surgery and everything that had been done, his son would remain disabled for life. Standing by his son's bed, Hong's lawyer still couldn't believe that this was real. He asked where the person who had done this to his son was. Leaning over his son's bed, who was lying unconscious and connected to equipment, the man said that the person responsible must be found and put behind bars. The doctor standing next to him said that Officer Kyun-wee had already taken on the case, but in reality, it was not that simple. There were certain circumstances. He added that the student had also been injured and was now in the emergency room. Lawyer Hong was surprised that it was the student's due. He shouted that there was nothing wrong with that. Couldn't they arrest the student? His dear son would be disabled for the rest of his life. The doctor began to stammer and apologize to him, but the man waved his hands and told him to tell the chief of police that he wanted to meet with him. An enraged Hong, whom the doctor called a senator, growled that he would destroy the boy and his entire family. The tension caused wrinkles to appear on his forehead. Soon after, Police Lieutenant Park Tong-suk visited Chang Taison in the hospital and asked him why he had done it. Chang asked him what he was talking about. Deciding that the guy was pretending and trying to deceive him, the officer shouted, "Why did Chang Taison beat those children?" The guy began to annoy him. Chang Taison, keeping his composure, said that the officer was mistaken and that he was the victim here, and that the criminals were the school bullies, and that the officer had got everything mixed up. He was lying on a hospital bed. Getting up, he pointed to his broken lip and said that they had hit him, and that he was also a patient at this hospital. Of course, the officer didn't believe him. He shouted, "Does this guy really think I'm going to believe this nonsense?" And added, "He's the criminal here." The guy looked at him in fear, and the officer yelled at him to tell everything, because if there was an investigation, everything about him would come to light. However, Chang Taison was not so simple. The officer had no idea that as soon as he entered the ward, he turned on a tape recorder and recorded their entire conversation. Instead of asking questions, the officer accused him of beating up high school students, taking their money, and luring them behind the school to beat them up. For a while, Chang Taison listened to the detective attentively, without interrupting, then asked if he had been given a bribe. The detective was taken aback and asked him to repeat the question. The young man calmly replied that he was a minor, that the detective was interrogating him without his parents or guardians present, and asked why he was being questioned as a criminal. The detective was clearly not prepared for such a retort. He paused for a moment and then asked insolently, "So what?" He suddenly grabbed the guy by the shirt and shouted, "Looks like he thinks he can cover his tracks!" Then began to insult the guy, who looked frightened. The officer went further, shaking the boy from side to side and shouting that it wasn't the first time in his life he had seen a thug like him. Chang Taison yelled for him to stop because he was dizzy, cried, and asked why the officer was treating him that way. He asked him to call another officer, then started calling for the doctor. The guy's screams could be heard even in the hallway, and the doctor and nurse were seriously frightened. They immediately rushed into the ward to help him. When they ran in, the officer was standing by the wall as if nothing had happened. The doctor asked what had happened. They saw that the guy was terribly frightened and in tears. He replied, choking back tears, that the officer had tried to kill him. The doctor tried to calm him down, but the young man continued, saying that from the very beginning, the officer had treated him like a criminal, and instead of asking questions, he had accused him. Then it was the doctor's turn to shout. He looked at the officer and asked what he was going to do with the boy, and if he was in his right mind. He put his hand forward, pointed his finger at him, and said, "The guy is a patient. Shouldn't an officer ask questions slowly, responding only with interjections?" Then came the test question. Would the officer take responsibility if something happened to the boy? Stammering, he replied that he would not. While the doctor was talking to the officer, the nurse peeked out from behind him, her face contorted into a grimace, and she began pointing at him to the doctor. She said he looked like he had lost consciousness. Chang Taison was lying back on the pillow, covered in sweat, and did indeed look unconscious. The doctor called the nurse, saying that they had an emergency and needed to prepare to lower his blood pressure and transport the patient. When the nurse came running, he ordered an MRI and X-ray, citing early symptoms of concussion, and asked the officer if he had come to report an assault. Meanwhile, at Changchu High School, Principal Yang announced at a meeting that there had been an incident of bullying among students and that the situation had gotten out of hand. He stated that it was their duty to deal with the situation immediately, as all the students at their school were still in danger. He also said that they must expel the unworthy Chang Taison because he had maimed more than 30 students. One of the teachers objected, saying that it was a fight of 1 against 30, and that if Chang Taison was punished, then so should everyone else. Other teachers supported the headmaster, saying that Teacher Kim was only defending the boy because he was his student. He was unshakable and shouted back that he was only saying this because punishing only one person was completely unfair. Deciding to end the argument, Head Yang asked if Teacher Kim thought that all the students involved in the unpleasant incident should be expelled. Kim looked closely at the headmaster and replied that this was not what he meant. He was saying that they should take more reasonable measures. After listening to him, Head Yang said that the boy had been expelled and that the police had taken notice of them, which was unnecessary attention and a stain on the school's reputation. Then he smiled unpleasantly and said that if they reacted immediately and expelled Chang Taison, it would help improve the school's reputation. While in the hospital, Chang Taison did not waste any time. On the contrary, he actively took advantage of his sudden freedom and went about his business. Due to a concussion, he was given 8 weeks of rest and was excused from school, so he decided to use the time to trade stocks freely. He felt great. He had a computer at his disposal. He didn't need to prepare for classes, and he found the situation to be wonderful. He was placed in a private room, which he liked very much because it was quiet, and he thought that this was exactly what he should be earning money for. He masterfully fooled the doctor by faking a concussion, and he had time to catch up on his schoolwork thanks to books and online lectures. In addition, he still had plenty of time to trade stocks. He combined his studies and stock trading, and his brain had no time to rest. Having finished his homework, he decided that now was the time to work while the momentum was positive, and laughed at his own cleverness. But just as he was about to get to work, a visitor arrived. The first thing he asked was how the guy was feeling. Chang Taison asked the lawyer to call him by his first name, asking how long he was going to be formal with him. The lawyer replied that it was company policy. After being admitted to the hospital and visiting the detective, the guy hired a lawyer. The company was one of the top 3 in Korea, and the guy was convinced that money was no obstacle. The lawyer bowed and said he would contact him. Taesong laughed and said that his lawyer seemed incredibly stubborn. The lawyer laughed too and replied that because of this, he had recently been kicked out of the organization. Not long ago, he had been the deputy chief prosecutor of the district prosecutor's office. The guy looked at him closely and said that he seemed to be still getting used to his new job. The man replied, "Does he know about the organization too?" The guy grinned and said he didn't know much, but when used improperly, information could be more dangerous than any knife. The lawyer was surprised. His expression changed dramatically. He thought that the guy who hired him was not as simple as he seemed at first glance. The guy bowed his head, looked at him from under his eyelashes, and thought that he even knew the future secrets of the prosecutor's office, which he had never seen. At the same time, Lieutenant Park Tong-suk arrived at the hospital to question the guy, but the staff wouldn't let him in, saying that the guy needed rest. The officer shouted, asking why the lawyer was allowed to see the guy, saying that if they didn't let him in, it would be considered insubordination to a police officer. The lawyer was in the ward at the time, looking at the young man. Some thoughts crossed his mind, but he was in no hurry to share them. Chang Taison, on the other hand, did not hide his joy at the fact that the officer had not been allowed in. He smiled, glad to have gotten back at him after the way he had behaved. The officer still managed to get to the ward, but the medical staff stopped him right at the door. He shouted that today would be the end of the young man. The lieutenant yelled that Prosecutor Kang Kyung-jun from the Criminal Investigation Department had come to expose him, and that the guy was finished. Chang Tae-san sat silently on the hospital bed, looking completely calm and relaxed, not reacting to the policeman's shouts. A minute after the police officer, the prosecutor entered the ward, adjusted his glasses, and said he thought the guy had a concussion, but he was sitting there as if nothing had happened. The detective entered the room with the prosecutor and started yelling at the guy again to stop pretending. Pedestrians on the street could hear him shouting. The guy covered his ears with his hands and wondered when the detective would shut up, but he kept yelling at him, even though the prosecutor had come. How long was he going to pretend to be a victim? The detective wouldn't let up, insisting that the guy was guilty, and the guy thought that the lieutenant was convinced he was guilty from the start and was pressuring him. Then Chang Tae-san glanced at the prosecutor and thought he looked like a real sly fox, even though he seemed very young. Looking closely at the prosecutor, who was adjusting his glasses again, he decided that he had definitely received a bribe from Chang Hyuk and thought that another interrogation awaited him today. When the lieutenant stopped yelling, Chang Tae-san calmed down a little and, looking at the authorities, asked if they had brought the ruling. The prosecutor remained silent, but his words made the lieutenant lose his temper again, and he shouted, calling the guy names and asking what ruling he was talking about and what nonsense he was spouting. The guy couldn't help but notice that the lieutenant was getting more and more nervous and angry with every passing minute, so he thought that was enough for today. Putting on a modest look, Chang Taison asked as calmly as possible if he could see the detective's ID. At this question, the prosecutor adjusted his glasses again, surprised that the guy knew such clever words, and asked the investigator to show his ID. The investigator yelled, calling the guy names, trying to make himself look like a know-it-all in front of the prosecutor, and apparently wanting to earn himself a real concussion. He aggressively pulled out his ID, shoved it under the young man's nose, and said that he was an investigator from the prosecutor's office, Kim Dong-sik, and that he should look closely. After looking closely at the ID, the guy thought about it and realized that a detective was just a regular civil servant, which surprised him. However, after that, Chang Taison said that he had seen the detective's ID, but he still wanted to clarify the ruling. The detective flew into a rage again, calling the guy stubborn and defiantly asking if he even knew what a ruling was. The law enforcement officers did not know that the young man had studied law in his previous life, and he thought that he had acquired this knowledge for his future. Instead, he replied that the Constitution of the Republic of Korea, in which they live, guarantees the observance of fundamental human rights and freedoms. He then continued that the Constitution stipulates that a judge's order is required for arrest, detention, confiscation of property, or search. Tilting his head slightly, the guy said that these provisions are enshrined in Articles 12 and 16, and that he could read the entire text of these articles to them. He began to quote what a warrant is, in what cases it is applied, and that it is issued at the request of the prosecutor. The man couldn't take it anymore and shouted, "What's wrong with him?" Everyone was silent, and the guy added that warrants for arrest, search, and other orders are issued by a judge at the request of the prosecutor. After explaining all these rules to the representatives of the law, the guy couldn't help himself and shouted that maybe he should repeat it for them again. The response to his question was incoherent sounds made by the law enforcement officers. They just grinned and growled silently at the guy. Now his shout was heard throughout the hospital. He asked why the law enforcement officers were questioning his victim. He asked the hospital staff if the ward was a special private space just for him, and what the others were doing there. Turning to the prosecutor and detective, he asked why, as a schoolboy, he had to study legislation instead of mathematics or English. The entire hospital heard his question to the prosecutor, who also had a higher education, but for some reason was treating the boy like a criminal without an investigation. The next sentence was heard by all the neighboring houses. Why did they come to him without a lawyer? He is a high school student, and shouldn't the prosecutor protect the weak? The prosecutor laughed and said that he found it all ridiculous to listen to, that no Chang Taison was weak, and how he dared to talk such nonsense in front of him. While the prosecutor was talking, the guy watched him closely, listened to his feelings, and realized that he had the aura of a real psycho. The prosecutor continued to laugh and pointed his finger at the guy, saying that he was quoting stupid laws and talking complete nonsense. He continued to laugh, his eyes sparkling, saying that people like the guy should eat rice and beans, and that the guy should not get cocky, but remember his place. Chang Taison decided that the best strategy was to remain calm and collected, and asked why he was saying that, whether they were going to arrest him by force. Unable to take it anymore, the prosecutor shouted for the investigator to arrest the guy immediately, and said that he had already contacted the judge, and the warrant would be ready soon. The lieutenant leaned over to the guy and, with a nasty grin, told him that it was over, and that he probably didn't even realize how stupid he had been to the prosecutor. While they were talking, the guy thought it was funny that the prosecutor had made a deal with the judge, and couldn't believe they had revealed all their cards so easily at once. Now it was Chang Taison's turn to lose his temper. Looking at them with disgust, he said that they were all rotten, completely rotten. The prosecutor decided he had misheard him and adjusted his glasses. The guy continued, saying that everyone was connected: detectives, prosecutors, investigators, and now even the judge. Looking up at them with his crystal clear eyes, the guy asked if this was really his country, where such things were happening. The prosecutor succumbed to his provocation, swung his arm to hit the guy, and shouted, "How dare you say such a thing?" and began to insult him again. However, he didn't have time to do so, because the doctor ran into the room, told them to stop, and asked what was going on. Chang Taison couldn't help but smile slightly, thinking with admiration that the doctor was not a coward. He was pleased that the doctor had stood up for him. The detective tried to chase the doctor away, saying that he couldn't see that they were on duty, and that he better get out of there if he didn't want any trouble. This did not stop the doctor. He ordered them all to leave the patient's room, and threatened to report them to the police if they did not obey. The prosecutor joined the conversation, and said that the doctor didn't seem to understand what was going on. The doctor put his hands out in front of him, preventing him from approaching the patient. At that moment, The lawyer was standing outside the door and heard the prosecutor say that the guy was accused of a crime and could run away, so they had to arrest him. The doctor said that until the patient recovered, all responsibility lay with him and asked the law enforcement officers to leave. The guy couldn't help himself and smiled. He looked at the IV stand with the phone on it and thought he was flattered by the doctor's behavior. He was a professional after all. A significant factor in his calm state was that everything that was happening at that moment was being recorded on the phone and only he knew about it. His next thought was that maybe he should play along a little more and that he would have to disrupt his chi energy a little. The doctor noticed what was happening and shouted, asking what was wrong with him and calling for a nurse. At that moment, the guy pretended that his heart was stopping. Chang Taison thought that today his skills would rise to a whole new level, and the representatives of the law were in complete shock. Suddenly, the prosecutor heard someone calling his name. Turning around, he saw a man rushing towards him. Looking closely, he immediately recognized him and feverishly began to wonder what Deputy Director Cho was doing here. Without explaining anything, the man approached and swung his arm, slapping the young man so hard that he lost his balance and stumbled. Then, completely losing his balance, the young prosecutor took a few steps and fell backward, flailing his arms and legs. Bursting into the room, he shouted that they had done something wrong because he was standing behind the door and heard everything. So he knew what had happened and considered them guilty. The detective decided to justify their actions, saying that it was not what Deputy Director Cho thought, but the slap landed on him too. The slap was so strong and unexpected that the detective couldn't hold his balance and stumbled back a few steps, falling to the floor next to the prosecutor. After that, the man took out his phone, dialed a number, and started calling. On the other end, someone picked up the phone, said hello, and asked how he was doing. But without any preamble, the man shouted, calling his interlocutor names, and ordered him to teach his people a lesson. The other man asked what the conversation was about. The man was sure that it was the person on the other end of the line who had sent the prosecutor to the schoolboy about the fight, because the head of such a stupid act would not have done so. He expressed his opinion about the intelligence of his interlocutor and the young prosecutor, and asked if he wanted him to take his life with his own hands. At the meeting about expelling Chang Taison from school, the headmaster said that his presence contradicted the school's ideology, and they had to expel him. Teacher Kim tried to warn him that there was no verdict yet, and the boy could be acquitted. And what would they do then? The headmaster was unshakable in his decision and asked if his wishes did not coincide with his father's opinion and if he had no rights as the owner of the school. Smiling his unpleasant smile, he said that the prosecutor would take care of Chang Taison's arrest and that the boy was probably already sitting in the courtroom. His statement shocked everyone present. They had no idea that the case could unfold so quickly. One of the teachers dared to disagree with the headmaster, saying that the school could not do such a thing. He understood that he was taking a risk, but he felt it was the right thing to do. The deputy headmaster then spoke, saying that such measures could be taken after all the facts had been clarified and the judge had delivered his verdict. His words shocked the headmaster, who shouted that he would have to do something about the school's good name, which had been tarnished by this situation. The principal took the floor and said that they should wait for the results, because if they acted rashly, the school could be subject to an inspection by the Department of Education. This situation did not suit the headmaster, Yan, who asked why the principal was so indecisive and said they had to make a decision right now. He looked at everyone and shouted that the boy should be expelled, not even transferred, and that this was not a request, but an order from his father, the chairman. Then there was a knock at the door, and a young man entered the office. He asked the principal to excuse him, and the principal asked what else was going on, but allowed him to come in. The guy whispered something very hurriedly in his ear. The head listened, and when the guy finished, he asked what was going on, why the internet was going crazy. He looked again at the young man who had brought the news, and asked what was wrong again, whether some kind of battle had started on the internet again. Every morning, a nurse came into Chang Taison's room to check on his well-being and perform the necessary procedures, and this day was no exception. The guy smiled and replied that thanks to the care of the most beautiful nurse in the hospital, he was getting better every day. His words made the girl blush. She said that her heart beat faster after talking to him, and added that he seemed to be quite the playboy. His response made the girl feel even more embarrassed, and her heart beat faster. He said that her beauty could not be hidden anyway. Deciding not to miss the moment, the guy winked at her and said that if she were 5 years younger, he would definitely ask her out. These words touched the beautiful girl's heart, and she melted. She replied that even though his words were empty, she was very pleased. When she approached him to complete the necessary procedures, the young man laughed and said he had ordered pizza, which took the young woman by surprise. She asked what he had done. Chang Taison laughed again and replied that, in his opinion, the girl should also have a little snack. This blow also hit her right in the heart. The girl laughed sincerely and asked how he could be so well-mannered. The guy decided that his moment of glory had come, and folding his arms across his chest, he smugly closed his eyes and said that he was not only polite. The girl seemed to hang on his every word. After this phrase, her eyes widened and she froze in anticipation, very curious to hear what else he would say. Not wanting to keep the girl waiting, Chang Taison finished his sentence by saying that he was incredibly rich. Or, to be more precise, filthy rich. The girl was shocked by his confession. Her eyes became as big as 2 universes. She opened her mouth in surprise and asked if he was telling the truth. Chang Taison closed his eyes, imagining the girl confessing her feelings for him, how she admired his intelligence and quick wit. He imagined the girl stroking his head and saying that she believed he made a lot of money. Judging by his lifestyle, that money was everything to him. But instead, the nurse asked him not to play games because he needed rest, thanked him for the pizza, and the guy thought, this isn't a game. If the guy had been honest, he would have said that he was upset that she didn't believe him. But then, he thought it was better for him if no one knew. After the trading day, he summed up the results and, looking at the statistics, saw that the total trading volume for the day amounted to tens of billions. More important was the amount of his profit. After carefully calculating and checking everything, he came to the conclusion that his main capital now amounted to 20 billion. Sitting on a hospital bed in his pajamas and slippers, he laughed. Who would have thought that a high school student could invest so much money in stocks? His room had a huge window overlooking the city. After the incident, visitors were no longer allowed to see him, and the room became the perfect place. Now he could watch the city at any time. And suddenly, he thought that the disciplinary committee must be up to its ears in work right now. Headmaster Yang understood what the fuss on the internet was about. He watched a video where a student from their school told him how disgusting it was to go to school with his classmates. There were also scenes where Hong Sun-hyun admitted that he didn't like the smell of his classmates after breakfast. Together with the principal, the head watched a video in which the boy openly said that he didn't like seeing their faces and hearing the sound of the gears in their heads. Chang Taison's question about why a classmate would bully weak people like him was also in the video, but the headmaster still didn't understand what it meant. The entire council watched the video and heard Chang Taison tell Hong Sun-hoon that it was wrong to take money from classmates and beat them up. They watched the recording of the boys' conversation on the playground near the school several times and didn't know what to say. They didn't know that the whole school was present. By the time the conversation turned to Hong Sun-hoon's father and Chang Taison asked him to behave himself, at least for his father's sake, Principal Yang was already sweating profusely. Not to mention the moment when the video showed the process of transferring money that Hong Sun-hyun demanded in order to leave the guy's friends alone. The principal was particularly impressed when Hong Sun-hyun quoted his father's words about putting pressure on the servants so that they would not dare to raise their heads. When the entire board was reviewing the video posted on the internet, Chang Hyuk entered the principal's office. They greeted him with silence and continued watching. Next was a clip of Chang Taisong asking the guy if he was bullying the school students because of his father's words. As before, the guy replied that since the director's son was his father's friend, it was worth throwing in a little money and he would pretend that nothing had happened. Yan particularly liked this moment. He jumped up in front of the computer and started yelling at the guy in the video that he was talking nonsense. He watched the video and sincerely couldn't understand how he ended up being mentioned in it, his eyes widening with surprise with every word. Standing by the window and looking at the city, Chang Taison remembered how the man he had entrusted with the video had come to him and they had discussed all the details. The man then asked how far he should go, and the guy thought for a moment but did not answer right away. And as he handed the man the tape, he asked him to do everything possible to destroy the reputation of the people mentioned in the video. And now, in front of the computer screen, Chief Yang was shouting so loudly that saliva flew several meters forward, splattering everything around him. His phone had been ringing non-stop for quite some time, with call after call and message after message, but he did not answer. When he saw that it was his father calling, he realized that he had no choice but to answer. Picking up the phone, he asked his father in a fawning tone if he wanted to talk to him. His father yelled so loudly that everyone in the room could hear him, calling his son all sorts of offensive names. The head of the council stood under the watchful gaze of the council members. His father yelled that he was sure he would fail everything, told him to stay in school, and said he had already left. When his father finished scolding him and hung up the phone, the head was covered in sweat. He realized that he was close to the end. There were a lot of comments on TV, and there was a story in which the authorities promised to conduct a thorough investigation. After the TV report, Hong Chang-hyuk was attacked by reporters from all kinds of media outlets asking for explanations. At one of the press conferences, he was asked if it was true that he had pressured prosecutors and police officers. He apologized for everything and resigned from the city council. When Hong Sun-hyun regained consciousness, the police department visited him in the hospital to inform him of the charges and his right to an attorney. He remained in the hospital during his rehabilitation, and after it ended, he was arrested. He cried bitterly and blamed Chang Taison. As a result, most of those who followed him were expelled, transferred to other schools, or suspended from school altogether. The prosecutor who came to Chang Taison in the hospital with the charges filed a letter of resignation, saying goodbye to his boss and telling him he was very ashamed. Other personnel changes followed. Inspector Park Tong-suk and the investigator were also dismissed, and the head of the district office was removed from his post. Everything returned to normal. On weekdays, the school bus picked up the students from their stops, took them to school, and after classes, took them home. Chang Taison recovered, returned to school, and now every morning he could ride the school bus calmly, listen to music, and not be afraid. Now, every morning, looking out the window of the school bus and listening to musical ballads, he thought about how beautiful the world around him was. But just like 14 years ago, there was something that made his heart beat several times faster and his breath catch in his throat. This happened to him every morning on the way to school, at one of the stops on the way to school, when the bus picked up a girl named Lee Ye-rin. She hadn't changed, still with the same long hair and brown eyes, and when she smiled, it seemed as if the whole world was shining, and the boy felt good. Every morning, he admired the girl on his way to school and thought about how beautiful the world was and how great it was that everything was good again. After class, Chang Taison decided that he had had enough of just quietly watching the girl. So he reached out his hand and said, "Let me hold it." Standing next to him was the best girl on bus number 32, named Lee Ye-rin. She looked at him, trying to understand what he wanted from her. The fact that she was looking at him was a great joy for him. He smiled and said again, "Give me your bag. I'll hold it for you." The girl replied that she could carry her own bag. It wasn't heavy. The other girls heard his offer and said it was a pickup line. But Chang Taison was not going to give up. He reached out his hand to her and said, "Your bag looks heavy, and my hands are already tired of waiting." His words cheered the girl up, and she gave him her bag and said thank you. And he was beside himself with happiness because she had thanked him for the first time. At that moment, it seemed to the guy that everyone around them had disappeared, and only they remained on the bus. He held her bag like a precious treasure. Although, on the surface, it was still the same bus number 32 that took students to school every morning and picked them up in the evening to take them home. The guy was so nervous that Lee Ye-rin was standing next to him that he even broke out in a sweat from the strain and importance of the situation. The girl asked if he was okay. During the trip, several other girls gave him their backpacks to hold. There were so many that it was difficult to hold them, and the guy began to shake. The backpacks were on his knees and near the seat, but he decided not to lose face and replied that everything was fine. He said that people should help each other in this cruel world, and that no matter how old a man is when he meets his first love, he will still become a fool. Lee Ye-rin didn't like that Chang Taison was holding other girls' backpacks besides hers. The girls on the bus laughed, and she turned around and thought, "Those girls." She looked around and saw that not only the two behind her were laughing, but everyone on the bus was giggling and whispering, and the guy felt like a hero. While she stood there thinking, the guy decided that now was the time to introduce himself and said his name. She asked him again in surprise. He looked up at her from below, weighed down by other people's bags and briefcases, and with a charming smile, he repeated his name, Chang Taison. They continued on their way as if nothing had happened. The guy was incredibly happy and very proud that he had managed to get to know her. The girl just sighed as she looked at him and began to remember when she first saw him, what he was like. These images flashed before her eyes. The guy took out his headphones, put them in his ears, turned on his favorite ballads on his phone, and, lost in his thoughts, rode happily to school. Lee Ye-rin remembered that Chang Taison had started riding this bus a year ago. He looked unsure of himself and slumped over, but that was only until the summer holidays. Getting off the bus with the other girls, Lee Ye-rin replayed the memories in her mind and thought that he had changed a lot over the summer. She didn't even notice how long she had been staring at him until she heard her classmates calling her name, urging her to hurry so they wouldn't be late. As soon as the boy entered the classroom, his friends pounced on him, so happy about his return that the whole school could hear them. They had missed him so much that it was no surprise that one of his friends greeted him by jokingly pouncing on him. And when the guy sat down at his desk, he even managed to slap him, saying that he had just returned and already had to take tests. Another friend jumped up after him, also pretending to attack him, and said that if he were in his place, he would stay in the hospital on purpose to skip the exams. Then Chun approached last, pretending to hit him in the throat with his elbow, and told the guy he would have to say goodbye to the hospital drink. After that, they all pounced on him, asking why he had returned to school at all, and whether he had asked the nurse for her phone number. They fooled around, pretending to attack him, telling him to be happy that he got away with just a concussion, and to thank his lucky stars for that. When they let him go, the guy burst into tears, smiling incessantly, thanking them, saying they looked very cool, and that they envied him. Then they stood in a row with their arms folded across their chests, smiling. And he thought they were trying to support him. Such fools. But they were his dearest friends. Soon, the teacher entered the classroom, asking if they were ready for the test, and telling them not to embarrass him like they did on the last exam. It was Teacher Kim. He looked around the classroom and, seeing that Chang Taison had returned, smiled and asked sympathetically how he was feeling and if he was better. The boy felt great. During his time in a private room at the hospital, he was able to brush up on his knowledge of the subjects and replied that he was fine. He smiled sincerely at the teacher and thanked him for asking about his well-being, saying he felt very energetic. The teacher smiled, closing his eyes as he remembered how wonderful it was that he and the board had decided not to expel him prematurely. Chang Taison smiled back. He didn't know that there had been a real struggle for him at the school board meeting, but he was grateful to the teacher for his concern. It was their last lesson before the test. The teacher talked to his favorite students and said that their lesson was coming to an end. As he was leaving, he paused at the door and asked them to do their best on the tests and not to regret it when they realized that this was the best time of their lives. The teacher's words made Chang Taison think that he was right and that they were the only people who truly understood the meaning of those words. When the teacher left, they stayed behind to write the test. And the boy thought about how when a person goes out into the world, there is no one left to fuss over them. Looking at the teacher left behind to watch over them, the boy thought that after a person leaves, they miss every little thing that was in their homeland and in their school. When he looked at the tasks he had to do, he couldn't help but smile and thought it was a real miracle. They sat in the same classroom, each at their own desk, and each had their own assignment. Looking at his assignments again, the boy was delighted. The reason for his joy was that the tests seemed easy to him, so he immediately rushed to solve them. He thought that today was a turning point. The next morning, at the same time, the same people met on the 32 bus, Chang Taison and the girl he was in love with, Li Yedin. The guy sat in the same seat, and the girl stood next to him. He handed her a chocolate bar and said he had been waiting several days to give it to her. Li Yedin did not expect such a gesture from him. She did not rush to take the gift and looked at him in surprise. Seeing her confusion, the guy said that she would soon be taking her exams and that sugar was a great stimulant for short-term memory. This became a topic of discussion among the girls. They argued about whether Li Yedin liked him. Some said she also liked chocolate, while others were jealous of her beauty. The girl accepted the gift and said thank you, to which the guy replied that he was only a sophomore, so she shouldn't be so nervous. On the bus, other guys were staring at him, and he thought that the girl had never met anyone who would court her like that. A guy sitting nearby, clearly a senior, was indignant at his behavior and thought indignantly, what nonsense. Chang Taison paid no attention to this. He only looked at the girl, asked her how she had done on her exams, and today was carrying only his backpack. She stood next to him, looking as gorgeous as ever in his eyes, her backpack on her shoulders. And she replied shyly that they were fine, not noticing anyone around them. It seemed that she also enjoyed talking to the guy more and more. She laughed and asked how his exams went. Her laughter sounded better than a bell. The guy was happy that he could openly look at the girl and talk to her, and he said cheerfully that he had also passed all his exams with flying colors. Li Yedin, not hiding her joy, replied that he looked as if he had received the highest marks on all his exams and laughed again. At that moment, the guy was beaming with joy. He closed his eyes and enjoyed the fact that he had passed his exams with flying colors and that his beloved girl was by his side. Everything was perfect. His beaming expression answered the question of whether he had really received the highest marks, and the girl asked if it was true. He replied that, as far as he knew, she was the best student in Changchu Girls' High School, and now he was also the best in Changchu Boys' High School. The whole bus heard their conversation, and the girls in the neighboring seats admired how cute he was. The best in the whole school, and how cool he was. Chang Taison laughed at the whole bus and said he had the impression that the teachers had deliberately made the exam too easy. The girl looked at him admiringly. She couldn't think of anything to say, so she just admired him modestly. Emboldened, Chang Taison asked if she had a phone and if she could give him her number, promising to text her sometimes to cheer her up before exams. Without a moment's hesitation, the girl gave him her number. His dream had come true. He now had a phone number signed as Li Yedin. The guy beamed like the sun, and since this all happened on the bus, the girls admired and wondered how everything was working out for them. The three friends who always discussed their interactions said that it looks like they had exchanged phone numbers. Jealous, Na Yoon was indignant that it was so soon. For the rest of the trip, the guy forgot that he liked listening to music. He just sat on the bus, looked out the window, and smiled constantly. Li Yedin, who was standing next to him, also couldn't take her huge brown eyes off him. She really liked his communication and attention. When the girls got off the bus, her friends started waving at the guy and winking at him. which of course made Liadin unhappy. The bus drove on as usual, but today, it carried the happiest guy in the world, who was beaming like the sun and couldn't contain his joy. Chang Taison opened his phone and went to his address book to rejoice once again that he now had her number. He sat there smiling, headphones in his ears, admiring the new entry in his phone book, until he heard someone calling him from behind. The guys sitting at the back of the bus demanded that he come over to them immediately. They looked extremely determined and very upset. The guy didn't react, so one of them, a big fat guy, growled that he seemed to be deaf. He told him to come over. Chang Taison didn't know why they were calling him and decided not to engage. The big guy told him again to come over and called him a rat's cub. The guy turned around and recognized the big guy, who had been written about several times in the local newspaper. His name was Che Hyun-chan, and he told him to come over. Chang Taison slowly got up and slowly walked to the back of the bus, where he stopped and put his hand on the back of the seat. Putting on a bored look, he asked what they wanted from him. His voice was confident, without a hint of nervousness. The guys weren't expecting that response, and they yelled at him, asking how he dared talk to them like that. It seemed like he had lost his fear somewhere. One of the guys turned his head toward the big guy and asked what they should do with the kid. Maybe they should throw him off the bus. The big guy mimicked the guy's voice and said, "Maybe you should give me your number," adding that if he decided to hit on the girl, he would make mincemeat of him. Then, looking at the guy, he corrected himself and said that it wouldn't even be minced meat, but just stewed meat. But Chang Taison smiled silently. Also smiling, he looked boldly at the guy and said he didn't want to bring it to that. So what should they do in that case? The reaction was quite predictable. The big guy started asking what he had just said, and then insults rained down on the guy. He grabbed the railing, squeezing it, and spraying saliva all around, and growled for the guy to remember firmly that Li Yadin was only his. Imperturbable and incredibly calm, Chang Taison folded his arms across his chest and said in a bored voice that he was tired of listening to the bear's growling. The bear growled even louder, and his eyes nearly popped out of their sockets in surprise. He couldn't comprehend the guy's behavior. However, Che Hyun-chan remained seated, while the guy sitting next to him jumped up and was about to rush at Chang Taison. But Chan reacted instantly, thanks to his upgraded skills, grabbing the guy's fist and twisting it around. Only a few seconds had passed since the attacker jumped up, and now he was lying on the floor of the bus, not understanding how it had happened. Seeing what had happened to their friend, the big guy and his friend jumped up, ready to rush at the guy and tear him apart. The fat guy's eyes were flashing. Chang Taison turned around, smiling as if nothing had happened, and told him that it helped relieve stress on the day of the last midterm exam. They were barely holding back their anger, ready to attack, but Chang Taison smiled and spread his arms wide, asking if they were ready to entertain him. He added that they were as dumb as corks and that they didn't care about their exam results, unlike him. The guys looked at him with uncomprehending eyes. He pulled their friend closer by his tie and said that he was in no hurry today, so he was ready to have a good fight with them. He asked if everything was clear to Choi Hyun-chan, who wasn't listening to anything. He yelled in a silent voice for him to shut up, promising to break his back right then and there. The driver, noticing that something was wrong in the cabin, slammed on the brakes, stopped the bus, and shouted at them, asking what they were doing and what they had done. Looking in the rearview mirror, he was surprised because Chang Taison suddenly bowed and apologized on behalf of all three of them for the inconvenience. It must be said that his actions confused the hooligans even more, and they called him names, while the guy thought that they would not understand his actions. Still bowing and apologizing to the bus driver for their behavior, he thought about his dream of becoming a model citizen. He also wanted to build several buildings in Gangnam and several villas on Jeju Island or abroad, as well as a private plane or car. He wanted to live peacefully on the money he had earned, and those who wanted to take away his cherished dream would be punished with a curse for all eternity. The next morning, during lunch break, the boys went to the school cafeteria, where the nutritionist wished them bon appetit. The food was served on a tray. There was soup, rice, meat with gravy. Everything was neatly arranged in compartments, but the guys didn't like it. They tried everything that was offered to them. Chang Taison ate silently, while his friends complained that it was impossible to eat, and that even dogs were fed better food. The lady insisted that they eat the soup, saying it was very healthy. The boys discussed that she was the principal's mistress, and that because of her, they had to eat this cheap food. Chang Taison remembered seeing this woman near the school, just as cheap pasta in tin cans was being unloaded from a huge truck. He didn't finish his meal and went to return his tray. The woman noticed him and couldn't help but say aloud how handsome he was. Seeing that he had eaten almost nothing, she asked him about it, and reminded him that he would be punished at the end of his life for such an attitude towards food. The boy went to the trash can, threw everything on his tray into a trash bag, and asked if it seemed like no one had ever punished the woman. He walked past her, and she was outraged, saying that he should apologize for such words to such a kind and beautiful girl. She was furious, and without turning to her, the guy said she should get a beating so that she would suffer less after death. Hearing his words, she couldn't hold back and yelled at the top of her lungs, asking how he dared to talk to her like that, and if he had said everything he wanted to say. In response, the guy asked in a calm and polite tone if the executive director was feeling well, and smirked. She didn't immediately understand the meaning of his question, but then she realized and yelled even louder, demanding to know what he had done. From the dining room, the guy headed to the executive director's office. He was also having lunch, but his food was completely different. The guy knocked, asked to come in, and the executive director allowed him to enter and asked what had happened, without stopping eating for a moment. He was in a great mood and, adjusting his glasses, told the guy to hurry up and tell him what he had come for. Looking at the table with the executive director's food, the guy shouted without further ado, asking for some meat. The director was sitting in a chair at a large table with plates of food in front of him. The young man sat down next to him, and the director stammered and asked him to repeat his request for meat. He tensed up for a moment, then laughed, pointing to the plates of food on the table in front of him and saying, "Help yourself if you want." The guy looked at him straight and openly, looking him straight in the eye, and said he had misunderstood. It wasn't him who needed meat, but the kids. The principal was silent, and the guy continued, saying that the whole school knew that the principal had replaced the school nutritionist with his lady love. His speech was unexpected for the principal, who remained silent. The guy continued, saying that since last year, the food for the students had turned into dog food. He added that each student pays 3,500 won for one lunch, while the principal tried to digest the phrase dog food. The boy continued, saying that everywhere else, students are given meat at least 3 times a week, and only at their school do children eat tvenjen pasta soup for their money. Looking the principal in the eye again, the boy hoped that his speech had made the right impression and concluded his critique of the poorly composed menu. The principal seemed horrified by what he had heard, his hands even trembling. Chang Taison added that only by eating well would they be able to study. That wasn't all. To finish his speech, the boy decided to ask the principal to file an official complaint with the police. Having said all this, he stood up, bowed, and thanked the director, but the latter did not let him go and addressed him by name, calling him dear. Slowly becoming angry, he said that no matter how young the boy was, he had to take responsibility for his words. But Chang Taison laughed and said that everyone except the executive director of the school knew that he had only told the truth. While the principal was recovering from the young man's words, he thought that he had spent 500 million to deal with Hong Sun-hyun. The lawyers had to pay for everything, but they were professionals. After leaving the principal's office, he called Deputy Park to ask him to call the school principal and the vice principal. He thought that if the executive director left, the school would be turned upside down. Now, he just wanted them to add a meat snack to the dog food. That same evening, Park Tae-ju met at a bar on the outskirts of town with a certain gentleman with whom they drank beverages with ice. This gentleman looked seriously at Park Tae-jun and asked how exactly he should deal with the guy and suggested killing him. Park Tae-ju, bringing a glass of strong drink to his mouth, said indifferently that he needed to deal with it quietly and not attract attention. The man poured Park Tae-ju a drink and assured him of his complete readiness and loyalty, saying that all he had to do was give the order. He added that dealing with some teenager was easier than easy for him. They sat on sofas at a table laden with dishes. Park Tae-ju sat with his right hand on the back of the sofa. And the man continued, saying that there were many among the street kids who wanted to join their organization. Smiling, the man added that he was ready to carry out any order and that he would not disappoint him. First, he would deal with the schoolboy. Park Tae-ju raised his glass and said that if the man organized everything quietly and discreetly, he would reward him twice as much. The man thanked him for his trust. Park Tae-ju put down his glass, banged his clenched fists on the table, and thought that he had lost everything, and now had only money and malice left. The alcohol went to his head, and he shouted unabashedly to the entire establishment that Chang Taison would pay for everything and that he would say goodbye to life. They were sitting in a separate booth, but the man yelled so loudly that everyone in the establishment at that moment heard him. The next day, when Chang Taison came to school, the homeroom teacher rushed into the classroom where the students were sitting, insistently repeating the boy's name. Standing in the doorway, he waved his arms to get their attention, and they all turned around. Of course, the class was curious to know why the boy was being called. Chang Taison was confused. He also couldn't understand why the homeroom teacher had rushed to them so hurriedly and was calling him so insistently. Teacher Kim looked at the boy with a confused look and asked, stammering, what he had done. The whole class froze, and then everyone began to whisper. Unable to restrain himself, the teacher picked him up and showed him to the whole class, then approached the boy and shouted how he could be so perfect. He walked straight to the desk where the boy was sitting and showed him the report card. The whole class turned silently and stared at the boy. His classmates didn't believe it and started shouting that the boy was a cheater, that he had faked something and couldn't have written the test like that, and they demanded a thorough investigation. The teacher agreed with their arguments and said that the boy should explain everything, as his classmates demanded proof. In response to this provocation, Chang Taison smiled and thought, "Kids, you're all doomed. Try to survive." He said aloud, "There's nothing we can do about it." Neither the teacher nor the boy's friends standing next to him knew how to respond. They just stood silently with their eyes wide. The boy raised his head, glanced at everyone, and slowly said that today, he would buy pizza for everyone. The whole class howled with happiness. However, neither the teacher nor his friends liked the news. They continued to look at the guy with frowns and clenched teeth. That wasn't all. Raising his hand and holding up all his fingers except his index and middle fingers, the boy shouted that the internet cafe was on him today. This news melted the hearts of his friends, and the whole class rejoiced. The teacher stood there with the report card, not understanding how everything had changed. His friends immediately changed their tune and began to praise him, saying that he was so smart, had prepared well, and that they believed in him. They even stood up for him in front of the teacher, saying he was a good boy who had prepared well. The boy just spread his arms and said he had already explained everything to his friends. The teacher understood what had happened, laughed, and said the boy was free to go. He thought to himself how simple-minded his friends were. It was lunchtime, and the guys went to the cafeteria as a friendly crowd. They were very hungry and looking forward to their meal. The lunch surprised them. There was rice, soup, appetizers on a separate plate, and chicken. The guys shouted, "How come yesterday we had roast pork and today we have a whole chicken?" There was a new nutritionist at the school. She heard the boys' words and said that if it wasn't enough, she would try harder, and laughed. The whole school rejoiced. They had a celebration for the appointment of the new dietitian, whose arrival brought a peaceful and calm atmosphere. The girl made sure that high-quality local products bought at the market were served as side dishes. Classes ended, and it was time for the promised pizza. The whole class rushed to the nearest pizzeria, pushing each other aside as they placed their orders. There was a whole crowd of them, and everyone wanted to get in before the others, waving their arms, pointing their fingers, and shouting out the names of the pizzas they wanted. The cashier, however, was very calm. She smiled and asked why they were so active and why they were shouting so loudly, as she could hear everything. They explained that today they were eating pizza at the expense of the top student who had received the highest score on all the exams. And the girl asked if it was Chang Taison. Her question surprised the boys, and they asked her if she knew their classmate since she was asking about him. The girl smiled and replied that, according to rumors, it was thanks to this guy that everything was calm at school now, and asked where he was. The boys dispersed and pointed to Chang Taison, who was sitting at a table by the other wall, and shouted, "He's over there!" He looked at them in surprise. He decided it would be right to go over and say hello himself and place an order. So he got up and, feeling embarrassed, approached the cash register. As he walked, all the girls in the pizzeria turned to look at him, saying how handsome and cool he was, and he looked back at them too. When he approached, the cashier girl asked him, still smiling, if he had enough money, since he had brought a whole crowd of guys with him. He raised his left hand in greeting and said not to worry, thinking to himself that today's revenue had exceeded 1 billion won. Leaving the guys to place their orders, he returned to the table and heard someone apologize behind him. It was a girl with short blonde hair. She asked if he was a second-year high school student, and he replied in the affirmative, and the girl asked for his phone number. She was tall and slender, with short blonde hair and huge eyes, and she worked as a waitress at this pizzeria. The guy smiled, waved his hand, and, deciding not to get her hopes up, replied that he already had a girlfriend he liked. Of course, his friends didn't miss this situation, and they started shouting that the guy was a lucky bastard, and saying how jealous they were of him. The girl decided not to give up so easily, and asked him if he had a girlfriend he liked, which made him think. When he hesitated, the girl understood everything, smiled, and said with satisfaction, "I see. So you don't have a girlfriend." So she leaned over and, still smiling, asked if he would give her his number, which scared him a lot. As she waited for his answer, he stood up on his chair and began to frantically think about what to do. He saw that the girl was simply unstoppable. Chang Taison replied that, in his opinion, it was wrong, even though his love was unrequited. But he needed to remain faithful to this relationship. After listening to his arguments, the girl found his position very amusing and laughed loudly and heartily, but he did not convince her. She was still waiting for his number. But Chang Taison was lost in thought as he looked at the girl. It seemed to him that he had seen her somewhere before, and he racked his brains trying to remember where. He looked at her badge, which said her name was Kim So-ryung. He frantically searched his memory for names, and suddenly remembered. Chang Taison grabbed the table he was sitting at with both hands and shouted in rage, thinking, "It can't be. Is this the So-ryung I know?" His memories were from the past. This girl was the most famous idol star who would represent Korea in the future. She would become the leader of the group FOB and the face of the group, and she would be called the main idol among female idols. Friends watching all this from the sidelines wept crocodile tears, agreeing that their friend was simply an incredible jerk. An Chang-san looked at the girl standing in front of him, who knew nothing about her future, and tried to understand whether it was all a dream or reality. The girl was persistent. She continued to stand in front of the guy, looking at him and smiling, asking how long he was going to keep her waiting. Chang Taison, as if spellbound, continued to look at her silently, not taking his eyes off her, thinking that it was really her. He couldn't believe it. At that very moment, he heard someone calling his name. Turning around, he saw Lee Ye-rin entering the pizzeria. She looked at him with her huge brown eyes, and the guy thought, why? Why did she show up right now? Noticing her appearance, Kim So-ryun turned away from the guy and greeted the girl respectfully, as if she were a senior. It was painful to look at the guy. He was poor, pale, and sweating. He did not expect his beloved girl to appear at such a moment. Chang Taison sent her messages from time to time, but they were mostly silly jokes or awkward greetings. The girl called him by name and was surprised herself that his name had slipped out of her mouth during this unexpected encounter. Lee Ye-rin came with her friends, and when they saw that she had approached this popular guy, they asked if she knew him, and what a pleasant meeting it was. The guy stood next to Kim So-ryun, and Lee Ye-rin's friends continued to discuss him, saying that he was very well built and handsome in general. Once again, the guy's friends stood by, commenting that he was such a jerk who spent all his vacations honing his Casanova skills without them. One of his friends pointed at Lee Ye-rin and said he knew her, that she was the most popular girl in the girls' school and was in her 3rd year. His friends were furious, saying that their friend was already at the top of the rankings with the highest score, and now he had surpassed them here as well. Chang Taison tried to calm himself down mentally, coughed as confidently and naturally as possible, and asked if the girl had also come to eat pizza. The girl came closer to him and said that was indeed the case. Her friends had invited her and offered to treat her, and here they were. Lee Ye-rin's words surprised Chang Taison. He even opened his mouth in surprise and asked again why they had offered to treat her. Her friends decided not to miss the chance. One said her name was Eun-kyung, and the other introduced herself as Sera, the most beautiful girl in school. The guy did not expect such excitement about himself. After recovering a little, he laughed and greeted them in return. The friends began to complain to him that Lee Ye-rin had passed her exams again, and that it was terrible that she hadn't told them about such a handsome acquaintance. One of the girls came closer to him, and poking him flirtatiously with her finger, asked if he was just an acquaintance from a lower grade. Kim So-ryun, who had been standing next to the guy all this time, rejoiced inwardly. She thought, I knew it. She's just an acquaintance from a higher grade. She approached the guy and, smiling at Lee Ye-rin, asked if she was the object of Chang Taison's unrequited love. After that question, Lee Ye-rin approached the guy, looked trustingly into his eyes, and asked him mentally, what was going on here? He was so embarrassed, he wanted to sink into the ground. Kim So-ryun couldn't hide her joy. It seemed she had just played her cards right. The moment the girl asked that fateful question, the entire pizzeria held its breath, and then erupted in screams. The guys shouted and raged, then silence fell. Lee Ye-rin lowered her head and hid her eyes, reproachfully asking Kim So-ryun what she had done. However, Kim So-ryun was not embarrassed in the least. Smiling and squinting with pleasure, she asked the girl what she wanted. She was extremely pleased with herself. After a short pause, Lee Ye-rin turned to the girl again and asked her if she knew Chang Taison well. She replied, unabashedly, smiling, that they had only met today for the first time, and looked up at her with a sly smile. The girl asked again, and Kim So-ryun confirmed that the guy had exhaled, saying that it seemed he would live. After that, something incredible happened. Kim So-ryun continued, saying that even though they had only met today, the guy was completely to her taste, and his jaw dropped. Kim So-ryun turned to Chang Taison and pointed at him with both hands, saying that not only was he a good student, but he was also very handsome. Her words immediately shocked the guy, then enraged him. He screamed inside, not understanding why the girl was treating him so badly. Her friends were in tears, calling him all sorts of nasty names, calling him a fool, and openly saying how jealous they were of him. They stood in the middle of the pizzeria, facing each other, both tall and beautiful. One a brunette with long hair, the other a blonde with short hair. After listening to Kim So-ryun, Lee Ye-rin laughed and said that she completely agreed with the girl's opinion about Chang Taison, that he was indeed handsome. Once again, in a matter of minutes, the guy's jaw simply dropped. Kim So-ryun was also surprised to hear the answer. It turned out that it wasn't that simple. The guy stood there, looking from one girl to the other, while a group of guys in the other corner of the pizzeria wondered how he could have not one, but two girlfriends. Seeing Chang Taison's confusion, Lee-in approached him, laughing sincerely, and said that she couldn't behave like that and say such things. Kim So-ryun was the first to recover. She looked at the girl with sincere admiration and said that she was simply an incredible girl. She approached Chang Taison and Lee-in, who were standing nearby. The guy looked at her questioningly, but she kept looking at the girl. Then she walked past her with a smirk. Lee-in noticed her gaze and frowned, realizing that she was up to something, but she wasn't sure what. After taking a few steps, and without turning her head, Kim So-ryun said so that everyone could hear that now they would play fair with her. Lee-in remained silent, but the girl's words surprised her. She tried to figure out what it could mean and how she should behave. Chang Taison already understood that he was in serious trouble. He broke out in a sweat, turned pale, and tried to diffuse the situation by mentioning that the weather was nice today. Kim So-ryun was about to leave for work when she suddenly remembered something important, turned to them, and called out to the guy by name. She shouted so that everyone in the pizzeria could hear. The girl asked if Lee-in knew his phone number. The guy did not expect such a blow, but the girl continued, saying that if she knew it, then she also needed his phone number. Lee-in turned around indignantly and glared at her rival. Kim So-ryun, not at all embarrassed, crossed the fingers of her left hand, raised it up, and said with a frank smile, "It's just fair play." Once again, the guy was ready to sink through the ground, but then Lee-in looked at him and told him to give the girl his phone number. Kim So-ryun's gaze showed that she was celebrating a small but very important victory in this uncompromising battle for the guy's heart. However, Chang Taison remained silent, standing with his mouth open and not moving. Lee-in repeated her request, telling him to give the girl his phone number. Chang Taison imagined them facing each other, as if in a boxing ring, and wondered if this was the battle for pride between girls that he had heard about. Instead of being happy, he was hysterical. He broke out in a sweat again and cried inside, something he could not even imagine. However, there was nothing he could do. In front of Lee-in, he asked Kim So-ryun for her cell phone. The girl handed him the phone and looked at him expectantly. Now, under the watchful gaze of both girls and the entire pizzeria, the guy entered his phone number into Kim So-ryun's phone. As he typed in the number, he smiled inwardly and envied no one more than himself, because a real soap opera was unfolding between them. After saving his number in her phone, he pressed the call button. His friends stopped crying and watched intently as events unfolded. The guy thought that things had turned out pretty well for them. On the one hand, first love, and on the other, a future supermodel. Only his classmates were unhappy with the plot development, calling him all sorts of names that betrayed their undisguised envy. Meanwhile, the cashier girl rushed to call someone on the phone and tell them what was happening there. Her interlocutor turned out to be a man who had been seen in the bar with Hong Chang-hyuk. He said that he would take care of the guy today and told her to call the guys. At that moment, the coach noticed that the man had walked away to talk on the phone and shouted at him not to skip training. However, he did not respond. So the old man approached him, called him again, and told him to answer quickly. Again, there was silence, so the coach put his hand on his shoulder, but the man turned around, and the old man saw a terrible grimace of anger. The man grabbed the old man and threw him over his shoulder. His rage and anger were so strong that it seemed as if nothing could scare him. After knocking the old man down, the man growled wildly, his eyes bulging out of their sockets. He seemed to be out of his mind and out of control. He growled with such malice and hatred, his mouth wide open, saliva flying in all directions, that he promised to bury Chang Taison no later than today. After signing a contract to publish his novel and receiving his first royalty payment, Chang Taison, as promised, bought his father a new car from the dealership. The whole family was delighted. After buying the car, they all went shopping together and bought new clothes and shoes for everyone. The guy's sisters were the happiest of all. He also organized workers for the garden. Throughout the day, his father tried to persuade them to rest, but they refused, saying that they were getting paid for their work. He also bought an apartment in the city. The whole family was delighted with this news and was very happy for him. The whole family watched as equipment and furniture were delivered to the upper floors with the help of a crane. The girls were the most excited of all. In the evenings after school, Chang Taison enjoyed the sound of the keyboard clicks echoing in the empty room, and the topic of investment continued. He moved out of his parents' house and now spent less time commuting, devoting the freed up time to himself. Every day, he followed the trading on the stock exchange and counted his earnings. One day, they amounted to 7 billion. For the next day, he planned for 9. In one day, the stock price rose tenfold. He made even more profitable deals and was sincerely convinced that the world was beautiful. He was disappointed that he didn't work with futures and options, which required a different starting amount. He thought about this as he stepped out onto his balcony in the evening. The guy enjoyed the beautiful full moon and the magical evening and thought that he was actually waiting for the right moment. His apartment had a huge, beautiful balcony where he would go in the evenings and think about waiting for the subprime mortgage crisis. It was 2007, and imported raw materials were becoming more expensive and prices on the international currency market were rising. The guy was waiting for this moment. However, he was still a high school student and had to go to school. One day, a friend asked him if he was going home. It was now pleasant to go to school. Everything was quiet and peaceful. The guy finished his notes, smiled, and said he was going. He got up from his desk and thought with anticipation about whether he should go home to see how much he had earned today. The school day ended, and the boys ran home happy and satisfied. Chang Taison thought it wasn't so bad to go back to school. This time, even the studies he couldn't stand at first came much easier to him. He grasped things faster and got excellent results. He was so lost in thought that he didn't notice Tochun walking in front of him and almost fell himself and knocked his friend down. The guy immediately started complaining about why he was stuck, since he had almost bumped into him. But the other guy looked ahead with surprised eyes and stuttered. Looking ahead, Chang Taison saw 5 young men from Chae Hyun-chan's gang waiting for them near the school exit. However, Chang Taison was not afraid and asked loudly if they needed something, as they looked like a herd of sheep. Hearing this, they told him to shut up. 3 of the guys were standing, 2 were squatting, and one of the seated guys asked, pointing at Chang Taison, if it was him. The second guy confirmed it. Then the first one, without even standing up, yelled at the guy by name and made a face that was probably meant to scare him. The guy was a little surprised. He was sure he didn't know them, but since they knew his name, it made him wary, and he asked if they knew each other. One of the guys standing there joked that they were his friends and laughed. The guy standing in the middle called him a nasty name and told him to follow them. Chang Taison appreciated the gangster's joke and thought about what he could possibly have in common with such losers. But he kept quiet. He turned to his friends and smiled, telling them they could go on ahead. He was surprisingly calm and didn't seem afraid at all. But his friends went with him, asking if he would pay for pizza and the internet cafe today. And the guy asked in surprise where they were going. It dawned on him that they were trying to protect him from the gangsters. He cried silently in his mind and said aloud what true friends he had. The thugs took them to a residential area, somewhere behind a warehouse, where there was a playground where they couldn't be found. The gangsters, who had been sent to bring the guy back, were the first to return. They walked in proudly, like masters, announcing that they had brought Chang Taison. Chu Hyun-chan's entire gang was assembled and waiting for the guy to be brought in. The guys were eager to flex their fists and had an important task to accomplish. The gang leader himself sat in the center on pallets, surrounded by his followers, and once again called the guy nasty names. To his credit, Chang Taison remained calm and said that the guy was exaggerating a little, as if he were filming a movie, and called him names too. He came today with a support group, and when he called Chae Hyun-chan names, his friends behind him burst out laughing and started repeating the offensive word. This situation made the fat guy even angrier. He made an angry face and, stuttering a little, promised that today the guy would say goodbye to life. In response to his threats, Chang Taison looked at him with an open, direct gaze. There was not a trace of fear in his eyes, only defiance and mockery. They stood facing each other, Chang Taison in front of his friends, Chae Hyun-chan at the head of his gang, which outnumbered Chang's. The place where they were standing evoked strange feelings in Chang Taison. He thought he heard a loud noise, and it bothered him. After he started training, not only did his physical strength increase, but his intuition and other senses also became more acute. He felt that something was not right here. He looked at them and asked if they knew that what they were doing was a particularly serious crime. In this regard, he suggested that they disperse peacefully, because life is only a short moment, and it is not worth wasting it on a useless confrontation. One of the gangsters said to the leader, "The guy seems to have lost his mind," and the second promised to knock some sense into him immediately. Raising his index finger, Chang Taison informed them that they were committing a criminal offense under Article 261. He described the characteristics of the crime, but the gangsters didn't understand and froze, as they had never encountered such an opponent before. The guy continued, saying that even if he just got a bloody nose, they would be to blame, and reminded them that he had recently been in the hospital. The gangsters, who were ready to pounce on him, froze when he said that their parents would be held responsible for everything. However, Chae Hyun-chan was not convinced by his words at all. He was still determined to take revenge on the guy, and preferably not with his own hands. Seeing that he had lit a cigarette, Chang Taison decided to tease him, saying that tobacco would interfere with his athletic career and that he had excrement for brains. The friends standing behind the guy just grunted. They were sure that the guy would be able to convince the gangsters to end everything peacefully, so they were calm. His words caught the attention of Chae Hyun-chan, who shouted that his older brothers would deal with the consequences and that the gangsters' task was to beat the guy up. It was then that Chang Taison's friends realized that a peaceful resolution was not possible. They suggested asking the gangsters for forgiveness and quietly and peacefully going their separate ways. Turning to them, Chang Taison smiled and said mockingly that these guys only know how to bark and that they shouldn't say they're scared. The thugs replied that they were minors and would get away with a fine, while the guy would have to undergo a long period of rehabilitation. They also knew a thing or two. They added insults to their speech, And the guy thought that it was because of such representatives of youth that the laws needed to be tightened. Because of the criminal justice system, decent citizens suffer from attacks by such teenagers, and Chang Taison mentally promised to repeal this law. Xiu Hyun-chan got tired of talking and came to deal with the guy. So he yelled, and the guys immediately went on the attack. They raised their hands and yelled. Each of them had a piece of iron pipe, while the guy stood with his bare hands and a backpack on his shoulder. Chang Taison's friends, who were standing behind him, shouted in unison, "Reinforcement bars!" Their jaws dropped and their eyes widened in fear. Chang Taison had not originally planned for them to participate in this event, so he told them to move back to a safe distance. He pushed them against the wall himself, but when he stepped back, he caught his foot on the curb and suddenly realized he was falling. When he realized what had happened, he screamed in fear. The gangsters were already rushing towards them, swinging their iron bars and shouting at the top of their lungs that they would take revenge on their leader and that the guy was finished. The guy's friends started shouting and calling his name, but he didn't get up, remaining seated on the ground, and two gangsters were already running towards him. These two were in front, jumping up and down to get a better swing, while the others kept up, running, waving their arms, and yelling at the top of their lungs. Chang Taison, still sitting on the ground, looked up at his attackers, his eyes wide with horror, wondering how everything had turned out this way. The bandits were not at all bothered by the fact that the guy was lying on the ground. The principle of not hitting someone who is down did not apply to them. They had clear instructions from their leader. The guy looked helpless lying on the ground, and the first bandits who ran up did not expect to receive greetings to the jaw with their feet. Unfortunately, it cost them several teeth. Chang Taison kicked the first attackers away and then jumped up sharply. When he landed, he started throwing punches and shouted that they were lucky to have caught him off guard and asked where they had gotten those weapons. One by one, he knocked out all the attackers, even though they were armed with metal bars, and took up a defensive position again. But there were no more attackers. He suddenly became impatient and said he wanted to finish everything quickly because he and his friends still had plans for the evening. The guy had the power of the 5 elements at his disposal, and deciding that today was the time to use all of its capabilities, he activated it. The ease with which he dealt with his men surprised and shocked Chae Hyun-chan, but it also angered him, and he growled like a beast. Seeing that his fighters were frozen in fear, he ordered them to hurry up and not stand still, and they obediently immediately moved to attack. The power of the 5 elements was activated. Only Chang Taison knew about it, and he decided to show the gangsters how the main character in a movie defeats the villain. Absolutely confident in the power of the 5 elements, the guy grinned, ran forward, and thought it was time to put on a show. The technique worked perfectly, and the gangsters flew in different directions with various injuries. Today, Chang Taison was the boss of the neighborhood. Today, he was determined and ruthless. Just like the attackers, he was going to crush everyone who had previously mocked and bullied him. His friends stood at a safe distance near the wall of the building. Earlier, they were sure that all was lost, but now, they were simply speechless. But Chang Taison had a few words for each attacker, urging them to show him what they were capable of, and delivering blow after blow. After scattering one group of attackers, the guy ran to another. He was unharmed and, surprisingly, didn't even look tired. Xiu Hyun-chan commanded his men, sending new groups to the guy, but he himself did not participate in the fight, hoping that they would manage on their own. When he was finally the only one left of the whole gang, he looked around and stammered, asking himself what kind of guy this was. His friends shouted at Chang Taison that it was like a movie scene, and indeed, it was like a movie scene. The guy was standing in front of them. Behind him, a mountain of defeated gangsters. He turned to his friends, laughed, and told them to call the emergency services, saying that he had suddenly been attacked by a gang of thugs, all by himself. They were surprised by his words. They didn't understand at first and stared at him with wide eyes. Then, when they understood, they said that it seems that everything was completely the opposite. He decided that since his whole gang had failed, he had to finish the job, and he reached into the inside pocket of his jacket where he had something. Taking out a knife, he rushed at Chang Taison, who was calmly telling his friends that all his actions were simply self-defense. Driven mad by fear and anger, with the knife in his hand, Chae Hyun-chan rushed towards the guy, intending to stab him in the back and end his life. His friends saw the danger rushing towards the guy from behind and shouted, warning him about the gangster rushing towards him. When the thug was already behind him and ready to use the knife, Chang Taison turned around and grabbed his arm near the elbow. There was a crunch of broken bone, followed by a wild roar. Chae Hyun-chan grabbed his arm and cried out in wild pain that pierced his arm and then his whole body. The guy's friends were terrified. They were sure it was him, but when they realized that this was not the case, they looked in the direction of the roar in surprise. Xiu Hyun-chan lay on the ground, clutching his arm and holding his elbow, roaring like a wounded animal. Far away from him stood Chang Taison. They had switched places. Now the gang leader was lying on the ground, looking up from below, unable to understand what the hell had happened. Chang Taison listed the attempted murder, the creation of a criminal group, and the charge of assault, which would mean several years in prison. Chang Taison took out his phone, called his lawyer, and told him that an entire gang had attempted to kill him, and asked if he would take the case. The gangster looked at the guy imploringly and stammered that he was wrong and asked for mercy. To himself, he thought that the guy was far from simple. Chang Taison smiled and said that now he could smell what this case was about. He had won again, and finally decided to call the gangster a fatso once more. This incident received widespread coverage in the media, and everyone was outraged by such a brutal attack on a schoolboy. The news reported that high school students had formed a gang and attempted to take the lives of other students. Ki Dong-hyun came to report on Chae Hyun-chan's operation to Park Tae-jong, but to his great regret, he had nothing to please the client with. The man understood that he was to blame for trusting the teenagers who had ruined the whole case, and so he apologized constantly. Park Tae-jung was sure that it would lead to an official investigation and asked how the gangster would deal with it all. He was angry and yelled that no media outlet would ignore such a high-profile case and that the gangster had no idea of the scale of the disaster. Chang Tae-song was hospitalized again and was given a private room with all the amenities, and he continued to invest. In addition, the police caught all the teenagers involved in this event as if someone was helping them and giving them tips on where to look. What angered him most was that he couldn't get through to the police officers he had bribed, and he couldn't figure out why. In conclusion, he told the man that he should lie low for a while, that he would take care of the gang members, and that if he failed again, it would not be easy. Ki Dong-hyun, feeling guilty for the failure of the operation, was afraid to incur his wrath and object to him, and only poured drinks into his glass with ice. Sipping his drink, he tried to relax, but suddenly heard a voice asking if he was enjoying the alcohol. They weren't expecting guests, and the house was full of security, so someone's presence surprised them. Park Tae-ju asked who was there. The answer was complete silence. And the man decided that perhaps he had had too much to drink, and thought that maybe he had imagined it. Following the voice, suddenly, the electricity went out throughout the house and on the grounds. The men realized that something was wrong and became alert. Park Tae-jung, trying to keep his cool, yelled, asking who was there and demanding that they come out. Suddenly, a huge rock flew through the window. The throw was very accurate, breaking the glass and hitting Ki Dong-hyun right in the head. Park Tae-jung snarled and cursed. The throw was a diversionary tactic. Despite the fact that there was no light in the house, the man was able to make out the silhouette of a man behind the curtain. Looking at the man hiding there, the former city council member was sweating with fear and, stuttering, could only say "you" several times. He was so scared that it seemed as if white light was pouring in from the window, and a man dressed in black was standing in front of him, his face white. Strangely enough, the silhouette answered, but the man did not like the answer at all. On the contrary, he said that he was his doom with a scythe. It seemed that the person hiding under the hood was simply tired of living, but the shadow replied that the man had committed too many sins. The one hiding under the hood was sure that his time had come to pay for these sins, and that no one but himself could help. The man still couldn't believe what was happening. His face was contorted with anger. He still couldn't understand what was going on. He decided to try to fight back, and grabbed a bottle of alcohol standing on the table, asking if the man even understood who he was dealing with. Raising his hand with the bottle, ready to attack, the man yelled that his name was Park Tae-ju, and lunged at the hooded man. However, he missed. The hooded man was faster, and with a precise blow, broke the man's nose, causing him to fall backwards. Park Tae-ju tried to get up, but his opponent leaned in and continued to strike him. The man thought he was very strong, but more importantly, he was afraid. Deciding that enough was enough, the uninvited guest stopped and said, "Park Tae-ju, you have destroyed too many people." But the man denied everything. The man was kneeling on the floor, and the guest held his head and asked if you could hear the sound. The man listened, but heard nothing. He shook his head. And then his interlocutor smiled and replied that it was the cries of those whom the man had mercilessly destroyed. Behind him, the man seemed to see a crowd of people standing there, all screaming and rushing toward the man on his knees. They seemed to be racing toward him to take revenge for their ruined lives. They looked terrible. The uninvited guest continued to hold his hand on the man's head, and perhaps that was why the man really saw the crowd, or perhaps it was just his imagination. Park Tae-ju thought the people were shouting, accusing him of their deaths, reaching out to him, and even touching him. He asked the guest if he had given it to him. The guest laughed sarcastically and asked if he had started to remember. But the man asked what kind of substance it was, and he almost believed him. The guest replied that the people the man saw were the souls of those whom he and his gangsters had unjustly killed. He had already said that nothing could be done. Park Tae-jung lay on the floor. It seemed to him that people's hands were reaching out to him again, but he repeated to himself like a mantra, "It's not true. It's not true. He thought he felt the touch of cold hands, so he screamed. The guest asked if he was suffering, as if pain was something new to him. He also asked if the man felt the pain and suffering of those who had left this world at his hands. But the man screamed that he knew nothing. The hooded man reached out his hand to the man and said that people like him should not be allowed to live on this earth. But before that, he must atone for his sins. Then he leaned over the man again and reached out his hand. But the man begged him to stop and spare his life. The visitor leaned closer and said sternly that he must confess right here and now how many people he had ruined. The man was silent, only one thought pounding in his head. Could it be true that the Grim Reaper had come for him today? He reminded the man of the girl in the school uniform. It was before his first crime. Could he really not remember? Lying on the floor, Park Tae-jung screamed when he saw the image of the girl he had killed 30 years ago, the girl he had loved. His guest threw the phone on the floor right at the feet of Park Tae-jung, who was kneeling, but he didn't dare pick it up. He demanded that the man turn himself into the police and be punished for all the crimes he had committed with his gang. The man was shaking with fear and promised to do so, but the hooded man had one more condition for him. He also demanded that Park Tae-ju stop boss Hong Chang-hyuk, or he would make his family experience what he was going through today. Park Tae-ju growled when he heard this. He thought his uninvited guest had come down from hell, then got down on all fours and promised he would do it. It was raining outside. The house, where everything was happening, was surrounded by a high fence. There were a lot of guards in the house, but no one heard anything. In the morning at the hospital, patients heard the news that the bodies of the dead people and the schoolgirl who had disappeared 30 years ago had been found. The criminal was the gang leader Park Tae-ju, who turned himself in, and in Chang Taison's room lay a black cloak like that of a night visitor. The guy was in his room, still asleep. It was morning, and people also reported that the area was now free of thugs and gangsters. All this talk woke the guy up, and he stirred, while people continued to talk about how a full investigation had been conducted by the prosecutor's office and the police. Chang Taison lay with his eyes wide open and was glad that he had dealt with the gang, but for some reason, he still saw ghosts, and it was scary. The recent events raised many questions among the public, and government officials gathered to discuss them live on television. The opposition party said that this was not only a problem for their city, but for the country as a whole. And since the prosecutor was involved, a thorough investigation was needed. A representative of the ruling party objected, saying that this was a provocation on the part of their opponents, and that the investigation should start with them. Chang Taison watched the broadcast on television, where the interlocutors could not find common ground, and continued to see ghosts everywhere. He was still in the hospital after yesterday's adventures with Park Tae-jung. The guy was really scared, and afraid that he would suddenly become a shaman. He remembered his encounter with the god of health, and thought that maybe he was a ghost too, which would explain everything. He had died and been resurrected by a ghost. His head was spinning from these thoughts. He hid under the blanket like a child and repeated to himself that he needed to calm down, that everything would be fine. But as soon as he closed his eyes, he saw yesterday's ghosts again. Their eyes were glowing, and they were reaching out to him. They looked terrifying. Chang Taison screamed in fear, and his screams frightened the doctors and patients. Every now and then, ghostly screams could be heard coming from his room. Then he decided that maybe he was seeing so many ghosts because he was in the hospital, but it was still unclear why they were haunting him. There was a window in the door of his room. The guy saw a silhouette and thought it was another ghost coming to him, and in fear he screamed, "There's another ghost!" Then he heard footsteps. The door opened, and someone rushed at him. To his great relief, he saw that it was Kim So-ryun. The girl was crying bitter tears, saying that she was very worried about him and thought she would never see him again. She hugged him so tightly that it took him a great deal of effort to loosen her grip, and he asked in surprise what she was doing there and why she wasn't at school. The girl, still sobbing and hugging him tightly, replied that there was no point in studying when the exams were still so far away. After calming down a little, the girl added that education would not make her a successful idol. The boy said he understood and asked her to let him go. But Kim So-ryun didn't listen. She hugged him even tighter, lifted her head, and bursting into tears, asked where he had been hurt. The girl put her hand on his head to check his temperature. At that moment, the guy opened his eyes in surprise and thought how soft her hands were. Convinced that he didn't have a fever, the girl exhaled slightly, and Chang Taison smiled. He looked satisfied. He clearly liked this atmosphere. His gaze suddenly fell on the girl's chest, and he admired and marveled at it, thinking, wow, what a sight. Then the girl put her palm on his cheek and gently stroked it. The guy's eyes widened again in surprise. It was a dangerous moment. Kim So-ryun was close to him. He took her hands above her elbows, but suddenly pulled himself back, saying that she was like a daughter to him and that he needed to pull himself together. He put his hands on her shoulders, and the girl looked up at him with happy eyes and called him. In the next second, something happened that he clearly did not expect. The girl closed her eyes and suddenly leaned toward him with her whole body, It seemed to him that she wanted to kiss him, and he shouted for her to stop. The girl froze, her eyes closed. She was upset that the guy had stopped her, and he thought that his heart was already taken by Lee Yedin. He remembered his first love, then looked at Kim So-ryun and thought with a sly smile that the girl in front of him was very hot after all. Looking at Kim So-ryun standing in front of him, he was so captivated by her and his thoughts that he didn't notice the silhouette of another girl behind the door. They continued to stand facing each other, the guy holding her hands just below her shoulders, unable to decide what to do. On the one hand, he wanted to kiss the girl, but on the other, he remembered his first love. But then he thought, what the hell? And leaned toward her lips. But the kiss was not meant to be. They heard a voice asking what they were doing there. The voice belonged to Lee Yedin. Seeing his beloved girlfriend, Chang Taison pushed Kim So-ryun away, his eyes nearly popping out of his head in surprise, and he shouted, Yedin! The guy asked how the girl got there, and began to make excuses, saying that he had gotten something in his eye, and Kim So-ryun had wanted to help him. Lee Yedin's eyes filled with tears. What she saw upset her. She was sure that he was hurt, and was terribly worried, but it turned out that he was pretending. The situation amused the guy a little. He felt as if his wife had caught him cheating, and he would respond clearly, but inside, he was giggling. However, none of them moved. The girls looked at each other, and the guy quietly enjoyed watching the scene. Kim So-ryun looked defiantly at her rival, thinking how she was getting on her nerves, but greeted her politely out loud. Lee Yedin also smiled politely in response and greeted the girl, mentally replying that she annoyed her just as much. From the outside, they looked as if they had met in a vacant lot behind the school and were ready to fight for the heart of the guy they liked. They continued to glare at each other. Chang Taison, wanting to defuse the situation, hugged them and suggested they sit down, saying he would bring drinks. After receiving their soda, the girls sat down. Kim So-ryun said she thought her rival would study harder because the entrance exams were coming up soon. Lee Yedin replied that she couldn't study when Chang Taison was injured and that her first priority was to visit him. Chang Taison watched them and thought about how they could smile at each other and stare at each other at the same time. He urgently needed to change the subject. The guy decided it was time to distract them and asked if it was true that Kim So-ryun was in Seoul and had already signed a contract with an agency. The girl was surprised that he knew about it and asked how he found out, but she was flattered by the question. For her, it was a sign of his affection for her. She turned to Lee Yedin and smiled. Her gaze and posture showed her rival that she knew the guy was interested in her, and it was obvious to both of them. The next question was for Lee Yedin. Chang Taison asked if he had heard rumors that she had taken her midterm exams and when the results would be available. The girl looked at him and replied that it was nothing special. The second part went quite well for her, but she had to work hard on the essay. The guy rushed to support her, saying that with her grades, she would get into any university. Lee Yedin beamed, while Kim So-ryun thought jealously, what a pair of lovebirds. Lee Yedin looked at the guy and asked shyly if he really thought so. He clenched his fists and shouted that he was absolutely sure. Chang Taison felt that he had done everything to improve the atmosphere in his ward, and he truly believed that it had improved. However, the girls did not agree with him. Kim So-ryun, who was delighted with the question about the agency, became noticeably sad when he switched his attention to her rival. Lee Yedin's expression changed after her, and at that moment, both girls thought almost simultaneously that the situation had only gotten worse. Both of their moods deteriorated sharply. Kim So-ryun suddenly announced that she was already drunk and didn't want any more soda. Lee Yedin replied that she felt the same way. Chang Taison, who was about to exhale, realized that something was wrong from their changed voices and thought that something was wrong this time. Then he had what he thought was a brilliant idea. He said he was very hungry and suggested they have some pizza. Kim So-ryun replied that she was hungry too, and Lee Yedin said she didn't mind, but their mood didn't change at all. Both were still unhappy. Realizing that he had gained a little breathing room, the guy laughed and asked them to leave, saying that he needed to change clothes. Despite their modesty, the girls imagined him changing his shirt and said that he could take it off, that there was nothing wrong with that. Somewhere in the city center, in an office in a high-rise building, the men were again discussing stock market transactions and Chang Taison's earnings for the day. The managers came to their boss, brought him information about the stock market, and asked if he had seen the revenue. He barked yes. Needless to say, they were extremely surprised by the guy's success and asked their boss if he thought this man was a stock market god or just a genius. One of the managers spread his arms and said that he had checked all of his transactions, literally all of them, and found not a single mistake. Another noted that despite the large number of transactions, they were all completely legal, and that he was simply some kind of investment monster. They sat in the director's office at a large table and discussed the matter. The director said that it seemed they had lost all dignity. The men were offended by his words, and he adjusted his glasses and said that such experienced traders couldn't handle a regular high school student. All four of them were stunned, and one by one they shouted that it couldn't be possible for a simple child to pull off all these transactions. When Chang Taison was discharged, winter had arrived. On the day the first snow fell, the whole family went out onto the balcony to watch the snow falling. The girls, as usual, were happy for the whole family. The parents stood a little further away, and the boy leaned against the window and watched them. The father happily exposed his face to the snow, enjoying the feeling of the snowflakes touching his skin and melting. Noticing that his father was standing pensively, with his eyes closed, his face exposed to the snow, clearly enjoying himself, the boy asked what was wrong. His father turned his head toward his son, laughed, and said that the boy would understand when he went into the army. The girls laughed and rejoiced. Chang Taison remembered a moment when he was in the army and was clearing snow, and replied that he knew what his father was talking about, that the snow felt like white feces falling from the sky. His answer greatly surprised the man, who was sure that his son had never been in the army and could not know this. So he asked how he knew. Chang Taison realized that he had made a mistake by saying the wrong thing, and that he needed to correct it urgently. So he pretended not to understand and widened his eyes. Then he rushed to his father, hugged him, and asked how the work was going, as it seemed to be almost finished. He was referring to the major renovation of their house in the village. They were increasing the floor space and changing the interior while preserving the traditional style of the house. His father looked at his son gratefully and smiled, saying that they would be able to return home in about a month. Standing on the balcony, the girls asked if they could move in with him when they went to high school. He said the school was not far away and gave his permission. When they returned to the apartment, they saw a beautifully sliced apple on a plate and bombarded their mother with questions about how she had done it. Their father proudly recalled his apple trees and replied that thanks to fertilizers and sunlight, the apples had improved and the cooperative would accept them. The parents enjoyed their harvest. Now they had a perfect natural farm. Chang Taison was happy to see them like this. Cutting another apple beautifully, his mother looked at her son and asked if everything was going well with his work. Chang Taison was eating an apple at that moment and almost choked on it. He thought his mother shouldn't ask about it so suddenly. Putting another piece of apple on his fork, the guy said that everything was fine. He had already sent 20 manuscripts. He added that the publishing house had told him not to worry. His sisters had squealed and offered to massage his shoulders, saying how cool he was. The guy looked at his mother and thought how much she had changed. She had become almost the most beautiful woman in the city. He was already handing his sisters the envelopes. Without looking, they rejoiced and asked what was in them. He replied that there was 200,000 won in each. His parents often asked him about money, probably thinking that he had a hard time earning it and that the whole family would be grateful to him for it. Chang Taison saw how sincerely his sisters rejoiced at the pocket money, even though it was only 200,000 won. Enjoying his apple, he thought that if you overdo it, you'll be sick of it. And just like with money, everything remained the same, only he had changed. The whole family was together. The girls couldn't get enough of the money, and the guy's stock assets finally reached 100 billion won. Seizing the moment, the guy decided to talk to his mother and tell her that he would have to go abroad for a short time. She immediately became agitated. Her face took on a worried look. She asked again, "Abroad?" Her eyes showed excitement and anxiety. The guy smiled and replied that he wanted to gain new experiences and find inspiration so that his novels would be much better than before. After hearing this, the woman exhaled and asked if he wanted to fly alone. He replied that of course he would fly alone, because he was no longer a child. Hearing that their brother was going abroad, the sisters begged to go with him, promising to carry his things and saying that they really, really wanted to go. Their parents laughed, and their brother said that of course he would not take them with him. They should stay at home and practice their ego intensively. The parents laughed at the girl's reaction and their son's answer, and the mother asked if he had prepared his passport. Chang Taison replied that he had. Then, looking at her son, the woman smiled mysteriously and asked if maybe she should go with him. Her son looked at her in surprise and thought, "Really?" The girls stood with their hands on their hips and said they also wanted to go if their mother was going. But she laughed in response and said that she could speak English, French, and Japanese, which she was sure her son did not know. The children seemed to be seeing their mother for the first time. Chang Taison thought, it can't be. Does his mother really speak 4 languages? Why didn't he know? Their father smiled, and their mother, continuing to giggle at the children's reaction, asked why they were so surprised, since she had graduated from Hongyan University. Chang Taison still couldn't believe that his mother spoke 4 languages. The woman laughed and said she believed in him and wished him a good trip. Their father decided that he also deserved praise and said that he had married their mother, which was why they were so beautiful and intelligent. The girls didn't lose their composure and asked if their father thought that if it weren't for his genes, they would have been born perfect. Their mother said they were absolutely right. One of the girls ran up to hug her father, while the other called him a fool. He was very upset, which was evident from his face. He almost cried with frustration. He didn't have to sulk for long. His wife immediately called him over, hugged him tightly, told him she loved him, and the whole family laughed. The children sat and thought, Do they really believe that this is something to do in front of their own children, you lovebirds? The girls jumped up and ran to hug their parents. One of them showed her hand and said she had goosebumps. It was all so sweet. Chang Taison watched the family and thought these feelings were wonderful until the girls dragged him along and made him hug his parents. The next day, someone persistently called out to Chang Taison and tried to bring him to his senses. Opening his eyes, the guy asked what had happened. He realized that he was lying on the ground, which surprised him greatly, but he couldn't remember how he got there or who was so insistently waking him up. Raising himself slightly, the guy saw a figure in a hoodie in front of him and stammered, asking who he was. It turned out to be a man with glasses, a gray beard, and gray hair. He said he was pleased to meet him and smiled kindly. Sitting down and leaning his hands on the ground, the guy asked who he was and called him Grandpa. It should be noted that the guy was wearing slippers. Hiding his hands in the wide sleeves of his robe, the man replied that he was not old enough to be called an old man, and he stood smiling in front of the young man. Starting to get angry, the guy shouted at him to answer, and horns appeared on his head. The man asked in surprise why this little guy was yelling at him. Still sitting on the ground, Chang Taison looked around and asked where he was, as he did not recognize the place. The gray-haired gentleman, still smiling kindly at the young man, calmly replied that it was his house and fell silent again. Chang Taison looked at the house indignantly and asked if it was really true. The man replied that it looked neglected because of the low level and lack of points. The young man asked sarcastically once more, "Really?" And frowning said, "Is it just me, or is this some kind of new instruction?" The man looked questioningly and said that in his entire life, he had spoken 21 languages as his native tongues, but he did not understand what he was talking about. Still keeping his hands in his sleeves, he added that he could understand 50 more languages, but the guy started to get angry that he was going on and on about these languages. The man smiled, took a fan out of nowhere, unfolded it, held it to his body, and said he was a polyglot, and his name was Chris Barnsdale. Smiling kindly, the man looked at the guy and repeated that he had learned 21 languages in his lifetime and could understand 50 more. Chang Taison began to get annoyed and said boldly that he congratulated the man and asked if he could finally tell them where they were. The fan reappeared in the man's hands. He stood in front of the house and said that the house looked neglected due to a lack of money, but it was indeed his home. He then added that he understood perfectly well how difficult it was when it came to foreign languages and decided to help the young man. He explained that language is the basis for building relationships between people and is important for understanding the cultures of different peoples. Without it, nothing great can be achieved. Chang Taison watched the man suspiciously and thought that maybe he was one of those divine beings. But what could he want? Continuing to smile, the man summed up in a teacherly tone that in order to learn foreign languages, the young man needed a decent teacher. And the thought kept spinning in the young man's mind. Why did the old man need to break into other people's dreams and rant and rave like that? Something was wrong here. But what exactly? Continuing to hold the fan in front of him, the man continued to foolishly study languages according to the curriculum, the foundations of which are laid in open dialogue. Chang Taison kept his eyes on him, thinking that if he listened carefully, he could notice that the old man's speech sounded very strange. After saying all this, the man proudly adjusted his glasses and summed up again, saying that the most important thing was to find the right teacher. Chang Taison decided it was time to get up from the ground, which proved to be difficult. He said that he understood the man, but he had a question. The man smiled and replied that the young man could feel free to ask his questions. He looked at him intently and asked directly what he wanted from him. He added that the old man hadn't called him here to chat about the shortcomings of modern education. He froze for a second and wondered how he had guessed. The old man's face showed that he was surprised. The young man noticed this and wondered if he had never encountered this before. He had more and more questions. He looked at the old man's house again and thought that it looked so neglected because of the lack of glasses, which meant that he needed him for something. Finally, the picture in his head came together. He approached the man and asked if he was God. Stammering, the man replied, "Of course I am God. How dare you?" The young man sensed that there was not a shred of confidence in the old man's words. Perhaps he should press him further. The old man replied that he did not take it to heart. Chang Taison decided it was time to press him and asked boldly why he was talking so much. The old man stammered and began to search for words. He said that he had spent his whole life thinking only about his studies and had forgotten about good deeds, while wondering why the young man was asking so many questions, one after another. Angered, he shouted that if he had money, he would give it to charity, and the young man calmly asked how a man became a god. The man blurted out that he had studied so hard that after his death, he became a god, and said that it was a special language. The young man paid attention to the phrase, special language, The guy decided that he could dig up something here to earn points. The man needed donations, and the guy could get something special. The man couldn't hold back. He was outraged and shouted, asking what the guy meant and why he was questioning him as if he were a fraud. Looking boldly into the old man's eyes, the guy asked if he really had the right to do this, or if he had decided to earn points illegally. Instead of answering, the man chuckled awkwardly, and Chang Taison said that he himself knew how difficult it was to earn points. The man was surprised at how accurately the young man had assessed the situation. He thought it couldn't be possible. Did he really know, or had he just guessed? The old man already understood that the guy had figured him out, but he still wondered whether he should confess and how he had actually cheated. Unable to bear the agonizing silence, the man bowed his head and said he was right. The karma points they get for good deeds are very important. However, his words surprised Chang Taison. He thought, so these points are earned for good deeds. It turned out that the old man highly appreciated his jump under the car to save the child, and he mentally returned to the day when he had the accident. He remembered that he had done something else quite recently, namely, a successful operation to cleanse the city's surroundings of bandits. Chang Taison thought that the compensation for his death must be enormous, and asked why the old man was groveling before him. The old man began to justify himself, saying that the young man had misunderstood him and that he would never dare to do such a thing. The young man then asked how he could explain his behavior. The old man raised his hands in a gesture of reconciliation and replied that he had only explained the basics of his teaching and asked not to be misunderstood. The young man laughed and said that the professor only wanted them to help each other. The man wondered why he called him a professor. Chang Taison put his hands in his pockets and smiled, asking him to be honest about how many points he wanted to take from him. But the man hesitated. It was clear from his face and the beads of sweat running down his cheeks that he didn't dare say it, then blurted out 50%. When asked if he knew that it was illegal to assign points without his knowledge, the man replied that that was why he had invited him with such honors. Chang Taison did not know how many points were in that 50%. So, after thinking for a moment, he suggested settling on 20. The man was indignant, saying that it was not enough. The young man replied that he would be able to build the main building with marble floors. The old man said that he also needed flowers for the garden. The guy thought he could give him 30% and said he would turn to someone else. The old man asked if he really knew how to do it. When he asked the question, the figure of the god of health appeared behind him, who had resurrected and taught him, and the young man said that his patron was none other than him. It seemed that this was unexpected news for the old man. His face immediately changed, and he was so surprised that he even fell backward and cried out. Seeing the old man's reaction, the young man thought that the old man, the god of health who had resurrected him, must be some very important bigwig somewhere. Chang Taison laughed and said he wanted to learn 21 languages, and since fate had brought them together, he offered a little more than 25%. The old man was surprised and discouraged by his offer, and the young man rushed to hug him and tell him how generous he was, laughing and praising himself. The old man looked at the young man intently and, after thinking for a moment, said, "Save me." The young man replied, "No need to thank me." Chang Taison looked at his house and asked why it was built in Chinese style. The man replied that he was a fan of Chinese martial arts. After meeting with the old man, the young man went to the office of one of the nearby banks and asked to meet with the branch manager. Upon hearing that the meeting was not scheduled, the secretary began to yell, saying that all unscheduled meetings were canceled without exception. After listening very calmly to the secretary's comments, the young man took a sealed envelope out of his bag and said he had a business proposal. Handing the envelope to the girl, he asked if she could do him a favor and give the envelope to the branch manager, or else he would have to leave. The girl didn't seem to understand what he was talking about at first, so she asked him to repeat himself, and he replied that she would understand when she saw it. The girl smiled uncertainly, remembered his words about some big business proposal, and then took the envelope in her hands. Chang Taison smiled at the girl. He was in a great mood and thought she needed to be more confident and not afraid. The girl asked him to wait a minute, put the envelope on the table, and picked up the phone to call her boss and tell him everything. While the guy waited for a response to his offer, he looked around. Everything was the same. And he thought about how long it had been since he had been here. He recalled memories of the past. The bank was not far from his workplace, and he had visited it several times. Looking around the office, he wondered if only people who had been able to go back in time could experience this feeling. It seemed a little strange to him, and just then the secretary appeared and reported that Mr. Benson had approved their meeting. The girl told him to follow her, and the guy thought that, at moments like this, he realized that he had really gone back in time and had come so far. In a few minutes, he was to meet with the director of a commercial bank in Hong Kong. He told himself that this was only the beginning and not to worry. And so, Chang Taison confidently entered the office of the director of the local branch of the Hong Kong bank, who greeted him and introduced himself as Stephen Benson. The young man bowed his head and said that it was a great honor for him to meet the director and introduced himself as Chang Taison. Stephen Benz was surprised by his pronunciation and and asked if he had studied abroad. Chang Taison thought that Chris Barnsdale's skills had worked wonders. Since he had not studied abroad, he replied that he had taught himself. The director responded with a compliment, saying that the young man was impressive. While they were exchanging pleasantries, the secretary brought tea, and the office owner invited them to sit down and continue their conversation. They immediately made themselves comfortable on the sofas, and the director exclaimed that the black tea was already brewed and asked them to pour it. While the girl was pouring the freshly brewed black tea, Stephen Benz asked if Chang Taison liked black tea. He smiled and replied, "Of course." Then the guy made a blissful expression and repeated his answer, saying that he adored black tea. His behavior made the director think, the guy loves black tea. It seems he knows about his passion for this drink. While the guy was being served fragrant tea, the director commented that the drink would be perfect if the 3-3-3 rule was followed. He added that this meant 3 grams of tea, 3 minutes of brewing, and 300 milliliters of water, and laughed as he said it. Chang Taison took his cup of tea, brought it closer to his nose, inhaled the aroma, and said, "What a wonderful aroma this tea has." The man quietly watched him and thought how young the guy looked, and at the same time, how proud and bold he was to remain so calm. He then apologized and asked if Chang Taison could tell him his age because he looked like a college student. Hearing the question, the young man looked at the man with a direct and open gaze and said that in a month, he would be a junior in high school. His answer surprised both the secretary and the principal, who were still in the office, and the principal said that couldn't be true. Chang Taison did not argue. He simply took his student ID and ID card out of his inside pocket and placed them on the table. They couldn't believe their eyes and stared at the documents in surprise for several minutes. The principal said that the boy was indeed telling the truth. He asked for another cup of delicious tea, and the director replied that he had reviewed the documents given to him. The young man smiled and thought that it was strange, of course, because the total amount in his share account had already exceeded 250 billion won. The young man liked that the director, as a business person, did not drag out the conversation and suggested getting straight to the point. He was impressed by this approach. The director immediately asked the main question. What was the purpose of Chang Taison's visit to their bank branch? Perhaps he wanted to open a deposit account with them. The young man's answer confused him and left him speechless. Putting his cup on the table, he said that he had come to apply for a loan. The director almost choked on his saliva. He tried to comprehend the young man's words for a while, then asked again, "Excuse me, did you say a loan?" Chang Taison replied that he wanted to open an investment corporation in Hong Kong and would transfer the loan funds to the corporation's account. The young man needed their help. He wanted to play big. The bank employees sat with their mouths open, and the director asked if he had a corporation. He moved closer to the bank branch director and, looking him in the eye, asked if he could help him with his request. The director looked up at him and thought that the guy was on a completely different level and should not be treated like a child. So the answer came to him instantly, and so as not to torment the guy with expectations, he simply replied, "Yes." He answered with a very serious expression, then smiled and said that it was only because he was a special customer. The director immediately got down to business, asking how much the guy wanted to borrow, but his subordinate tried to stop him. Chang Taison noted to himself that director Stephen Benz had begun to treat him like an important person, and despite his age, he was flattered. Keeping his eyes fixed on the director, he replied that he needed $100 million and that the collateral would be a securities account. The most shocking moment of the meeting came when the girl frowned and opened her mouth to ask again if he had said 100 million. The director was just as shocked as she was, only he also widened his eyes, opened his mouth, and added dollars to her question. Chang Taison had expected this reaction from them, but he was quite serious in his intentions and thought that their surprise was only the beginning. Chang Taison was happy. He had no doubt that everything would work out. With a little effort, even a minor could establish a corporation. He said the lawyer had done a great job, and the lawyer asked if his parents would be against it and reminded him that he needed to study because he was still a student. The boy boasted that he had passed his exams with flying colors and took first place and instructed the lawyer to take care of establishing the corporation. The lawyer couldn't hold back his admiration because the boy was incredible. As a high school student, he was starting a corporation with a capital of 1 billion won. He also asked why it had such an interesting name, wondering if it had some special meaning for the boy. The corporation was called LOR. Hearing the question, the boy laughed sincerely and replied that there was nothing special about it. It meant Legend of Royal. The lawyer was genuinely surprised and asked again, Legend of the King? During his time working with the boy, he still hadn't gotten used to his peculiarity. So, continuing to laugh, he asked if Chang Taison had come up with a grandiose name and what kind of king it was. Now the guy laughed and said, "Look at the people. Aren't they worthy of being called kings?" The lawyer replied that it didn't make sense. After these words, Chang Taison adjusted his jacket and said briskly, "The real meaning of Legend of the Return." The lawyer's eyes bulged out of his head. He thought that the first version would suit him just fine, as any other legend about regression sounded like nonsense. The guy didn't go into details. He knew very well what regression was talking about. The name was indeed symbolic. While the lawyer was recovering, the guy thought that he couldn't reveal to anyone that he was a regressor, but he was going to become a legend. Chang Taison decided that taking out a loan and creating a corporation was a great reason to celebrate, so he went to a fast food restaurant. He ordered various dishes and wondered what delicious thing to start with, sitting there like a teenager, licking his fork. The guy sat on a soft, comfortable sofa with pizza, shrimp, and assorted meats in front of him. It was a real smorgasbord. He looked around at the other customers and thought that since he was not allowed to drink alcohol, this place was better for him than a restaurant. Then he opened a can of Coca-Cola and poured it into a glass with pleasure. Outside the window, the full moon was shining. The sky was studded with stars, and the guy listened to the fizzing and hissing of the soda and enjoyed the beautiful evening. As he poured the soda into the glass, his gaze was drawn to someone heading towards him. The guy smiled and stared wide-eyed. He saw a girl who, in his opinion, was perfect in every detail, from her handbag to her shoes. The girl was charming, and this long-legged brunette was heading straight for him. The guy even forgot why he had come here and couldn't take his eyes off her. He continued to pour Coca-Cola into a glass, the drink spilling over the edges and even dripping off the table. But the guy sat there as if spellbound. The girl was absolutely charming, with long legs, beautifully styled hair, and huge brown eyes. The guy forgot about everything else in the world. She sat down opposite him and said that she had already had an interview with lawyer Cho Yun-tae and that her name was Yu Sera, and she wanted to work for his corporation. They started eating, and the guy couldn't help but compliment her, saying she looked beautiful. She thanked him. Yu Sera replied that the director looked very young. He agreed that people often said that to him, and thought that he not only looked like a teenager, he was one. The girl picked up her glass and said she found it hard to believe that he was conducting the interview in a hotel restaurant. Chang Taison laughed and replied that he thought it was an interesting and unusual idea to get to know each other over dinner. The guy looked out the window at the city below and said that the world was close to a fourth revolution, so people had to change too. The girl did not understand about the revolution and asked him to explain. He explained that he was talking about an old-fashioned opinion. It was that the remnants of the past must disappear. The guy added that this contradicted the company's ideology. The girl just nodded. His words amused her. She thought that since they were talking, the interview had already begun. But the guy replied that it hadn't. Yusera prepared herself for questions. But instead of asking her questions, he looked at her with a direct, open gaze and said she could start work tomorrow. The girl panicked. She began to stutter slightly and asked how that could be, since he hadn't even seen her resume. Was that possible? The girl calmed down a little and wanted to object, but the guy replied that she really thought he should look at her resume. Yusera remained silent, and the guy laughed, saying that she wouldn't have many responsibilities at the moment, so a resume was unnecessary. And if she happened to have, or wanted to obtain, a foreign language certificate, she would have time for that. The girl's expression changed. Everything had gone too smoothly. She decided she would have a regular office job with a terribly low salary. The guy watched her reaction with enthusiasm. He even stopped eating for a moment and smiled. All her thoughts were reflected on her face. After thinking for a moment, the girl gathered all her courage, clenched her fist, and asked what her annual salary would be. Chang Taison was ready for this question and replied that her salary would be 70 million won, and the company would also cover 4 basic insurance policies. This was clearly not the amount the girl had expected. Her eyes widened and her jaw dropped. Stammering, she asked again how much 70 million was, and she did it so loudly that the whole restaurant turned to look at them. Not quite understanding the girl's reaction, Chang Taison looked at her in confusion and asked if that wasn't enough for her. He didn't know how to react. The reaction was instantaneous. The girl shouted, "No, of course not. On the contrary, it's too much." She even broke out in a sweat from the tension. The guy began to list the other perks in the form of an annual bonus, additional payments and bonuses for holidays, and paid vacation. The more he talked, the more the girl's face stretched and her eyes widened. It seemed to her that he was saying something unreal. Unable to bear it any longer, the girl decided to ask if he really ran a whole conglomerate. She couldn't wrap her head around where all these bonuses came from. Her assumption made Chang Taison's eyes widen and round. He smiled and repeated, "Conglomerate? Now that's ambition." Not wanting to keep the girl waiting, he laughed and said, "No, of course not." She then asked what he was managing to offer such bonuses. The answer came immediately, but it surprised the girl once again. The guy simply and frankly said that he was a thief. Seeing the surprised look on the girl's face, he added, "I'm just a thief who will take over the whole world." The Coca-Cola in his glass sparkled. It was time to fly to Hong Kong. The guy arrived at the airport, and boarding was almost over. Passengers were asked to proceed to the terminal. In the waiting room, there was a chorus of voices. Some complained about the food in English, while others raved about it in Chinese. Someone lamented in French that his mother suspected him, while someone else said in Japanese how hot it must be at the resort right now. Thanks to the skills he had acquired from the polyglot, the young man understood these people and thought how interesting it was to understand foreign languages. He was especially pleased that he had acquired this ability in just one night, and he thought that the polyglot's illegal teachings were worthy of praise. In his hands, he held a Korean passport with a first-class plane ticket to Hong Kong sticking out of it. He boarded the plane first, out of turn, hearing people's indignation about who he was and what he thought he was doing, passing without waiting in line. But not everyone was indignant. Some admired how cool he was, and wondered how a teenager could be in first class. Perhaps he was a celebrity. When he boarded the plane, all the flight attendants rushed to him to warn him that there was very little time left before departure. They also informed him that they had prepared an in-flight menu for him, including a list of alcoholic beverages, Korean food, and meat cuts. When asked what kind of alcohol he preferred, the guy laughed and replied that he didn't drink, thinking that he was still a minor. He was still alone on the plane when one of the flight attendants approached him and handed him something, saying, "Here, take this." The guy unfolded the piece of paper, which had been folded several times. It said, "You made an incredible impression," and a phone number to contact him. When everyone boarded the plane, the pilot announced takeoff. The guy thought how tired he was of this. Not a single day goes by without such worries. And so, a few hours later, the underage high school student with a huge fortune in his bank account landed at Hong Kong airport. At the airport, the guy met an incredibly beautiful girl with a sign in her hands who, upon seeing him, asked if he was director Chang Taison. He was supposed to be met since it was his first time in Hong Kong, but he didn't expect the person meeting him to be so beautiful. Trying to slowly come to his senses, the boy stared at the girl with wide eyes while she asked permission to introduce herself. The girl was tall and slender, with long black hair and huge green eyes. She worked in his secretariat, and her name was Clara Lee. With a charming smile, the girl reported that she had come to meet him on behalf of all HSBC employees. Still a teenager, even though he was the director of a corporation, the guy was embarrassed, gave his name, and said she could just call him Chan. Accompanying him to the Rolls-Royce parked near the airport, the girl said she would accompany him as a VIP guest and asked if he had eaten lunch. They sat in the backseat of the car, and the young man replied that he had ordered lunch on the plane. The girl asked apologetically, looking him straight in the eye, if he happened to be the son of the head of the conglomerate. This question amused the guy, and he replied that he was not, and even apologized to her for it, while the Rolls-Royce drove them through the streets of Hong Kong. The guy said his father was a farmer who grew organic apples, and the girl laughed, saying she also loved apples. Hearing this confession, the guy immediately replied that when she was in Korea, she should contact him, and he would treat her to apples. He added that he would show her their old house and farm. The girl asked if she could really come visit him. Chang Taison replied that of course she could, and that she was welcome to come anytime. He thought to himself how beautiful her eyes were. He also found her incredibly charismatic, so they rode the whole way smiling and never taking their eyes off each other. He didn't even look at the city, thinking only about how practicing the 5 elements of Tai Chi had made him very confident and fearless. They drove in silence for a while. Then, the driver said they had arrived, got out of the car, opened the door for him, and the girl also got out and bowed. Getting out of the car, through the door held open by the driver, Chang Taison paused for a moment to enjoy the moment. He was standing in front of the main office of a Hong Kong commercial bank. Not long ago, he could not even imagine what opportunities would open up for him. Now, remembering his plans, he smiled contentedly and said to himself that it seemed the time had come to take the money from the taiga. On his desk lay a folder containing information about Chang Taison that was necessary for making a decision on granting him a loan. He asked if he could trust the information contained in the report, and the manager replied that the accuracy of the data had been verified by their legal department. The man still couldn't figure out where the guy got so much money. He wondered if it was a secret inheritance, or if he was an investment genius. The credit rating they were now considering was A3+, which an ordinary person could not afford. Seeing how confused the director was, the manager asked what he was worried about, since the loan was at 15% per annum. The director listened to the manager's words and finished his thought. If the deal paid off, they would be able to make a staggering profit. Chang Taison got out of the car and stood in front of the bank building for a moment, trying to savor the moment and realize that it had come true. Throwing his head back, he looked up at the tall building and thought that he was finally here, near the main office of the Hong Kong Commercial Bank. The girl accompanying him asked if he wanted to go in, as they had already been waiting for a while. He smiled at her and said she was right. When the young man, accompanied by the girl, entered the bank, the faces of both bankers underwent a metamorphosis, and the manager's eyes widened like saucers. The director of the commercial bank's main office had been waiting for a long time to meet the guy, but he didn't expect him to look so young. When they entered the bank, Chang Taison bowed, and Clara Lee, looking at the director, announced that she had brought Director Chang to them. The bankers met them right in the lobby of the bank. The director was the first to extend his hand in greeting and said, "Welcome to Hong Kong." He introduced himself as Leo Stewart, Director of Financial Investments at HSBC, and next to him was Group Manager Harry Lawrence. Chang Taison smiled, extended his hand to Leo Stewart, and said that it was a great honor for him to meet British aristocrats. His name was Daniel Chan. From the very first seconds of the meeting, Leo Stewart was struck by how relaxed he was during his conversation with the financial magnate, and that he should not underestimate him. He said aloud that the guy had heard a lot about his family and had probably studied in England. The man replied that he was interested in their country and that his family had great authority. The director was flattered by his words and asked if this was really the case, admitting that he had a good feeling about him when he first saw him. Leo Stewart was a businesslike man and decided not to delay. He asked Clara to leave them alone for a while, which she did. The girl went to the exit, and Chang Taison couldn't deny himself the pleasure of admiring her beautiful figure for a moment. When she left, Leo Stewart asked the guy if he would like a cup of tea. Director Daniel spoke confidently and smiled as he addressed him. The guy smiled back, saying that he still remembered the aroma of the tea they drank in Stephen Benson's office, and that he would certainly not refuse. The director poured the guy some tea himself and placed a cup of the fragrant drink on the glass table in front of him. Then he sat down on the sofa and, turning to the young man, said that he was the best Korean he had ever met in his life. He added, embarrassing the young man, that he had an excellent command of the language and incredible pronunciation. The young man bowed his head slightly and thanked him. Gary Lawrence joined their conversation, sat down in one of the armchairs, and said that he had an interesting question for the young man, if he would allow it. Chang Taison guessed what kind of question it would be, and was ready for questions, saying they could ask anything. Then Gary Lawrence asked a question that had long interested both bankers. Could the guy really identify some kind of investment algorithm? He lowered his voice slightly and continued, saying that if that was the case, and the guy had such information, he was willing to pay any amount of money for it. After hearing this question, the guy laughed, and for a while, the whole bank heard how loudly and cheerfully he laughed, while the bankers looked at him silently. After laughing, the guy said that he only invests based on his own intuition, and that it was only thanks to his instincts that he earned what he earned. The bankers did not believe that it was so simple, and stared at him in disbelief. Harry Lawrence asked incredulously, "Only thanks to your instincts?" The guy grinned and replied that when he looked at stocks, he felt like they would go up, but that it was quite difficult to explain. He paused for a moment, as if searching for the right words to explain it more clearly, and said it was like a gift from God. This was not the answer the bankers expected from him. In their opinion, he should have shared his secrets, and they were very surprised. The director thanked the young man for the collateral documents. Now, he has the right to take out a loan, and his shares will serve as collateral. He added that in Hong Kong, anyone who has reached the age of 18 can establish a corporation, and their bank will take responsibility for it. The young man smiled and said he would not forget their kindness. To himself, he thought that in his own country, he would be exempt from internal taxes. He was going to use Hong Kong as an intermediary, opening corporations and Swiss accounts in tax haven. The guy was secretly delighted, thinking that if he pulled off some kind of scam, they would never be able to find him. He thought they would not be able to find him, just like they could not find the owners of hot money. And the bankers were already telling him the further conditions. Director Leo Stewart said they would transfer the money as soon as his corporation was established, and asked if the guy agreed to these terms. Chang Taison guessed this condition and said he certainly agreed. The banker smiled, nodded his head, and asked him to sign the contract. He added that while the corporation was operating, he would be provided with administrative, legal, and accounting services, including secretarial services. When the formalities were settled, the guy went for a walk around the city with Clara Lee. The girl said that the winter rains reminded her of Chicago. Chang Taison asked if she had lived there when she was a child. All this time, they walked under one umbrella. Clara Lee said she had studied business management there, and the guy noted that she was one of the students who insisted on neoliberalism. The girl laughed. She liked this topic with its burning passion, determination, and impressive and accurate results of capital. After a pause, she asked if it was just her imagination, but his eyes were trembling when he left the office. Something had happened while she was away. Now it was Chang Taison's turn to think. He remembered what happened after he and the director signed the contract. When everyone had signed and the guy was about to leave the bank, he suddenly called out to the director and said he wanted to change the contract. This move was very unexpected for the bankers. The director asked what he didn't like about the contract, which was more than perfect at the moment. Harry Lawrence broke out in a sweat and turned pale as he said that the interest rate was only 15%. And they couldn't do without it. The guy slowly sat back down in the chair opposite the bankers, and hastened to reassure them that he did not intend to change that part. He paused briefly while the bankers looked at him expectantly, then said in a tone that brooked no argument that he wanted to change the loan amount. The situation began to become clearer, but not completely. So director Leo Stewart asked how much he wanted this time. Chang Taison told him he needed $200 million at an interest rate of 20% with a repayment term of 1 year. The banker's eyes widened again, and the director thought about the $200 million, while his assistant thought about the 20%. Director Leo Stewart was shocked once again that day. It was the first time he had met such a partner, and he thought he must be completely insane. But when the girl asked, Chang Taison replied that there was nothing more pleasant than listening to the sound of rain, which calmed the body and mind. Clara Lee was a little embarrassed by his candor, but then added that she especially liked the sound of rain by the sea. They approached the traffic light, and since it was green, they boldly began to cross the street, the guy holding the umbrella and the girl's hands behind her back. Suddenly, the sound of the rain was interrupted by the sound of a moped rushing towards them. The guy turned his head and opened his eyes in surprise. They stopped in the middle of the crosswalk, and the guy on the moped screamed at the top of his lungs that his brakes were apparently out of order. Clara Lee froze, mesmerized, watching the speeding moped. The driver yelled at her to move out of the way. Seeing that the girl was not responding, Chang Taison ran up to her and managed to pull her close before the moped hit her. The girl didn't even have time to be scared before the guy pulled her away from him, looking worriedly into her face and asking if she was okay. The girl looked up at Chang Taison, who was holding her hands. It was raining, and only 2 clouds of their breath floated in the air. After returning from his trip to Hong Kong, Chang Taison decided it was time to get his driver's license because now he could afford to buy a car. He studied hard, passed the exam, and after receiving his driver's license, he thought maybe he should buy himself a sports car. In Hong Kong, he also opened a secret corporation whose acronym stood for one of the English translations of his name. The new corporation merged with corporations from Latin America, so the guy ensured that he could never be found. This corporation was created in addition to the one for which he had requested money from the bank, and now he needed to concentrate. He became the top boss of the gambling world, where people make huge profits and suffer huge losses. Sometimes the same people. It was important for him to be able to concentrate. If he made even one mistake, he would immediately be out of the game, and he did not want that. So he bought 15 contracts with a total value of more than $47,000. It was an investment in Texas crude oil. In 2007, trading on the Korean futures market was in full swing, and individuals were only allowed to participate in May. Chang Taison expected oil prices to rise because all raw materials were in full circulation, and therefore, futures were considered a shadow of the cash market. Now, Chang Taison had to predict changes not only in the cash market, but also in the futures market. So far, everything was going well for him. And one day, he invested more than $47 million in 15,000 contracts. Another source of pride for Chang Taison was the size of his investments in the cash market, which exceeded $713 million. This was only related to the corporation in Hong Kong. Now, he had a large desk with 2 monitors for work. After making a successful futures trade while sitting in his office in the evening, the guy thought it was time to enrich the LOR corporation. He had new modern computers, and the first thing he did was check the balance of the shareholder account, which was just over $750 million. At the end of the day, sitting in front of 2 monitors, the guy thought about how tomorrow he would cause enormous chaos with just 1 finger. The next morning, in a small office in Central Seoul, began with the phrase, "Boss, everything is lost. We're completely screwed." The boss was already used to his managers panicking, so he asked what had happened again, whether something had collapsed somewhere. However, one of his managers, who had discovered the situation, could only sit with his mouth open and his eyes wide, repeating that everything was lost. The man didn't understand much at first, so he demanded that his subordinates explain to him what was going on and what had disappeared. The manager panicked and shouted that it seemed that the stock market god had withdrawn all his funds, and then they all shouted in unison with their boss. The man broke out in a sweat in the blink of an eye. Even his glasses were fogged up, and he demanded that his subordinate tell him specifically, in numbers, how much money he had withdrawn. The subordinate, red with exertion and also sweaty, said in a trembling voice that it was somewhere around 100 billion, and he couldn't believe it himself. The boss asked him again, thinking he had heard the wrong number, But when it dawned on him, he screamed in a silent voice, refusing to believe what was happening. He yelled that the manager was talking nonsense, that yesterday everything was fine and there were no problems. He stood behind the guy and yelled in his ear, asking when the money was transferred, where it was transferred to, and why he hadn't checked yet. The guy turned around and reported that the money had been transferred to the LOR Investment Corporation through linked accounts at dawn today. The boss asked question after question about their account, saying that it was impossible to withdraw money at once, and demanded to be connected to this corporation immediately. The manager called and got through to Yusei-ra. The girl said that the director was not there at the moment, but if it was a mistake on their part, she apologized. Calls poured into the office from early morning, and she could barely keep up with answering the phone. There were even calls from the People's Bank of the Republic of China. All the callers demanded to be connected to the director. The girl couldn't understand what had happened, why everyone had gone crazy. After hanging up the phone once again, the girl laughed and said to herself that it seemed their director had caused quite a stir that night. At that moment, Chang Taison came out of his office and asked her the sacramental question. He asked if they had any coffee left. The girl told him that since early morning, they had been receiving phone calls from brokerage firms and banks, all of them demanding to speak with him. The boss replied that he had only borrowed a little money from them, and they had gone crazy over it, making such a fuss over such a trifle. The girl made him coffee. Chang Taison took the cup from her, and, while enjoying his drink, asked if she had prepared what he had asked her to. The girl smiled and said that as soon as the orders came in, she started working on them, and he was waiting for him in the parking lot. The guy finished his coffee, thanked her, and as he was leaving, he turned around at the door, laughed, and said she could just ignore the calls from the banks. It would seem that this solution was obvious, given that the director was not there. But for some reason, this option did not occur to her. Leaving the office, he thought that the government would soon take some measures, such as exempting foreign investments from taxes. Whatever concessions the government made would work in his favor. And now, he had to take advantage of this opportunity so as not to look foolish. He went down to the parking lot, and the first thing he saw when he got out of the elevator was that his request to Yusei-ra had been carried out exactly as he had said. In front of him stood the legendary Porsche 9124S with an open roof and an engine capacity of almost 4 cubic centimeters. Opening the car door, the guy sat down, breathed in the smell of the car that had become his dream come true, and said to himself, "Let's go." Chang Taison put the car in gear, pressed the pedal, and the car roared as it pulled out of the parking lot. A few seconds later, he was already speeding through the streets of the city. He sped so fast that dust rose in a cloud, and in a few minutes, he was far away from the office where the phones were ringing every second. Today, at Lee Yarin's high school, the mayor personally awarded the girl a scholarship to the law department of Korea University. The mayor presented her with a certificate, a special, personalized certificate awarded only to students with outstanding achievements. The girl went up on stage, where the mayor was already waiting for her, and in the hall sat all the high school students with whom she had studied all these years. That was where Chang Taison was rushing to in his red Porsche. The school was for girls, and he was not allowed to attend the award ceremony, so he was waiting for her. Like a true gentleman, he brought a huge bouquet of flowers and stood near the gate, leaning on his car. Leaving the office, he drove home and changed his clothes. He was wearing a light-colored suit that matched his hair color, and the sun reflected off the foil wrapping the bouquet. He stood there, imagining how the girl would approach him, looking so beautiful, and he would hand her his bouquet and congratulate her on her graduation. Meanwhile, in the auditorium of the high school, the mayor congratulated the girl, saying she was one of the graduates they had been waiting for so long. After presenting her with the award, he asked her to address her parents in the hall and say something to them. They looked intently at their daughter. Lee Yarin was flattered. Standing on the stage, she said that she was standing there thanks to her parents, the principal, her teachers, and her friends who had studied so hard. Chang Taison decided to go to the school and congratulate the girl on graduating among the first. While she was still giving her speech, addressing the juniors and seniors who were graduating today, she expressed her gratitude and promised to be proud of her school. While she was speaking, Chang Taison entered the auditorium, trying not to attract attention, but several girls noticed him and stared at him. And it wasn't just the girls who were staring at him. The boys weren't expecting to see him here either, but it was the girls who were looking at him and sighing. Since last summer, he had constantly heard people saying how cool and handsome he was, and today was no exception. But Chang Taison didn't seem to notice these glances. He only looked at Lee Yarin. He thought he had finally found her and really wanted to talk to her. When the formal part of the celebration ended, informal communication began, and everyone dispersed throughout the hall. He saw someone giving flowers to Lee Yarin. The guy tried to push his way through the crowd to her, but he saw that she was talking to someone and heard her say happily, "You came." He raised his hand to get her attention, then waved the bouquet, smiled, and called the girl by name. But when he saw who had approached her, His joy turned to surprise and indignation. He stopped and watched. A tall young man approached the girl and asked to take a photo with her. She said she had been waiting for him the whole time and was clearly happy to see him. The young man was indeed very pleasant looking, with well-groomed hair, wearing a plaid suit, and hugging the girl around the shoulders. While they were talking, the girl's mother approached them with a camera in her hands and asked them to stand together so she could take a picture of them. As they posed, the young man continued to hold the girl around the shoulders and said that they should put her statue here because lots of people want to take pictures with her. She was so captivated by the young man that she completely ignored Chang Taison, who quietly called her name but remained where he was. Meanwhile, after posing for a while, Liaodin moved away from the guy and smiled, asking if anyone would want to marry her after seeing these photos. He smiled and, raising his index finger meaningfully, said that it was okay because she had him, and laughed. The girl laughed cheerfully in response and said she shouldn't have said that, as she hadn't noticed Chang Taison standing nearby. He stood there looking very sad. His hand holding the bouquet that had made him so happy just a moment ago now seemed superfluous. Now the guy understood why the girl was responding to him more and more briefly. Their meetings and conversations flashed before his eyes. These memories were so vivid and colorful that they were imprinted in his mind because he was too innocent. At that moment, watching his first love with someone else, he felt pain in his heart, having experienced 3 breakups in his past life. However, that was not all. He heard a man rejoicing at how lucky he was that his nephew was Liaodin's op. The girl's father thanked the unfamiliar man for thinking highly of his daughter, and in response, the man asked him to take care of his nephew. In response, the girl's father said that they were no longer children, but quite grown up, so it was unlikely that he would be able to influence them in any way, and laughed. Looking closely at the men, Chang Taison recognized among them a political judge and concurrently Chief Justice of the Supreme Court, Lee Kang-sok. The young man also recognized the second man, who had asked him to take care of his nephew as a candidate for the position of Supreme Court judge. The men watched Liaodin and the tall guy with the hairstyle standing nearby, and the uncle said he would take his word for it. All this was like a blow to the heart for Chang Taison. Standing before him were a representative of the National Medical Association and a high-ranking judge. Suddenly, amid the noise of the crowd, the guy heard someone ask the girl to stand closer to Dongsun. He thought about it. The name seemed familiar to him. The girl moved closer to the guy, and he smiled sweetly and made horns with his middle and index fingers. They said he started working immediately after passing the bar exam and took the position of managing director despite his age. Chang Taison watched his first love having fun with this guy. And I remembered that Dongsun was often portrayed on TV as a playboy. As he watched the young people, 2 girls approached him from behind and apologized, trying to get his attention. However, the guy didn't even turn to them. So one of the girls looked at him hopefully and asked if he could give her his phone number. Without even turning his head toward them, Chang Taison apologized and said that they'd better leave because he was in a terrible mood. He turned and looked at them with sad eyes. And finally, Liaodin noticed him in the crowd. She looked surprised and called his name softly. Donsung, who was standing next to her, looked at the girl with curiosity. Chang Taison noticed that Liaodin was looking at him, and he also looked at her intently, paying no more attention to the girls. Liaodin did not expect Chang Taison to come to see her and congratulate her on her graduation, and even bring her a bouquet of flowers. She looked at him with wide eyes, and he also froze and looked at her for a long time, until Dongsun asked if she knew him. She hesitated for a moment, then smiled and replied that she didn't know but thought so, and suggested taking more photos. To confirm her words, she moved closer to Dongsun and took his arm, wrapping both hands around it to show that she was with him. Chang Taison understood her silent signals, but wondered if it was just a woman's instinct to fall for a more successful man. He couldn't bring himself to leave. He looked at them, thinking that as the son of a conglomerate head and the son of a farmer, he was no match for Dongsun. Despite the intense pain in his heart from this loss, the guy turned around, got ready to leave, and thought that it was for the best anyway. He left the girl with her family, friends, former classmates, and new boyfriend, and walked away as they confessed their love for her. The thought that everything was for the best lifted the guy's spirits a little. Going outside, he looked at the bouquet and wondered what to do with it now. Leaving the school building, he saw a sad, lonely girl standing alone in the schoolyard, her gaze incredibly sad. However, the boy saw that the girl was not alone. Behind her, he saw 2 ghosts. They were her parents, and they were also very sad. They tried to support her. Her father was happy that Sauron had graduated from school, and her mother thanked her for growing up to be such a wonderful person. Despite the events of the day, this vision made Chang Taison incredibly happy. It reminded him that he could still see ghosts. The girl held her diploma close to her chest and cried, mentally addressing her parents, who stood with their hands on her shoulders. Chang Taison's legs carried him towards the girl. Approaching her, he handed her the bouquet and simply said, "Congratulations on your graduation." The tears on Sauron's face immediately dried up. Looking at the guy in surprise, she stammered slightly and asked who he was and why he was congratulating her. The guy pointed to the bouquet and replied that these were the words of her parents, who were grateful that their daughter had grown up to be so wonderful. After thinking for a moment, he added that her parents had asked him to tell her that they would very much like her to live the best and happiest life possible. Sa-ran certainly did not expect such news. She stood there, clutching the bouquet, looking at him with wide eyes and asking him to repeat what he had said. The guy was about to leave, but when he heard the question, he turned around and laughed, saying that she should be bold and take everything she wanted from life. With that, he turned and left. He saw her standing there in surprise, and her parents bowed to him gratefully behind her. Talking to this girl really lifted the guy's spirits. He even thought that instead of Lee Yin, there was a new guest of honor today. Night fell, the full moon shone in the sky, and it was studded with stars, when suddenly, someone called out to the guy, "Brother!" There were empty cans on the table. Perhaps the guy had decided to drown his sadness after all, and these were the traces. The guy was sleeping on the couch and drooling in his sleep, but the voice continued to wake him up insistently, asking if his heart really hurt that much. However, when he saw the silhouette of a tall man in front of him, the dream quickly disappeared, and he even jumped up on the sofa. So unexpected was the visitor. The guy sat up abruptly, sweating from fright, then shouted in surprise and stammered, asking who he was, and if he was another ghost. The silhouette came closer. It was a man with a sharp chin. He said the guy would understand who he was as soon as he heard his name. The room became bright, and the guy saw a tall man with long curly hair who said his name was Chevalier de Sanglart. He was Casanova. The young man stared at his handsome interlocutor with wide eyes. It was a very unexpected encounter, and he asked Casanova to repeat himself. Still unable to believe who had come to visit him, the guy looked surprised. The man sat down on the sofa and, smiling, held out his hand, saying that they looked alike. But Chang Taison did not listen to him. He sat with his eyes wide open, trying to pick up his fallen jaw, and asked again and again, "Are you Casanova?" He smiled and introduced himself again. His name was Giacomo Casanova, the greatest playboy of all time and all nations, and he wanted to make a deal with the guy. At the word deal, the guy's eyes lit up. Previous encounters had shown that deals could be very interesting and useful. His visitor was born in the trading city of Venice and became an abbot at the age of 15. At 16, he received a law degree. The man sitting in front of him was not only Casanova, but also an excellent merchant, thanks to his extensive knowledge of medicine, mathematics, and chemistry. After weighing all these arguments, the young man cheered up considerably and, looking at his interlocutor with interest, said that he was ready to conclude the deal. The next morning in Hong Kong, Harry Lawrence reported to Leo Stewart that their borrower, Chang Taison, had withdrawn all the money. Harry Lawrence reported that he had withdrawn all funds from the corporate account, and the director asked if he could not track where the money had gone. He shrugged his shoulders and replied that the director knew that when an account was closed, all information about it was deleted. The account had been used and immediately closed. The director understood this perfectly well, but the situation was so incomprehensible and unbelievable that he still couldn't believe it. Harry Lawrence looked at the director with horror and said that despite his age, Chang Taison understood perfectly well what he was doing. Harry Lawrence reported that the balance of the Korean account was growing very quickly, and the director asked where the 400 million from their account had been invested. In response, he heard that they were probably used to buy Noogle shares, which currently have a return of about 1%. The director began to wonder if these were Noogle shares. It seemed that the guy was going to make a long-term investment, or simply wanted to take a break. He growled that their manager, Steven, had to win Chang Taison's trust and not lose contact with him under any circumstances. He stood looking at the city and thought he had no idea what was going on, but it seemed like the guy knew a secret, and who knew what surprises he had in store for them. At that moment, Chang Taison was driving his Porsche, listening to the news reporting a 20% drop in oil prices and rejoicing. This is what he called being able to manipulate the market. He made a profit of about $280 million with a 20% return. A few days earlier, he had earned 400 million plus 200 million from his initial loan, bringing his balance to $600 million. At the same time, he took great pleasure and confidence in the fact that his funds were kept in a secret checkbook. He acknowledged that thanks to Casanova, his understanding of the market had improved significantly, and he was now much better at assessing the business situation. As he shifted gears, the guy also thought about how he had gained the incredible ability to turn even sadness into a wonderful memory. Racing through the city in his Porsche, he also thought about how he had learned a technique that allowed him to completely control his emotions. Now he understood that, strange or incomprehensible as it might seem, even breakups required special skills. With these thoughts in mind, he drove out of the city and, deciding to speed up, wished himself a happy new year and thanked Casanova for his lessons. He sped toward the mansion, in front of which several cars were parked, with mountains in the background. Looking around, the guy thought that money was a great thing after all. Getting out of his Porsche with lots of gift bags, the guy looked at the mansion in front of him and said it was his new home. The house had been renovated. The old tiles had been replaced with new ones with a black sheen, and the clay walls had been redone using red brick. When the guy first saw the renovated house, he froze in admiration, then laughed and said that the place looked better than ever. They had a dog that greeted him at the gate. The dog looked great, and the guy thought that the better the owner lived, the better his pet lived. Chang Taison put the bags on the ground and bent down to pet the dog when he suddenly heard voices coming from the house. Someone was asking to borrow money, promising to help. Now, many people were turning to him and his family for money. And only the dog didn't care how much money he had. He loved him just the way he was. Listening to these conversations, the guy thought how shameless people were. But the dog, wasting no time, took advantage of his distraction and licked him actively. Apparently, his father's numerous uncles and aunts had come to visit and were asking him for money, and his parents were doing their best to fend them off. The guy stood near the entrance for a while, listening to their conversations and hearing how politely his parents responded. Then he decided that it was time for him, as the eldest son, to do his part and turn the situation around. Standing in front of the door, he shouted to his parents, "Mom, Dad, come out. Your eldest son is here." At that moment, the dog sank its teeth into the bag and growled. The boy's mother, hearing someone shouting outside, came out and, seeing that their son had arrived, was taken aback, afraid that he had heard everything. She looked confused, but the boy had heard what had happened before he arrived and asked her what was wrong, why she was sad. The guests, hearing that someone had arrived, called him into the house, telling him not to interfere because the adults were talking about important matters. One of the men sitting on the sofa shouted at the boy's father, demanding that he continue the conversation and tell them where he got the money. Chang Taison's father sat opposite the guest, who asked him where he got so much money if even the neighbors didn't know about it, and asked him to help them financially. They tried in every way to find out the sources of his income, hinting at a pile of money and his obligation to help his brothers and sister. Upon entering the house, Chang Taison exclaimed, "Oh," and asked if all his uncles and aunts had come here, which surprised the guests. They exclaimed, "What do you mean, oh?" And the young man asked how they were doing and added with a slight smirk that he had already forgotten what they looked like. In response, they began to scold him for not even bowing and talking to them disrespectfully, and how dare he mock adults. The young man's mother watched in horror as he talked to his relatives and tried in every way to stop him, but it was all in vain. His aunt, who had been silent until then, asked indignantly when Chang Taison had become so ill-mannered. One of his uncles sarcastically added that a single bow was not considered a greeting. The boy's father sat pensively and remained silent. The young man felt completely confident and asked what manners people who had not even come to his parents' anniversary could talk about. He looked slowly but penetratingly at all the relatives sitting on the sofa, sighed disappointedly, and said he was very ashamed of them. However, no one appreciated his speech. On the contrary, the men grimaced, their faces contorted with anger. His aunt couldn't take it anymore and jumped up, asking who had taught him to talk like that, and hinting that it was probably his mother. The boy's mother stood, barely alive, shocked by how her son was talking to his relatives. She couldn't take it anymore and shouted, "Chang Taison!" At that moment, her head spun from excitement, and she couldn't stand on her feet, so she sat down on the sofa. The boy rushed to her, asking if everything was all right. But then a crowd of relatives with dissatisfied faces formed a united front against the guy, asking how he dared to ignore adults. Chang Taison sat down next to his mother, hugged her, and began to calm her down. Then he looked up at them with contempt and asked if they were really adults. All of this time, his father sat silently nearby, but it was clear from his face that he was barely holding back his anger and that it was taking a tremendous effort. Suddenly, one of the men standing at the edge rushed towards him, intending to hit him on the run, calling him various names. Thanks to the fact that the guy continued to train and develop his sensitivity, he managed to grab his arm and stop him. Suddenly, they heard a shout demanding that they stop and calm down immediately, followed by a stream of abuse pouring from the mouth of Chang Taison's father. Such behavior from his usually quiet and silent older brother greatly surprised his relatives. They were stunned into silence and stared at him with wide eyes. When he stood up from his seat and shouted, they recoiled in fear. This was not at all like the calm man with glasses. Chang Taison looked at his father with admiration and thought that it turned out he could show his character, and that he did have one. His younger brothers frowned as they looked at their older brother, and it seemed as if they did not recognize the person standing before them. He continued to stare at them sternly and asked if they had forgotten that they were in the presence of the eldest member of the family. Ashamed, His relatives immediately looked guilty and began to say apologetically that he was their brother, that they were family. Ignoring their babbling and excuses, the man looked at them seriously through his glasses and ordered them to call him their older brother from now on. The younger ones immediately changed their tune and, in the same apologetic tone, began to say that they didn't mean to and why he was so angry about what they had done. The man turned to his son and said that he should also apologize. The boy replied, of course, but thought to himself with admiration that his father's shout had silenced everyone. Then he turned to his relatives and told them to apologize to his son. The boy thought that the eldest in the family had a huge influence on the rest. Chang Taison was the first to bow deeply, saying that he humbly apologized for his manners and behavior. The relatives raised their hands in a sign of reconciliation and said they were also sorry. They should have behaved differently. Chang Taison replied that he had been rude. When the apologies were over, the man told them to contact his son about the money, as he would be the one to decide how it would be used. His uncles and aunt immediately began to fawn over the young man, apologizing to his father and saying that he should have told them about it earlier. The New Year holidays were spent with the family. Upon returning to the office, Chang Taison received a box with a kangaroo painted on it as a gift from Yusera. She said that she had gone on New Year's vacation with her mother to Australia, where this supplement was highly praised, and she decided to get it for him. Seeing his confusion, the girl laughed and said that he worked so much at night that she was worried about him. Looking at the gift, Chang Taison asked if drinking it would make him as energetic as a kangaroo. The girl laughed and replied, "Who knows?" Yusera warned him that this supplement was very expensive, so he should only take 1 pill a day. Then she turned and went to the reception area, casually mentioning that this supplement works very well for men. Chang Taison read on the box that it contained kangaroo essence and laughed, thinking that he didn't need it yet, but it would be useful for his brother No. Sitting in the office, the guy thought that winter break was over, and he would have to say goodbye to life in Seoul, the hard lot of high school students. Then suddenly his thoughts jumped, and he wondered if team leader Yu would quit when he found out that the head of the company was a high school student. But he didn't take his eyes off the computer monitors for a second, keeping track of market changes. He recalled the global upheavals that had taken place in their seemingly peaceful world from 2007 to 2009. One of them was the collapse of the United States economy. And the guy was sure that with additional funding, the states could become the king of finance. And of course, he couldn't afford to miss such an opportunity, understanding that chaos was necessary for the birth of a new hero. His immediate plans did not include seizing real estate and destroying companies simply because he could not cover his tracks here. The same applied to companies. Nominally, Chang Taison was not their owner. This was also his strategic move. Otherwise, he would have become the #1 target. However, he once realized that nothing prevented him from controlling these companies from the shadows. He firmly believed that only money ruled the world. Chang Taison understood the important role that finances played in the affairs of companies, and was going to become the one who pulled the invisible strings. Soon, Yusera discovered strange expenses. They were significant, and the girl wondered who their director really was. She couldn't understand why he would spend so much money, since he couldn't eat it all himself. Maybe he wasn't alone. The girl began to run through the options in her head and came to the conclusion that if he was not alone, then he could be with a girl. But she immediately dismissed this idea and decided that it was too much money to spend on a normal date. Only someone with a bottomless stomach could eat that much food. Lawyer Cho caught her thinking about this, and she shared her observations with him. He listened to her, laughed, but did not comment. Unlike the girl, he knew that their director was still a high school student. Cho left, and the girl didn't see the director for a whole month. She thought angrily that she hoped he was living his happy life without a woman. That same evening, Chang Taison sat at home in front of 6 monitors and was angry. He also saw his expenses for the pizzeria and other establishments. He deliberately invested his money in various establishments, and now he found it hard to believe that pizza helped him relieve stress. The guy thought that his friends who went out with him ate like crazy, and no one cared that he had already spent 5 million won on snacks. An important event was supposed to happen that evening, and he knew the time had come. So he kept a close eye on the charts on the monitors. With 5 minutes to go before the hour, Chang Taison was ready for action. The total amount in his savings accounts was $1 billion, or a trillion won. Today, he planned to increase it several times over. Everyone was going to find out about him. The guy could feel his heart pounding. A week ago, he had caused a stir with short sales of US mortgage lender shares, selling call options and buying put options. The countdown had begun. The guy sat there, still focused and attentive, watching the charts and counting the seconds. Although he was confident, he felt a slight tremor inside. His right hand was on the mouse, his left near the keyboard. With only seconds left until such an important event in his life, the guy broke out in a sweat, and a drop of sweat ran down his cheek. There were 3 seconds left. The guy stared intently at his monitors, thinking at that moment that unlike in Korea, stocks in the United States could fall indefinitely. Chang Taison rejoiced and performed something like a victory dance. The decline was unimaginable. Stocks instantly plummeted by tens of %. During his training as a technician, he had honed his skills in working with emotions, but here he couldn't hold back and finally cried out. The bear market in the States had finally collapsed. Busy celebrating his victory, the guy didn't immediately notice that he wasn't alone in the room until a shadow appeared and asked if he was okay. His jubilation at victory turned to fear, and he even began to stutter slightly as he asked who else was there. It was his acquaintance, Chris Barnsdale. Seeing the guy, he said that he looked different and asked if something had happened in the human world. Chang Taison shouted indignantly, asking why the polyglot had suddenly pulled him out and how he even knew that something had happened. Chris Barnsdale smiled, congratulated the guy, and added that as far as he could tell, the guy had raised his level. The guy asked again, raised my level? Chang Taison decided that he was referring to his recent feat on the stock exchange and thought, of course, he had just crushed the American bears. Then he looked at his hands and said that nothing had changed. So why was God so sure that he had changed? Chris Barnsdale replied that he was absolutely sure. But the guy, continuing to look at his hands in surprise, asked why he didn't feel anything. Chang Taison was concerned about another question. What was the purpose of God's visit this time? Why had he suddenly decided to appear before him again? God shook his head, laughed, adjusted his glasses, and asked where such a young man got so much distrust of him. The purpose of his visit was perfectly clear. There were no hidden motives. He just wanted to tell the young man that he had recently learned a new language. The old man was sure that as soon as the young man found out what language it was, he would want it too. So he went to see him without delay. Chang Taison thought that it wasn't particularly interesting, but that it was worth asking out of politeness. And with a bored look on his face, he asked what language it was. The polyglot took on a mysterious look and whispered that it was an ancient language of knowledge that had long been lost, pausing to add that it was a runic language. The young man's eyes lit up with interest. He knew that they were used in fantasy novels and games, and that the Germans considered it a kind of magic. The old man remained silent, closing his eyes and enjoying the effect, while the young man thought that he was sure he had found something truly cool, which is why he looked so confident. But then a thought occurred to him, and he said, could God be saying that this language is really for using magic? He even broke out in a sweat. Two thoughts tormented him, to believe or not to believe, and he told himself to calm down, saying that he would figure it all out if he was patient. The old man asked if he really wasn't interested, and added that since he was so busy, he would teach him the runes as quickly as possible. And with that, they parted ways. In the morning, the guy sat down at the computer again. Yesterday, he had increased 1 billion fivefold and was sure that this event could become a legend in the financial world. Analyzing the charts, Chang Taison recalled that in 2010, more than $21 trillion had been hidden in tax havens. Then his phone rang. He looked up in surprise. It was his sister, calling with a proposal for him. Jua called to invite him over. They were going to have a small, late snack and would be cooking raboki. Did he want to join them? Hearing about the ravioli, the guy asked if anyone else was coming to visit her. The girl replied that Ahin and Isil would be there. The guy said he would be happy to join them and that they would meet later, thinking that he wouldn't be able to help the twins with the cooking anyway. However, after talking to his sister, he suddenly realized that he was hungry and all he could cook was ramen. He immediately thought that maybe it would make sense for him to sign up for some cooking classes and learn how to cook. He had a premonition that this might happen, and it did not disappoint him. As soon as he thought it, a flash of lightning so bright that it blinded his eyes flashed. When the flash passed, only gray smoke remained, and a silhouette, apparently female, with lush hair. The guy wasn't quite used to his guests appearing so suddenly, so he was a little scared and asked who she was. When the smoke completely cleared, the guy saw a woman in a kimono, surrounded by tables with dishes, and he asked where he was this time. The girl smiled and greeted him. The guy looked around and saw 3 more iron plates and lots of different dishes on the shelves. Waiting for the guy's gaze to return to her, she laughed softly, smiled, and said her name was Changum. The guy couldn't believe his eyes. He asked if she was really that Changum. He decided that she was also a goddess, but why did they come to him so often? Changum was flattered. She leaned over and asked if he really knew her. He replied, of course. But is she really the great Changum? The girl closed her eyes dreamily and smiled, saying that was what people called her, and if so, then she was indeed the one. Still sitting on the floor, Chang Taison asked why she had suddenly appeared before him, and the girl asked if he didn't want to learn something. The guy thought about how the girl could help him, and she suggested that he voice his desire to attend cooking classes. Chang Taison even cried out in surprise and asked if she had heard about it, and if it meant that the gods could really hear him. Bowing her head, Changum replied that the gods know everything. They rule the world in which the guy lives, and they will definitely hear him. She immediately added, especially those who need karma points like her, and admitted that she had been watching him for a long time. The guy asked again about karma points. Looking at the girl, he thought that even the great Changum needed his karma points. He wondered why everyone needed them so much. Changum replied that the karma points he had earned were highly valued by the gods. She earned points by cooking, but that was nothing compared to human karma. She added that this was why they needed his karma points. The guy thought that the girl seemed to know what was going on in his head, since she had kindly told him everything. Her words made him think. He didn't know that his karma was so valuable to the gods, and that was why they were so eager to get close to people. The girl smiled at how hurried he was, and said he would find out everything in the next world. The guy thought that he had actually already been there. Changum said something unusual, that he could communicate with the gods, even though he was not their follower, that there were only gods in the world that he had never heard of. Suddenly, her voice became cold and sharp, and she warned him to be careful, because just because they are gods does not mean they can be trusted. She added that gods are extremely cold-blooded when it comes to mentoring anyone other than their own descendants. She smiled at him with her beautiful smile and said that in this regard, ancestors have great power. And the guy thought, she's not his ancestor, is she? He said, a worthless man asks her to take care of him, and thought, enough talking, let's get down to business. The girl replied that she wished him well. The guy forgot that she could read his thoughts. And when the girl said he was right to get straight to the point, he was embarrassed and bowed. They started with cooking to create medicine to heal the ailments of the body and mind. And the guy grabbed his head and growled again at the instructions. In a very short time, the goddess taught him all the culinary wisdom she knew, and the guy went to his sisters. Before the eyes of the astonished audience, he deftly chopped the ingredients, entertaining them with interesting conversation. When all the ingredients were ready, the guy started cooking, and the way he handled the frying pan, like a pro, caused wild excitement. One of the amazed friends asked Ju, maybe her brother is a chef? But she hesitated and replied that he only knew how to cook ramen. Another friend whispered in her ear, it doesn't seem like he's pretending. I think he really knows what he's doing. Meanwhile, the guy was enjoying the cooking process himself. The girls decided that he resembled the chef from the TV show Take Care of My Refrigerator. The experiment had an unusual result. One of the friends admitted that he was winning her heart, while the other immediately said that she had fallen in love with him. Chang Taison remembered his encounter with the goddess. He thought that Changum was not his ancestor, that she was too kind, and that she could read minds. So he said he was just joking. Nevertheless, the promised dishes were ready. The guy transferred them from the pan to a huge platter, and the whole kitchen was filled with a magical aroma. Placing the dish in front of the girls, he honestly admitted that he was cooking it for the first time and wasn't sure how it tasted, but offered them a try. The dish on the table had an unexpected effect. The girls stared at it with wide eyes and asked if it was really riboki. Chang Taison wished them bon appetit, and the girls finally decided to try his cooking, taking a piece of the fragrant dish. One of the friends took a bite, started chewing, and suddenly the fork slipped out of her hands and fell to the floor. The girl screamed. Next, her sister and another friend tried it, and their faces also changed. Instead of words, interjections were heard, and the guy was frightened. He was afraid that his worst fears had come true, that he had ruined everything, or worse, that the dish was completely inedible. He shouted at the girls, "What's wrong with you?" But his questions went unanswered. Not only did the girls not calm down, they started crying. The guy rushed around and asked what had happened. The guy ran up to his sister and asked her how she was and what had happened to her. Tears were streaming down the girl's face, and she couldn't say anything. As the girls continued to cry, the guy was about to panic. Then he got angry and shouted irritably, "Why are you crying?" The girls stood with their backs turned and continued to sob. The guy said that if this was some kind of joke, they better stop, because he didn't find it funny. His serious tone seemed to have an effect on them, because they calmed down and one by one began to speak. The guy asked them what they were saying. Suddenly, they turned to him with broad smiles and tears streaming down their faces and said, "Your work is a masterpiece. We can't believe it." Now was the moment to get really angry. The guy growled, sweat dripping from him. He said he almost wet his pants when they started crying. The girls began to eat, praising the food and asking if he had put anything forbidden in it. He told them not to talk and to eat while it was hot. Jua put a piece of delicious riboki on her fork, raised it to eye level, and said that now she would have extraterrestrial standards for riboki. The girls praised it so much that Chang Taison decided to try it himself to see what was so amazing about it. He put a piece in his mouth and began to chew. As soon as the delicious piece of riboki touched his tongue, he was overwhelmed with emotion and had the same reaction as the girls. He burst into tears. The girls cried and showed him how good it was. The guy thought that even though he had prepared it himself, he could not have imagined that it would be so delicious. Enjoying the delicious food prepared especially for them, the girls asked if the guy was planning to open a riboki shop after school. He replied no, and the girls insisted that he should get a patent for them. Chang Taison thought this evening would be a wonderful memory. While they were enjoying the delicious food and company, somewhere in heaven, the goddess Changum was informed that karma points had been earned. The next morning, in Chang Taison's apartment, began with the motto, "The game has begun." The sun was shining brightly, and the guy was sitting in front of the computer from early morning. He thought that today, he would have to give it his all, because karma is karma, and money is money. Earn money, spend money. Chang Taison's next target was margin, which was the second pillar of the foreign exchange market, the first being the real estate market. His fingers flew over the keyboard as he recalled that the value of transactions on the margin market was estimated at more than $2 trillion a day. His goal was to strengthen the Canadian dollar. He was going to exchange Canadian dollars for Japanese yen and US dollars. He didn't notice how several hours had passed in such excitement. His heart beat faster from such inspiration and enthusiasm. But that wasn't all for today. A thought occurred to him. It was time to end the leadership on the continents and start the era of naval warfare. Without wasting a second, he calculated in his mind that $5 billion from 10 million was 50 times leverage. Continuously monitoring the charts on his monitors, he calculated that he would invest $1 billion in the Canadian yen market. The guy was incredibly focused. He would invest the remaining $4 billion in the Canadian dollar, which was involved in a huge number of transactions. He had recently sold shares and closed $2 billion with interest for HSBC. And now he was using his hidden finances. Now he was free. Pressing combinations of buttons, he thought this was only the beginning of his plan. Now he would receive only mountains of gold. He had done everything in his power. The sale of Chang Taison's shares caused another hysterical outburst at the Seoul Trading Agency, with managers shedding crocodile tears. As soon as one of the managers saw what had happened, he shouted at the whole office, which annoyed the director. But when asked what had happened, they replied that the stock god was not conducting any transactions. Moreover, he had sold all the shares, and now the boss also wanted to scream. That wasn't all the news. The manager added that the stock god had taken all the money from the second account, leaving only 10,000 won. The director turned black with anger and helplessness in a second, sweat pouring down his face. He thought that this man had disappeared as suddenly as he had appeared. The boss yelled that the guy couldn't just disappear and had to be found immediately. The manager suggested that the guy had moved to the foreign currency exchange. He added that one of his friends in the field had called him yesterday and told him in secret that hundreds of billions of won had been deposited into one of his personal accounts. The director was surprised, but asked if it was a casino. The manager replied that, in his opinion, no one but this guy could have invested so much money. While they were discussing this, the managers on the sidelines shared their opinions that the guy doesn't even work, but they already call him the god of stocks. Standing behind his manager, the man remembered that they also had the LOR Corporation and asked how things were going with it. The manager checked and reported that there had been no activity in the corporation's investment accounts for a long time. The boss was extremely angry and said it would be good to start working for this guy. Otherwise, if this continued, he would end up completely bald. The manager laughed and said that if LOR Corporation was hiring, he would also apply for a job there. The boss confirmed that he was not the only one. Amid the peaceful hum of computers in a room packed with traders, they came to the conclusion that they wanted to work for him for the rest of their lives. The boss began to worry about the guy. In his opinion, the foreign exchange market was a dead end, but the god of stocks had now become the god of currency exchange. July came very quickly, and the high school seniors were burdened with the responsibility of passing their final exams. But the guys were guys, and they kept their spirits up, even managing to meet up and go to the pizzeria during breaks to prepare for their exams. Using his mother's name, Chang Taison installed air conditioners in the classrooms and organized anonymous financial support for the school, which raised its rating. The guy was sure he had earned a lot of karma points, and one day he was going to close all his accounts. 3 months of investments had come to an end. Chang Taison decided it was time to close his Canadian dollar trades, as he had managed to strengthen his position significantly against the yen during that time. He thought about all this while sitting at his desk during recess, staring intently at one spot. His friends couldn't understand why he was so tense. This change in their friend frightened them greatly because he was the only one who saw a ray of light even in the pitch darkness. One of them declared himself a prophet, and seeing the boy's state, predicted that when he made that face, something bad was about to happen. They watched him closely, standing in a row behind him, when suddenly a phone rang from the backpack hanging on his desk. The guy picked up the phone and said hello, and the receiver blared.
"Hello, Daniel."
The guy was startled. Who could be calling him by his English name? Hearing his confusion, the voice on the other end asked if he really didn't recognize her. And then the guy realized it was Clara Lee. When he said the girl's name, a picture appeared before his eyes of when they were walking in Hong Kong, and he saved her from a moped. He had already forgotten, but now he remembered. That night, the girl's breath, how they stood in the rain, his breath mingling with hers. That night was so short, but so important for Chang Taison. And now the girl had suddenly reminded him of herself. He thoughtfully touched his lips with his fingers, remembering how they stood in the rain. Then he approached her, hugged her, and their lips merged in a kiss. His friends heard him say the girl's name and shouted, "It can't be. What, Clara? Another woman? Maybe she's a foreigner." The girl was sure he was surprised by her call and asked what he was doing. He was very happy to hear from her and said he was just relaxing after breakfast. Clara Lee said that director Leo Stewart had told her to say hello to him. The guy laughed and said hello back. The next words made Chang Taison's heart beat faster. She asked if he missed her and added that despite the distance, her heart was always with him. In the evening, traders from the trading company gathered at a cafe near the office, and one of them was about to tell them something very important. His colleagues decided that he had problems, but he told them that today, margin accounts designed for long-term investments had been closed. The guy said that they had been sold for Canadian dollars and yen, and he was also going to tell them about the amount of profit from these transactions. He lowered his voice and said that it amounted to more than 3 trillion. Hearing the order of the numbers, his colleagues asked again, and even seemed to freeze. Gradually digesting the information, one of the traders asked if this someone had invested in margin. It meant he was an institutional investor. The person who broke the news thought for a moment and replied that both options were possible, or one of the two, and that the profitability was 970%. His colleagues shouted that this couldn't be true, and that if the information got into the news, the entire industry would be plunged into chaos. Their shouts attracted attention. Another interrupted him, saying there would be no chaos, that this was the birth of a new star. Just think about it, $3 billion. And then their boss appeared at the door of the cafe. He shouted, "Do you even understand what you're doing? Any information about your clients is strictly confidential. Have you lost your minds?" The traders fell silent, but the boss continued, saying that if the data became publicly available and their client found out about it, they would all be out on the street. He yelled so hard that his eyes nearly popped out of their sockets, and he said that there were more and more joint stock companies on the futures market. In the end, he said that if he found out that any of them had leaked information outside the company, he would deal with each of them individually. And finally, he yelled that no one should find out about this. The last sentence could be heard far beyond the cafe. The guys reminded him that he was louder than everyone else. In the morning, Chang Taison asked lawyer Cho to gather information for him. Cho asked if there were still gangsters in their neighborhood and laughed. However, that wasn't the point. The guy asked the lawyer to find out about his mother's past, which, of course, surprised the man. The lawyer wanted to ask about his motives, but the guy beat him to it, saying, "Don't worry about it." And the lawyer clarified what kind of information he needed. The young man asked him to thoroughly check her family tree. The lawyer laughed and said that for a specialist like him, it should be a piece of cake. After these words, the lawyer was confused and asked how much time he had for this task. The guy asked for it to be done as quickly as possible. He thought about it some more, but replied aloud that he would do it only for the director's sake, and laughed. He asked the guy to send his mother's name and registration number, and said he would take care of it as soon as he received the information. As Clara Lee had promised, she packed her bags and flew from Hong Kong to visit Korea, and Chang Taison was already waiting for her plane to land. When the girl appeared in the arrivals hall, she was wearing short shorts and a tank top, and screamed when she saw the guy, calling out to him, "Daniel!" It was very difficult for him to describe the feelings he experienced when the girl he had been waiting for so long ran up to him and threw her arms around him. Everyone in the arrivals hall looked at them with admiration, and some even suggested that they looked very good together, like models. As they left, the guy put his arm around her shoulder, and the girl smiled and told him how much she wanted to visit Korea. He said, "Welcome." He picked her up from the airport in his convertible Porsche, and she couldn't help but stand up and shout to the whole street how cool the car was. She also shouted how grateful she was for the invitation, while the guy couldn't take his eyes off the strip of her underwear visible under her shorts. He broke out in a sweat and shifted into high gear, thinking how cruel the girl was. If only she knew how difficult it would be for him to resist her perfume. Yu Sada was waiting for him in the office. She wondered where the director had gone today. Could it be on business? The workday wasn't over yet, and he was already gone. She looked at the table with the gift bags on it and read the name KR. She had heard that they had given him an entire casino. Then she suddenly decided that she didn't care about the gifts at all, and that the main thing was that he didn't meet other girls. Her mood changed dramatically, and she became sad, saying that there was nothing she could do about it, that she had such a flirtatious nature, and her boss was so handsome. Then she suddenly cheered up again and said she simply had to make him spend his vacation attending all kinds of seminars with her alone. Meanwhile, Chang Taison was driving Clara Lee in his Porsche on the highway, and the girl was admiring the Korean highways. She asked to stop somewhere, and they pulled into a rest area. The girl was admiring the rest areas, while the guy couldn't take his eyes off her rear end. As soon as they approached the rest area, the aroma of various dishes began to tickle the girl's nose, and she admitted that she was very hungry. When they went to the food court to get something to eat, the girl was equally delighted with the abundance of Korean dishes to choose from. Since she couldn't read Korean, she simply chose a picture, pointed at it with her finger, and said she also wanted coffee. When they sat down at a table, the guy offered her a dish he had chosen especially for her, saying it was called hotteok. They sat under a huge umbrella on benches facing each other, and the guy warned her that the hotteok was hot and she should blow on it before taking a bite. The same thing happened with the next dish. The girl pointed at it, and the guy asked her to wait and thought that her taste was much more Korean than his. The guy went to place the order and asked for it to be packed to go when it was ready, assuming the girl would get hungry again soon. And when he placed the order and stepped aside to wait for it to be prepared, he suddenly saw her, Lee Ye-in. The girl also noticed him, stopped, and asked if it was him. She had a new hairstyle, a beautiful lilac dress with a belt and high boots. Chang Taison froze when he saw her. He whispered her name and just stood there, not taking his eyes off her, waiting for Clara Lee's order. Lee Ye-in asked how he was doing. She thought he had changed so much since they last saw each other. Chang Taison laughed and said he was just a normal boy. Nothing special was happening in his life, and everything was fine overall. Lee Ye-in couldn't take her eyes off him. She thought about how handsome he had become, and said aloud that she was very happy for him. Chang Taison began to feel angry inside, thinking, what nonsense. Why did she decide to talk to me right now? He remembered the ceremony at her graduation when she ignored him and let Dawn's son hug her. He was distracted when he was told that his order was ready, and he turned away from the girl to pick up the packaged food. Those few seconds were enough for him to control his emotions. Raising his head, he smiled and said that they would see each other again. He was about to leave, but the girl asked him to wait. She reached out her hand to him, her face saying, "Don't go, talk to me." At that moment, Clara Lee appeared, asking where he had gone and why she had to wait so long for her order, and Chang Taison smiled. He found himself caught between two fires. On his right was Clara Lee, who asked who the girl was and if he knew her, and on his left was his first love, Lee Ye-in. Without waiting for him to answer, Clara Lee smiled kindly at the girl and said why he shouldn't introduce them to each other. The guy stuttered a little and began to explain that Lee Ye-in was his sunbae, that they lived next door to each other, and that they had known each other for a long time. While he was talking, Lee Ye-in looked at him and thought that she was just his sunbae, and that they lived next door to each other. And the girl was surprised. Clara Lee, still smiling, winked at the girl, greeted her, and said she was very pleased to meet her, that she was Clara, Daniel's girlfriend. Lee Ye-in looked at the girl with her brown eyes, smiled back, introduced herself, and thought to herself that she was his girlfriend. Since Clara Lee didn't know what was going on between the young people, she acted very confidently, saying that they should definitely become friends. Lee Ye-in was not ready to meet Chang Taison and his girlfriend, and said that they would properly greet each other next time. Clara Lee missed the guy very much, and she also liked him very much, so she told them it was time to go, and that she wanted to go to his house as soon as possible. Chang Taison tried to control himself, but the situation was unusual, and he even sweated a little. Looking at the girl, he replied that it was up to her. At that moment, Lee Ye-in was staring at the girl. She really didn't want to admit it, but she was extremely attractive. Chang Taison managed to control his emotions, calmed down again, smiled, waved to Ye-in, and said they would go. Lee Ye-in felt uncomfortable. She didn't want to let Chang Taison go with this girl, but she said goodbye and silently watched them leave. Clara Lee took the guy by the arm and they walked towards the exit. Then she turned around and said that they would see each other again. Chang Taison walked with his hands in his pockets. The situation was painful, and what upset Lee Ye-in even more was that the guy didn't even turn around. He just left. Or rather, they left with Clara Lee, while Lee Ye-in stood there for a while, thinking that she hadn't been able to tell him that she had broken up with Dongsan. After the recreation area, the young people went to the guy's parents' house, where his mother sat them down to drink tea, and Clara Lee admired her wonderful home. Shortly after meeting, they became friends. The girl even started calling the guy's mother Mom, and told her that she was very beautiful. The woman did not remain in debt either. She replied that the girl was also very beautiful and must be very tired after the flight. The girl did not respond, Instead, she and Chang Taison went to look at the house, and she stopped near one of the paintings hanging on the wall. After looking at the painting for a long time, the girl said admiringly that it was a real masterpiece and that she could feel the artist's emotions in it. Her words flattered the guy very much. He smiled and said that it was a painting by his mother, Clara Lee. Lee was surprised. Could she really have painted this picture? The woman replied, slightly embarrassed, that it was indeed her painting, that she had studied art at university, and then laughed. The girl decided to support her and said that she also wanted to become an artist once, then took the woman's hands and said she was so cool. When they sat down to drink tea again, the mother asked Chang Taison to tell her how they met and winked, asking if they were really dating. There was a slight awkward pause, and then Clara Lee winked at the guy and replied that they had met in Hong Kong and that she was a good friend of her son's. The guy listened to the girl, laughed sincerely, gestured with his hand in confirmation of her words, and said that she was indeed a good friend. After listening to both young people, the woman had doubts about whether they were telling the truth, and she looked sternly at her son and asked, "Come on." Chang Taison was amused by her reaction and said that everything was not as she thought, that she was starting again. The woman heard someone enter the house and decided it was her husband. She called his name, and he replied that it was him and asked if they had guests. Chang Taison did not expect the whole family to gather. His father entered the living room, accompanied by his daughters. His father greeted his son, and the girls asked when he had arrived and why he looked so pale. Chang Taison, his mother, and Clara Lee remained seated at the table. The young man became anxious, as this meeting was not part of his plans. However, he quickly got his feelings under control, stood up, hugged his father, and then hugged his sisters. The girls explained that they had returned from vacation with their father, and since they had been living in his apartment all this time, they had cleaned up before leaving. Without waiting for the guy to introduce Clara Lee to them, they looked at her with admiration and asked in unison who the girl sitting at the table was. The next moment, something happened that shocked everyone. Clara Lee stood up, bowed to the father of the family, and said, "Nice to meet you, Dad." Chang Taison was the most surprised and disconcerted. He began to wonder where she could have learned to greet his father like that. She even bowed. But what surprised the guy's father and sisters even more was not that the girl bowed to him, but that she called him Dad. All three of them were stunned. Clara Lee smiled her most charming smile and said that her name was Clara Lee, that she was Daniel's friend, and that she asked them to love and cherish her. The young people stayed at the boys' parents' house for the night, and after everyone had left after dinner, the father decided it was time to talk to his son. The boy's mother was still with them, and the father said it was time for them to talk, man to man, about today. The father was serious. He looked at his son and said that in the era of globalization, nationality was not a problem. The mother smiled, and the guy asked what he meant. Without thinking twice, his father blurted out that he fully approved of his marriage to Clara Lee, but the boy folded his arms across his chest and laughed. Then he heard that he had earned karma points. The guy thought, what do karma points have to do with it? And said that they had misunderstood, that he and Clara Lee were just friends. Before he could finish, his father told him to stop talking and go get ready. The guy stopped understanding anything and stared at his parents. They were both looking at him and smiling. His father said they were going on a family vacation to the sea, and they would take Clara Lee with them. Chang Taison couldn't believe his ears at first, then asked again if they were really taking Clara. His mother said she had already asked her, and she had agreed. The departure was scheduled for the morning. They went in 2 cars, the boy and the girl in a Porsche. The girls also wanted to go with them, but went with their parents. Agreeing to meet at the beach, they parted ways. But on the way, Chang Taison thought that he was going on vacation, but not just to have fun. He decided to take advantage of this opportunity to relax properly, but he also decided it was time to think about his plans for the future. While Clara Lee was enjoying the surrounding nature, the guy turned to her, smiled, and asked what she thought of his family. The girl had managed to befriend all the members of his family, especially his sisters, so she happily replied that she liked them all very much. The guy smiled, and she continued, saying that his father was nicer than she had expected, his mother was very elegant, and the twins were very young, so they called her Onni. They drove in silence for a while. Then the guy turned to her again and asked if she had any reliable acquaintances from college. The girl thought for a moment and then asked if he was looking for employees for his company. Chang Taison explained that many people had lost their jobs due to the crisis, and that as a graduate of the economics department, she must have reliable acquaintances. While the girl was thinking about his words, he hastened to say that he would pay any amount of money for help in finding employees, and they both laughed. Then he clarified that he was looking for people with management skills who were loyal and, ideally, mature, but on the same wavelength as young people. After listening to his wishes, Clara Lee replied that the guy would have to pay such people a lot of money because they would be in high demand in any company. Since the guy had no money problems, he confidently replied that he would pay these people top dollar and there would be no problems. The girl asked if everything was as he said, why not hire her company, and that if they worked together, everything would go smoothly. The offer was extremely interesting, but the guy apologized to the girl and said that relationships between employees were prohibited. As they drove, Chang Taison thought he needed someone who would be his right-hand man, and it seemed like it was time to take some money from his unofficial account. Amidst conversations and thoughts about plans for the future, the road passed completely unnoticed, and soon they arrived at the sea. After changing clothes, the men went out onto the balcony to look around and admire the view. The father was delighted and said they had come to a very beautiful place. There, the young man asked his father a question that made him tremble. He asked how he could talk about a vacation without booking a room, since it was the peak of the season. His father honestly admitted that this was his first vacation with his family in 10 years, and he simply couldn't not go. There were indeed no rooms available, so my father asked how he had managed to get the rooms. The young man replied that he was his son after all, and mentally thanked his secretary, Yu Heda. Young people were already having fun on the beach, running on the sand and discussing something cheerfully, but everything changed when they saw Clara Lee. The whole beach stared when she was left in her swimsuit. The men thought she was nothing less than a goddess, and the girls asked if she was a model. The twins ran up to her and hugged her, saying that her body was simply incredible and that she was a very beautiful girl. She laughed and said that they were cute too. While Chang Taison was not on the beach, the girls suggested playing a game, saying that he would be back soon, and ran off to swim. On the roof of the hotel where Chang Taison and his family were staying, 3 young people were relaxing in deck chairs, admiring the stunning sea. The guys were discussing girls, and one of them, a long-haired guy, asked his friend Don Sok if he had prepared some pickup lines for meeting girls. At that moment, Don Sok, watching the beach through binoculars, saw Clara Lee in the company of twins. The girls were having fun and discussing something very animatedly. Adjusting his binoculars to get a better look at the girl he was interested in, the guy indifferently replied that he didn't need such trick. He even got up from his deck chair to get a better view, adjusted his binoculars, and looked at the girl again, thinking she was incredibly beautiful. The same long-haired guy distracted him from enjoying the view and asked how things were going with that girl. He waved him off, asking which one he meant. The guy was lying down at first, then sat up and laughed, saying, "Which one? It's like he doesn't know who he's talking about. He's talking about that girl from his school." The long-haired guy's name was Bon Tae-sik. He was Don-san's best friend and the grandson of the owner of the media company Cho Guk Ilbo. Don-san still held the binoculars in his hands, but stopped watching the girls, smiled, and asked if he meant Lee Yuri. Bon Tae-sik didn't answer, but another guy lying with them became interested in the question and asked if their relationship was over or not. Without looking through his binoculars, Don-san replied that he and the girl had broken up, which made him sad, but relaxing on this beach really helped him take his mind off things. Then he looked thoughtfully into the distance and said, "Isn't her father's promotion the best gift?" and returned to his binoculars. Bon Tae-sik said her father was a Supreme Court judge. Don-sun added that he had a difficult personality, but being demoted to a provincial judge had changed him. Since he was not very interested in other people's problems, Bon Tae-sik leaned back carelessly on a deck chair and added that the girl was very cute. Don-sun couldn't let that remark pass and sarcastically remarked that if he liked her so much, maybe he should give her up to his friend. This remark only amused the guy, and he said that his friend's whining had put him off. And besides, the girl was a nerd, and nerds often turned up their noses. Don-sun laughed and added that he meant it. He had been kind to the girl, and she had decided that he would indeed become her fiancé. He smirked and called the girl an offensive name, saying she was only 20 and already wanted an easy life. Another of Don-sun's best friends, Choi Ji-hyun, replied that he understood everything quickly and that people should understand that those born to crawl cannot fly. In response, Don's son said that his father wanted to give the guy's uncle a gift and that he should ask him to make time for a meeting. Chae Ji-hyun sat down abruptly on a deck chair and replied that he was terribly busy. After all, he was a presidential candidate. When his friend asked if it was really that difficult to meet with him, he replied in a tone that brooked no objection, saying, "Of course it is. That goes without saying." Bang Tae-sik said his family had decided to support the guy's uncle, and he thanked him and said he appreciated that the most prominent journalist would be supporting them. Then he thanked him, saying that when his uncle became president, he would not forget their help and would definitely repay them so that they would not regret it. Despite the morning sun beating down, Bon Tae-sik decided to refresh himself. But just as he brought the bottle of drink to his mouth, Tong-sun handed him binoculars and said, "Take a look." He pointed the binoculars at the place where the girls were playing with Clara Lee, and the guy asked in delight if his eyes were deceiving him. The girls had just arrived at the beach, and the twins ran to go swimming. The girl stood with her back to him, and the guy was able to enjoy her figure, saying she was hot. He watched for a long time as the girls ran to the sea, wet their feet, and returned. The guy added that he liked the twins too. Enjoying Ban Tae-sik's reaction to the beautiful girls on the beach, Don-sun leaned back in his deck chair and asked which one of them would go after them. Ban Tae-sik laughed when he heard this question and turned to the guy and said, "Isn't it his turn today? He picked up the girls yesterday." Don-sun did not resist or argue. He quickly got up from his deck chair and said, okay, he would go after them. After taking a few steps, he turned around and added that they should stay close and watch how he would seduce the girl in no time. Meanwhile, the girls were carefree, swimming in the sea, splashing each other with water, forming coalitions against each other, and laughing merrily. They splashed around energetically until one of the twins finally admitted that she was tired and suggested taking a break. Everyone agreed. The girls went out onto the sand and settled under a huge umbrella. One of the twins lay down on a mat and dozed off, saying how exhausting games were. The other one said to Clara Lee that some boys were staring at them from behind, and it looked like they were coming towards them. She turned around, but the girl shouted that she shouldn't look at them. Clara Lee calmed the girl down. She sat down with her legs crossed and her arms covering her chest, and said that this happens when you go to the beach, and that it's best to ignore them. Before she could finish, a voice behind her said, "Wow." The girl looked up to see who was talking to her. It was Don-sun. He said that it looked like the girls were relaxing together, and he had 2 friends with him. Would they mind if the guys joined them? The twins turned around when he started talking, and, hearing that the guys wanted to join them, asked in surprise, "Join us?" Now it was Don-sun's turn to be surprised. His plan had not gone according to plan. He thought, aren't they going to thank him? The girls behaved completely differently than the guy expected, so he even broke out in a sweat from indignation when he heard a drawn-out no. They sat slightly turned toward him and looked at the guy with displeasure. Clara Lee said they could entertain themselves just fine. Unaccustomed to rejection and completely confident in his charm, Don-sun stood confused and discouraged. He decided that the girls just didn't understand how lucky they were. So he put on a sweet face and said that the girls could relax. They were nice guys. Smiling, the guy added that they had a special room at the hotel and could take a ride in his sports car, have some drinks, and get to know each other better. He was sure the girls wouldn't refuse, but they didn't even turn around. Clara Lee said she wished them luck, and Don-sun just shrugged his shoulders. But the guy still hadn't lost hope. Blushing, he laughed and said, "Don't they believe me?" He decided it was time to play his trump card and said he didn't want to say it, but his father was the head of the Ana group. Unfortunately, his words did not elicit the expected reaction. One of the twins turned around with a very dissatisfied look and asked if he had said everything. Following her, the second twin jumped up and shouted that they just wanted to relax and asked if His Excellency would be so kind as to get out of there. The guy couldn't wrap his head around what had just happened. Everything had gone wrong from the start, but he certainly hadn't expected that response. He even froze for a moment, but then, when he understood the meaning of the phrase, he suddenly laughed so sincerely that he even closed his eyes. Now, his reaction to their words discouraged the girls. The twins looked at him with wide eyes and open mouths. Clara Lee turned around with interest. She was sure that their sharp answers would discourage the guy from bothering them, but he behaved unusually. The guy's expression changed. His gaze became cold, and he said that it was rare to find people who dared to talk back to him, and it seemed that he wasn't convincing enough. One of the twins shouted that if he thought that just because he was the son of the head of a corporation, he could do whatever he wanted, he was just crazy, standing there and bothering them. Of her entire tirade, the only word that caught the guy's attention was crazy. He was taken aback. No one had ever dared to call him that before, and it made him furious. Calling the girl an indecent word, he rushed at her, raising his hand to hit her. But the second twin stood next to her sister. He was already close to the girl and ready to do what he had set out to do, when someone powerfully grabbed his arm, preventing him from finishing what he had started. The guy screamed in rage and turned his head to see who dared to interfere with him, cursing loudly, but someone continued to hold his arm tightly. It was Chang Taison, who had arrived just in time. When Dongsun asked who he was, he replied that he was an equal opponent and called him trash. The girls greeted the guy happily. He waved at them and said they were probably scared, apologizing for not warning them that there was a bunch of trash hanging around here. Dongsun snorted aggressively, thinking that maybe the guy would let him go. But he didn't think it was likely that he was making an effort to hold his hand. But Chang Taison was in no hurry to let go of Dongsun, which annoyed him greatly. He wondered why he couldn't get away, and who this guy was anyway. He began to insult the guy, saying that he didn't know who he was dealing with and wouldn't get away with it. Chang Taison laughed and said he knew who the guy was. Dongsun hoped that by asking if the guy knew who he was, he would scare him, but he replied that he was the third son of the head of Ana Group, the very problematic Oh Dongsun. Seeing that Dongsun was taking a long time and realizing that he was in trouble, his friends ran to his aid, asking what was going on. Enraged, they ran up to the guys and shouted at Chang Taison to let their friend go immediately, asking who he thought he was and swearing at him. Chang Taison, not letting go of Dongsun's arm, mentally cursed them and told them to stay where they were, thinking that he seemed to have seen them somewhere before. The guy read that Chogok Ilbo's grandson was suspected of using illegal substances, but the incident was hushed up due to pressure on the media. People staged protests and demanded punishment, but senior officials pretended that nothing had happened. Chang Taison remembered who they were and what their names were. The guys demanded that he let their friend go and not pretend that he couldn't hear them. Instead, the guy turned to them with a smile, addressed Dongsan, saying that they seemed to be close friends, and squeezed his hand slightly. The guys were surprised to learn that the guy knew Dongsan and asked if he knew the guy, and once again, cursed him. But Dongsan could barely tolerate the pain in his hand. Even the veins on his face bulged, and he replied that he didn't know the guy and asked him who he was. As soon as he asked, Chang Taison let go of his hand and pushed him back, causing him to fall. And the guy replied that he was a man who got rid of trash like him. His friends shouted the guy's name and started swearing at Chang Taison again, saying that he had completely lost his fear. The girls were standing nearby and saw everything. Clara Lee was very surprised at how strong and brave Chang Taison was and how he helped them. The girls were thrilled, smiling and admiring their brother, saying that he was very cool for protecting them. Dongsan, sitting on the ground in tears and holding his hand, called the guy names again and shouted, asking if he knew who he was and what he had gotten himself into. Even though Chang Taison wasn't holding his hand very tightly, it hurt, and he roared and gritted his teeth in anger, hissing that the guy had attacked the wrong person. Then he began to threaten, saying that he would remember his face and make him beg for mercy before he dealt with him. He yelled so loudly that the whole beach turned around. Someone said, "Look!" Another replied, "What's going on there? It looks like a fight is about to break out." The news that someone was looking for a fight spread throughout the beach. Everyone on the beach began to gather closer to them. Someone said, "Yes, it's a real fight, 3 against 1. This was just what Chang Taison needed. Barely holding back a smile, he thought, the stage is set, and now it's time to start the performance. He shouted, Dongsan should apologize. Even though he is the son of the head of Honor Group, he cannot turn a blind eye to his rudeness towards the sister. Since almost the entire beach was standing nearby, people heard who he was talking about and began to whisper, is he really the son of the head of that company? The guy heard the gossip spreading across the beach, with people asking if he was really the son who had been accepted into Hankook University of Law. Chang Taison thought he couldn't hit the guy directly, but he could get the crowd involved, and decided to let them tear the guy apart. This was his cunning move. Dongsan was not so restrained. Trying to get up, he hurled insults, urging the guy not to make a scene. Chui Ji-hoon decided to intervene in their argument. He growled, jumped at the guy, and blurted out that he was the head of the flower snakes, trying to insult the guy. Looking at him, Chang Taison thought that this guy was much worse than Dongsan, hiding behind his uncle, who was a presidential candidate. In reality, he was just a common crook who evaded taxes and easily pulled off illegal deals as if it were nothing. The guy decided to fight him differently and asked if his uncle would like to know what they were doing here. And he wondered how he knew about his uncle. Dongsan wondered how he knew about Jung Ji-hyun, while the guy continued to say that the girls were underage and the guys were asking for trouble, hoping to get them drunk. Dongsan didn't believe it and asked what he meant by minors, saying it was some kind of setup. And again, a stream of choice insults burst from his mouth. The people gathered on the beach took out their phones and started filming everything with their cameras, accompanying the footage with unflattering comments about the 3 guys. The girls standing behind them said the guys seemed normal, but in reality, they were real trash. They tried to justify themselves, saying it wasn't what they thought. The guys tried to cover their faces with their hands. Camera flashes were going off from all sides, and insults were being hurled at them. Dongsan was furious. People shouted scum, and someone suggested posting the video online to show how the son of the conglomerate's head and the nephew of the presidential candidate were having fun. Chang Taison rejoiced without touching any of them, and pointing his finger at the people, he harshly taught them a lesson for how they behaved towards his girlfriend and sisters. But then, Bang Tae-sik spoke up, saying that he didn't know who the guy was, but that he had already crossed the line, and it would be better for him not to get involved. He added, looking at the guy with a devastating gaze, that it would be better for him to be very careful from now on because he, Bang Tae-sik, had remembered him. The threats had no effect on Chang Taison. He thought that if they were alone, he would shut this guy up for good, who was just as much trash as his uncle. He couldn't touch him with his hands, but in a very quiet and calm voice, Chang Taison told him to listen to what he was going to say. The brave Bang Tae-sik immediately wondered how this guy knew him, wondering if he also had some information about him. In the same tone, Chang Taison asked him, your grandfather is the head of the media company Choguk Ilbo, isn't he? The guy's eyes nearly popped out of his head, and his jaw dropped. However, this question wiped the nasty grin off his face and replaced it with a confident look of permissiveness and impunity. Chang Taison continued. The grandson of a journalist of such stature should not harass minors. For a few seconds, the beach fell silent. Then there were shouts of, "This is a real bunch of trash," a whole dump, and calls to take pictures of them. The guys growled with anger and helplessness. Dronzer couldn't hold back and yelled at the people standing on the beach to immediately put away their phones and stop filming, but no one listened to him. His anger grew stronger and stronger. He shouted, "Did you come here just to watch us?" and told them to get off the beach. People were in shock. But that wasn't all. Seeing that no one was responding to his shouts, the guy rushed into the crowd, yelling, "Are you deaf? Get out of here!" His screams were accompanied by a torrent of choice swear words. His eyes seemed to pop out of their sockets. Saliva flew from his mouth, and he shouted that he would not let anyone get away with this. Chang Taison thought he considered himself above ordinary workers, and it was hard to believe that he had been accepted into Hankook University, which had sharply lowered its standards. Dronzer was about to leave the beach when he suddenly heard a voice saying that he would file an official complaint against the head of Honor Group about this incident. It was Clara Lee. The guy turned around and asked who she was to complain about his father, and without holding back, he cursed at the girl. She replied that she was the secretary of the HSBC head office in Hong Kong, and that their lawyers would file a lawsuit against them for defamation and harassment. Dronzer looked at the girl with a dismissive glance from head to toe and asked her to repeat what she had just said, his eyes widening. Choi Ji-hun was just as shocked as his best friend, and the same thing happened to his eyes. Only he opened his mouth and thought in surprise, HSBC? His eyes widened in surprise and his jaw dropped. And Bantesik thought, could this really be the Hong Kong bank? After analyzing everything he had heard, it was Bantesik who told the three of them that it would be best to get out of there while they still could. He added that it would be better not to mess with the bank because they could shut down Donson's father's company. His gaze was very serious and determined. The guys looked at him from under their brows because their anger had to boil inside, and they could only grit their teeth, curse, and glare. Before leaving, Bantesik, without turning around, addressed Chang Taison through clenched teeth. Chang Taison, putting on an innocent face, listened to him attentively. The guy smiled unpleasantly and said that they were leaving now, but this was not the end, as he had said, and that the guy should now be careful because he remembered him. They stood together, Dongshan in front, his friends behind him, and were about to leave the beach. Bantesik thought angrily that he would make the guy regret it, but he didn't see the look on Chang Taison's face, who thought that no one had given them permission to leave and didn't want it to end so easily. Putting his hands in his shorts pockets, he called them trash and added that they had forgotten to apologize to the girls they had insulted with their behavior and words. Dronzer howled, ready to pounce on Chang Taison. His friends asked him to control himself, saying that the guy was just provoking them on purpose, but he didn't calm down. Now, he addressed Dronzer personally and asked him with obvious mockery if he wanted the guy to tell him a secret. The guys turned around. Chang Taison said with a slight smile that his father's company would go bankrupt in a year. Choi Ji-hun asked what he was talking about. Chang Taison paused for a moment and added, without hiding his pleasure, that after that, the guy would become poor. In response, he heard roars and a stream of abuse. After these words, Dronzer was ready to pounce on the guy, and his friends dragged him away from the beach, telling him not to listen and to leave before his mood was ruined. Looking at them, Chang Taison imagined them at a parade against the backdrop of the night city and thought that they would even sell their homeland if necessary, just to live in luxury. His gaze became serious and determined, and he mentally addressed them, telling them they would have to wait, that he, Chang Taison, would take everything they had. After his vacation, Chang Taison told his lawyer Cho that he was going to set up a private equity fund and said he knew very well what kind of fund it was. Smiling, he told the lawyer that he needed the private equity fund because he was going to take over another company. The lawyer decided that he had misheard and asked again if the guy was really going to take over another company with this fund. Even though Chang Taison looked completely serious, the lawyer asked again if he was really going to do it. Chang Taison replied that he would hire a professional manager for a failing company in order to use its funds for the benefit of society. Dronzer didn't understand what he was doing, but he understood perfectly well that the pieces on the chessboard of business were already in motion. The lawyer wondered who he was. He also didn't understand what the guy had in mind, but the guy spread his arms and said that having a successful business and making a lot of money was the best thing ever. The lawyer tried to reason with the guy, saying that setting up a direct investment fund was not as easy as he thought, and that there could be complications. For Chang Taison, when he wanted something, there were no obstacles. He was sure that money could solve everything and asked the lawyer why he said that. The lawyer explains that there were many restrictions on setting up such a fund in Korea and other countries, and that Landstar, known for fraud, was such a fund. He also added that if their reputation in the eyes of the public declined, they would have to resort to the help of politicians. The guy knew this and said he was planning to make small investments in the fund and thought the fund would be a trap and a big surprise for Ana Group. He wanted the fund to be established and operate in the shadows. The lawyer clarified whether it was about investments and how much the guy planned to invest. Chang Taison replied in a calm, everyday tone, naming a sum of 100 billion. The lawyer's jaw dropped and his eyes widened. Seeing his reaction, the guy asked again if he thought it was too little and whether it was worth investing 200 billion. The lawyer's gaze said, "In your opinion, is that too little?" The guy laughed and asked why he was so worried, since he had brought his car on his private plane and could pay him in full. The lawyer laughed hysterically and broke out in a sweat. He stammered, "Thank you very much," but thought to himself that he was done for. After that, the guy asked about his assignment. The lawyer said he had done everything. Did he really not know about his mother's ancestry? This was indeed the case. Hearing the question, the guy became noticeably sad. His mother had not told him anything about his relatives, and he replied that he knew nothing at all. The lawyer looked at him closely and said that he had the blood of successful entrepreneurs running through his veins. He was surprised that the guy didn't know this. The lawyer confirmed this and asked if he had heard anything about the Dongryong group, adding that he was absolutely sure that the guy had heard something about them. The young man began to think. He asked if it was the company that owned a number of subsidiaries, listed them, and asked how they were connected. It seemed he had guessed. He put all the facts together and said, "Don't tell me." The lawyer finished his sentence for him, saying that his family was connected to this company. Now, Chang Taison broke out in a sweat. His eyes widened and rounded. His mouth opened helplessly, and all he could do in this state was ask, what? He thought his mother had been raised in a wealthy family. The lawyer continued that his grandfather had died 20 years ago, and now his uncle ran the company. The guy simply couldn't believe his ears. He began to go over everything he had just heard from the lawyer in his mind, and was even more shocked. And suddenly he realized that the company he had been working for since graduating from college also belonged to his grandfather's company. It was one of its branches. He remembered his colleagues whispering and calling him a crook. He didn't understand why, but now he understood. The company didn't hire graduates from ordinary universities. None of his colleagues could understand how he had passed the interview. They were openly jealous of him, and his friends said he had some kind of incredible talent. The lawyer placed a large sealed envelope on the table, saying that it contained all the information, while the young man was still trying to recover from the shock. The man looked seriously at Chang Taison and said sympathetically that the guy's mother had it very easy considering her background. The guy sat there, lost in thought, still trying to make sense of it all and piece the information together into a coherent picture. So he just said thank you. The man laughed and said there was no need to thank him, adding that it was time for him to leave, as it would take several days to complete the task regarding the fund. The lawyer left, and Chang Taison took out the documents. He couldn't wrap his head around how people from such a family could be farmers and live on credit. He thought that relatives usually help each other out with at least some money, even if they have different last names. By the time he sat down to study them, it was already night. The guy stayed up late, but the information in the envelope was very interesting. His mother was the daughter of the chairman's third wife. The guy thought that his grandfather was quite the womanizer, and how lucky it was that his grandmother was not the main wife. Studying the documents, the guy thought with some pleasure that his grandfather turned out to be quite a rogue, while his mother was the youngest daughter. Then came the real drama. The children of the other wives couldn't stand his mother and grandmother, and they labeled his grandmother as the main wife, even though she wasn't. His mother had a real talent for art, and even though her brothers and sisters teased her, she still grew up to be a beautiful woman. And yet, she was lucky in life. Even though she lived in such circumstances as a child, she was able to meet his father, and they fell deeply in love. His grandfather, his mother's father, was very ill at the time, and this serious illness confined him to bed. His mother's brother, Uncle Chang Taison, was the vice chairman of their company, and he was against his parents' marriage. He wanted to marry her off for money. However, his parents loved each other very much, and his mother risked everything, refusing the marriage of convenience and the money, and ran away with his father. His grandfather passed away in a semi-conscious state, and his son did not allow his sister to say goodbye to her father. His mother learned of his departure many years later. His grandmother's fate was no less difficult. After his grandfather passed away, there was no one to protect her, and she was expelled from the family. The woman had a kind heart and was never greedy, so she had no influence that would allow her to gain power in their family. Very soon after the escape, the boy's mother became pregnant with him, and around that time, under mysterious circumstances, his grandmother was involved in a car accident. The boy finished reading the last pages in tears. His mother had to file a lawsuit for the right to inherit, but her relatives made it a real nightmare for her. So his mother lost her parents, the relatives declared the will to be fake, and after that incident, his mother separated from her family. All this made a huge impression on him. He suddenly realized how much he missed his mother, called her, and breathed a sigh of relief when he heard her voice. Chang Taison could only say, "Mom," and burst into tears. She asked him what was wrong and if he wanted her to come over, thinking that he must be having a hard time studying. He went to the window and thought that for his mother's sake, he would turn everything upside down and find out the real reason for his grandmother's death. These people would pay for all her suffering. Soon, the young man was to meet one of the candidates for a job at his company, Mr. Robert Lyon, whom Clara Lee had found. Shortly before that, two men met in Chicago. The gray-haired one was older. He said, "My friend, you don't look well lately. Is everything okay?" His companion, Robert, replied, "Wall Street is a place where there are no rules." The old man was surprised. Robert continued, saying that he had never liked the struggle for high positions. The old man still did not understand what his companion was talking about and asked why he was telling him all this. Then, something completely unexpected happened. Robert began to cry and said that, to tell the truth, he had received a letter saying that he had been fired. He went on to say that he had repeatedly warned the managers of the company where he worked about the impending crisis, but no one listened to it. The crisis Robert had predicted had come, and the company had suffered huge losses, but they blamed him for everything. His interlocutor was outraged at how they dared to do such a thing. He was genuinely outraged by how they had treated Robert and said it was madness, that Robert was a talented and honest man. So why had they done this to him? Robert had no answer to this question. And then the old man said he could take out a loan and try to start all over again. After mentioning the loan, Robert burst into tears and said that his mother-in-law had been diagnosed with Alzheimer's and cancer, and he had racked up debts to pay for the surgery. But that wasn't all. Robert confessed that his wife had been cheating on him with his boss. The old man thought nothing could surprise him anymore, but alas. After telling all this, Robert burst into tears, even more than before, and said with a bitter laugh that now his life was worse than that of a beggar, and he and his wife were getting divorced. On top of everything else, Robert said he had left all his property to his wife and had no regrets about it. The old man couldn't believe his ears. When asked about his children, Robert replied that they didn't need a poor father, but it was his own fault. He should have devoted more time to his family. The old man told him not to be discouraged and asked if he was going to leave finance. Robert replied that a 50-year-old failure like him was unlikely to find a job. At that moment, Robert looked so miserable that the old man didn't know what to say to him. He just sat next to him and remained silent, allowing him to cry. When Robert calmed down a little, the old man realized he was ready to hear what he had to say and told him he had a proposal for him. The tears in Robert's eyes dried up completely, and he asked about the offer with interest, looking expectantly at the old man. That evening, Chang Taison stood by the window of his office, looking out at the city and vowing to avenge his mother's relatives for her suffering. Robert arrived in Korea. He had an appointment with Chang Taison. He stood looking at the same city and thought about Professor Matthew's student. Robert had met him some time ago in Chicago, and that same evening, in tears, he had accepted his offer, and now he had flown to Korea. Robert remembered how he told the professor his sad story and promised that if he was hired, he would serve his new boss faithfully. At that moment, Robert was desperate and swore he was ready to sell his soul to any company for a chance to return to the financial market. And now he was waiting to meet with Chang Taison. He had time to think while he was being interviewed, and he decided that he was ready to do anything to get back. He stood by the window and looked at the city, sparkling with multicolored lights. Suddenly, the door creaked, and a woman's voice asked if he was manager Robert Lyon. Robert turned around. Standing in front of him was a girl, and behind her was a young man. The girl smiled and said her name was Clara Lee, and she was Professor Matthew's student. The young man behind the girl remained silent, only raising his head and looking intently at the man, who felt as if he were being scanned. They had met in Hong Kong for the interview because Chang Taison did not have a visa, so they met on neutral territory. The young man understood that in order to officially enter the American market and make a name for himself there, he needed someone who had already made a name for themselves on the stock exchange in the United States. He needed a real genius who would be his hands and feet in the States, and he really wanted him to understand this at first glance. No sooner had he thought about it than something flashed, and he felt something suck him in, something he couldn't resist. The flight didn't take long, and soon he found himself near some house and asked loudly where he was this time. During his encounters with the gods, the guy was ready for anything. His question was answered with a question. A male voice said, "It seems you wanted to meet me." He saw a huge tree with scarves hanging from its branches, tied in knots at the bottom, and an ancient old man sitting at the foot of the tree. Everything happened so suddenly that the guy didn't have time to be scared, but instead got angry and barked at the old man, asking who he was. He was dressed in white, with long hair, a beard, and a mustache, all of which were also white. His kimono and belt were white as well. He said his name was Nam Sago. He was sitting on a small platform near the tree and asked the boy if he had heard of him. The boy admitted that he was hearing his name for the first time. The old man's face clouded over. He said there was nothing he could do about it. Once upon a time, his name was well known, but now it seemed that everyone had forgotten him. The young man decided to cheer him up and said with a laugh that it wasn't the old man's fault. He just wasn't very knowledgeable about history and asked what he wanted from him. The old man replied that he wanted to learn about people by looking at their faces. Wasn't that his desire? To understand people by looking at them just once? Chang Taison was overjoyed. It turned out that the old man was an expert in physiognomy and would teach him how to assess a person's character and personality by looking at their face. The old man said that he could predict the start of the Imjin War, and the young man rejoiced that he would be able to learn physiognomy from Namsago himself. The old man looked sternly at the young man and said that he did not have enough karma points from previous visits by the gods. The young man remembered that this was extremely important to them, but he really wanted to learn how to read faces, so he smiled and asked for a discount, promising to pay the old man in full next time. As soon as he said this, there was a flash, and a man in green clothes with a green cap appeared behind him and said that the old man could not do that. One of this gentleman's eyes was covered with a bandage. He looked seriously at the old man and said that this was not what they had agreed upon. Chang Taison was seriously frightened. He was worried that his attempts to bargain with the old man might have caused him unnecessary problems. Nam Sago was clearly unhappy with the visit of the gentleman in green. He asked why he had come, but the gentleman demanded that he not play the fool. The old man told him to watch his language and that it was his fault for responding to the call for help. Chang Taison thought that this was the first time he had seen these two in one place. The men argued about the importance of honoring traditions and laws. The man in green threatened to report the old man to his superiors. Apologizing, the young man asked who the gentleman in green was. The old man was indignant, asking if he really did not know him, but waving his hand, he said it was not surprising. The man decided to introduce himself. His name was Park Yu-bon. The young man had never heard of the great artist who saw in Kojon, the son of Hyun-sun, the future king. He was a physiognomist who had blinded himself in order to become an official, and he had achieved this thanks to his skills. Chang Taison thought he was not on good terms with the head, and said aloud that his skills seemed to be at a high level, while smiling and trying not to reveal his thoughts. The old man couldn't keep quiet and asked what else he would say. Let him tell how he couldn't predict his own death and therefore died by drinking poison. Stroking his beard and catching his breath, Nam Sago said that true specialists like him could even predict the time of their own death. The argument began again about what rank each of them should achieve. One refused to be a poison taster, the other a normal person. This was a long-standing dispute between them, and if it wasn't stopped, the guy would have stood there for a long time. So he took a deep breath and told them to shut up. Surprised, they fell silent. Chang Taison laughed and said that it seemed that neither of them really needed his karma points. The old man replied, "We do, sir," and added, "Very much so." The guy promised that whoever answered his question correctly would get the points. The gentlemen were surprised, but there was nothing they could do. The karma glasses were very necessary, and the guy said that first they should take a good look at him. Chang Taison repeated that the karma glasses would go to whoever answered the question correctly, but first they needed to look at his physiognomy. The men thought about it. On the one hand, they were the greatest experts in their field, but on the other hand, something about the guy bothered them. They looked at the guy long and hard, trying to read his facial expressions, until the guy asked if they were having trouble. Park Yu-bon shouted indignantly that he had a past, but at the same time, he didn't have a present that was not quite real. And then it dawned on him. He even opened his mouth in surprise and shouted, "Don't you dare say you're a god!" Namsago remained silent, and the guy thought, how can that be? He's human. Finally, Namsago decided to speak up. With the help of physiognomy, one can learn about the past, present, and future. But his physiognomy tells him nothing. After a short pause, the old man continued, and the last part of his speech greatly surprised Chang Taison. Namsago said that the guy had lived too little. They failed the test. Park Yu-bon asked to ask something else. Namsago replied that there was no point in lying about his physiognomy. In the end, the guy got a discount. After returning from his meeting with the physiognomists, Chang Taison went to an interview. Clara Lee introduced him to Robert, who looked him over. After they greeted each other, the guy immediately said that Robert seemed to be in turmoil after losing his dream. Robert was not prepared for such a direct question and began to stammer, thinking to himself, is this young man really the head of the company? Clara Lee was as surprised by this question as Robert was. So Chang Taison said that perhaps it was a rather strange start to the interview. He began to list Robert's problems. His family had left him. He was now financially strapped, and many of his acquaintances were pretending not to know him. Robert was surprised and asked how he knew all this. Chang Taison replied that he had not done any research, but had learned it through physiognomy courses. Robert had heard of them, nodded his head, and said he knew about them. Chang Taison looked at him and thought he had a talent like the giants of Wall Street. Clara Lee suggested continuing their conversation over a cup of coffee and got up to go make some. Robert thanked the girl and said that he would finally try the coffee that Professor Matthew had praised so highly. Now, Clara Lee laughed and said not to believe the professor's words, as this coffee was quite cheap. Deciding that she was distracting attention, the girl turned to Chang Taison and asked him to continue the interview, and he replied that Robert was accepted. His answer surprised both the girl and Robert himself. They stared at the guy with uncomprehending looks, expressing an unspoken question. How is that possible? Chang Taison looked at them, laughed, and said yes, he was accepted. Just like that, without a bunch of clarifying questions and long conversations. He looked defiantly at Robert, still smiling, and asked if something was wrong, continuing to stare at him, waiting for an answer. The man was beside himself with joy, but still realized what had happened and replied, "No, everything is fine." But he didn't even have time to introduce himself. Chang Taison said he was counting on mutually beneficial cooperation and called him Director Robert. Robert and Clara Lee's jaws dropped. Robert asked again in a trembling voice, and the director thought that maybe the man wanted a higher position, but Robert said he was quite satisfied. Robert realized that this was the chance he had been asking for, and he was right to agree. He looked at the guy gratefully and said, "Thank you." He was beside himself with joy, but as a professional, he quickly pulled himself together and promised Chang Taison that he would do his best. Clara Lee sat next to the guy and watched him with admiration, and he heard a voice saying that he had earned karma points. The next day, the guy met with Robert, who again called him director and shared that he had his own special investment method. Robert prepared to listen carefully. Chang Taison said that they receive all the profits at once, and that he could view this as the company's philosophy. He also asked Robert to pay attention to what he was about to tell him, and added with a smile that they did not resort to illegal methods. Walking over to the window, the guy pointed to the city and asked if he had ever heard that all bugs are attracted to flowers with a lot of nectar. Then his expression changed, and he asked Robert to open the company's hedge funds on each continent with a capital of $3 billion. After hearing the request, Robert immediately asked a clarifying question about how many investors they had in order to understand how to proceed. Still looking out the window and without turning around, Chang Taison replied that they did not have any investors yet. Robert objected, asking how they would operate in that case. But the answer was simple. Chang Taison turned his head slightly, a sly gleam appearing in his eyes, and said that he would invest in everything himself. Robert was surprised, but did not show it. The guy promised to provide him with all the necessary support and money he needed to create a team. Robert asked if he should get started immediately. The guy confirmed that he could already hire experts to get the job done quickly. Then he said something Robert hadn't heard in a long time and didn't expect to hear, that he was entrusting everything to him and counting on Robert as director. Robert thought about it for a day and replied that he just needed to trust the guy, and his life would be better than he could ever dream of. Chang Taison was pleased that in just a few days in Hong Kong, incredible work had been done. Robert hired fund managers and employees. He flew back and forth from Hong Kong to the United States several times, providing detailed reports, and even set up an office that Clara Lee didn't know about. In half a month, Robert became the head of a hedge fund in a low-tax country. Chang Taison was sure it was because he had already worked on Wall Street. Very quickly, they managed to establish hedge fund companies in London, Hong Kong, and Manhattan, and now they were ready. Standing on the roof of the building where they had their office in Hong Kong, the guy thought he was nervous, but it was time to launch a full-scale marketing campaign. He had an appointment, so he stopped by to pick up some flowers and headed to the elite residential area of Repulse Bay in Hong Kong. When he saw the houses there, he understood why it was considered elite. Pulling up to one of the cottages at the right address, he thought with admiration what a luxurious cottage it was, and wondered if Clara Lee really lived there. The girl herself came out to meet him. She was glad to see him. Chang Taison said with admiration that her house looked simply incredible. Clara Lee laughed sincerely and replied that it was not her house. He had misunderstood. This beautiful house belonged to her parents. The guy laughed in response and said that the house would belong to her in the future, as she was the only child in the family and would inherit all the property. As they climbed the stairs, the guy asked what the girl's father did for a living. He must be very rich if he could afford to live in such a house. The stairs ended, and they found themselves in the garden with a fountain in the center. Chang Taison thought, the garden is huge. Can people really have such large plots of land here? As they walked toward the house, the girl excitedly called out to her parents, telling them that Daniel had arrived and that they should come out to greet him. His mother appeared first. She was a very beautiful, slender, red-haired woman. She said her name was Emmanuel Pierre, and she was happy to welcome him. The young man was charmed by his girlfriend's beautiful mother. He bowed low and thanked the woman for inviting him to visit their home. Deciding to charm her completely, he put his hand on his heart and said in French that he thanked her for her hospitality, which was more beautiful than any roses. He did not notice, but a man in a red kimono standing in the shadow of the window was watching him closely at that moment and thinking about something. The woman laughed admiringly and asked if he really knew how to speak French. The man in the red kimono approached her. Chang Taison bowed again, saying that it was a great honor for him to meet Clara Lee's parents, and introduced himself as Chang Taison. Since his mother had already greeted him, it was his father's turn. He extended his hand, saying, "Welcome to our home," and introduced himself as Lee Jiangchong. The men shook hands, and when they did, Chang Taison even broke out in a sweat because the girl's father's handshake was unusually strong. He looked at the man in surprise, wondering what was going on. He did not expect such a strong handshake from someone of such an advanced age. While the man looked very calm, he smiled and even closed his eyes with pleasure as he continued to shake the young man's hand. The handshake was so strong that sparks flew around their hands, not to mention the veins that bulged and showed through the skin. Still not letting go of the young man's hand, Lee Jiangchong smiled at him and said that his young friend was surprisingly strong and watched his reaction. The young man did not remain in debt. He smiled and said that the same applied to the gentleman, whom he called his father, and thought that perhaps he was a martial arts master. The girls began to separate the men, and their mother asked what had come over them. Clara Lee said that the guy had bought her father his favorite Mao Tai as a gift. The girl lifted the bag so that her father could see it. He smiled and said that the guy had good taste, but he didn't let go of her hand. Emmanuel Pierre looked at the roses and said they were magnificent and asked how many there were. The guy replied, 47. The woman was delighted that he knew her age. The guy said he had actually felt that there were only 47 roses in the flower shop, but he didn't go into details. His mother said that Clara Lee had found herself a good guy and invited them into the house, and everyone agreed. When they crossed the threshold of the house, her mother said that they lived in a modest home, but that the young man should not feel embarrassed and could make himself at home. Chang Taison couldn't agree. Looking around the room they had entered, he saw servants and security guards on the wall and a 65-inch TV. All this, combined with the room's decor and the chandeliers on the walls, led him to believe that they lived in extravagant luxury. The girl decided to tease her father, saying that his house couldn't keep up with centuries of architectural development, and that she was even embarrassed to talk about business here. The guy decided to lighten the mood and said that a house is just a place where you live, no matter how cramped it is. The main thing is how comfortable it is to live in. Fortunately, everyone understood his joke, and the four of them laughed together. Lee Jiangchong laughed the loudest and said that he liked this guy. Then, smiling, he looked at the guy, addressed him as Daniel, then Chang Taison, and asked if he would like to have a drink with. The guy agreed, and the man was very happy and invited him to the table, which was set with food. He said they had prepared the simplest meal. Chang Taison wondered if it was really simple food. Then, the man offered him a glass and made a toast to his success. The young man bowed, looked into his cup, thanked him, and said that he wished Lee Jiangchong and his entire family boundless happiness and wealth. The man said that according to his daughter, he was a VIP client of one of the banks, that he had taken out a loan from the bank, and that he was cunning and had a good job. Chang Taison said they had no choice because they had approved his collateral, and the man watched him intently and nodded his head in time with his story. Then he narrowed his eyes and asked if the guy was an investor or the founder of a secret fund of a Korean conglomerate, and looked at him expectantly. The guy smiled proudly and said that he owned a direct investment fund, which surprised his interlocutor. The man gathered all the information in his head and asked how old he was. Chang Taison replied that it didn't matter how old he was when it came to money. It seemed that Lee Jiangchong was of the same opinion, because upon hearing the answer, he laughed and said that the guy was right and that it was absolutely stupid to ask him about. But he didn't stop asking questions. Smiling, he asked what the guy was investing in, maybe stocks, donations, or loans to businessmen. But he didn't answer the question, saying it was a business secret. The girl's father told him to consider it gossip between father and son, as he was dying of curiosity. Seeing his interest, the guy decided to seize the moment and asked if he himself was interested in investing, and promised him 1% of his shares. The man asked for more details, saying he would like to participate in investing in his son's business. But when he heard about the 1%, he laughed. Chang Taison thought maybe he had said something wrong, and when asked about the initial investment price, replied that it was only $1 billion. This figure made the man's expression change. He broke out in a sweat and wondered who this guy was. Then, after taking a closer look, he decided that he didn't seem to be joking. Pulling himself together, he smiled again and asked if he was the only investor, thinking that he needed to remain calm. The guy realized he needed to keep the interest going, and raising his index finger, said that he was the only one for now, but his people were currently attracting new investors. Meanwhile, Robert was meeting with another important person, a politician named Jack. Robert joked that he was a better politician than a scientist. The politician was surprised that Robert had invited him to meet, and said he had heard that Robert had almost hit rock bottom. So, who had hired him. Robert listened calmly to the question and, raising his head proudly, replied that he had been hired personally by the owner of a private equity fund. Jack was surprised, and Robert replied that he did not have a large turnover, but he was ambitious and promising. Jack asked who it was, and Robert suggested they meet. He replied that the presidential election was next year, and if someone was willing to finance his election campaign, he would fly to the other end of the world. Robert listened to Jack without interrupting and simply said that he would help him. Surprised, Jack asked if he really meant it. Jack was so touched that he began to thank him in advance, saying that he had always known he could count on his best friend. Robert laughed, remembering how his friends had treated him when he lost his job, and, looking slyly at Jack, said he would help, but not for nothing. After a pause, he added that, to be honest, he supported Senator Obama. Jack was surprised and asked the doctor of law to clarify. His interlocutor broke out in a sweat, and his face was written with a question mark. He asked if Robert really didn't know how popular Hillary Clinton was now. Chang Taison remembered sitting at his desk. A whole year had passed since he returned to the past, and he thought about how many events had taken place during that time. Among other things, he remembered meeting Lee Yarin and Kim So-ryun, fighting with Hong Sun-hyun and Chae Hyun-chan, and vacationing with his parents at the seaside. Only now, looking back, did he realize that he could not have imagined how many bullies and cheaters he would punish during that time. Another achievement was establishing peace at school, thanks to which the school children's nutrition improved significantly, and the school received a donation. There was also a vacation in Hong Kong when he stayed with Clara Lee and her family, although unfortunately he was unable to invest in the Lijiang Chong Hotel. Sitting at his desk, he thought that the last semester of his third year of high school would soon be over, and heard his friends talking about Hyunsuk. Bong-suk approached them and said that Hyunsuk was going through a very difficult time, which surprised everyone. The boys looked at each other in surprise and asked why he was going through such a period, what had happened to him, and why no one was telling them anything. Chang Taison also listened as Bong-suk told them that their friend had been raised in an orphanage, and he was sure that his friends didn't know about it. Everyone gasped. They couldn't believe that their Hyunsuk had really been raised in an orphanage. For Chang Taison, this news was also shocking. The guy thought that the orphanage was probably having a hard time now. His friends even cried with grief because the news was so unexpected for them. Bong-suk continued that previously, the rent for the land was low and the orphanage was able to stay afloat, but now they were going to build a residential complex and told them to move out. The guy added that even the city hall couldn't help, and in the end, he admitted that because of all this, their friend Hyunsuk had gone to work as a construction worker. The guys were surprised that he had gone to work as a construction worker, since he had wanted to work in the social services department. Listening to them, Chang Taison remembered his friend when he was still a child, and they came to school, and he couldn't believe that he had ended up in such a situation. But suddenly, a thought flashed through his mind. When Bong-suk talked about the orphanage, he mentioned that the National Assembly was involved. He imagined the satisfied faces of the members of the National Assembly in their expensive suits, smiling, and cursed, saying they were all in cahoots. On Saturday, the boy decided to go with his mother to support her and work as a volunteer, saying he wanted to be like her because she had a heart of gold. They were driving in his father's car. His mother was sitting in the front, so she turned to her son, laughed, and said that he knew how to please her. Driving through the city, the guy saw a construction site and thought that there used to be a children's shelter here and was sure that the authorities would move government agencies there. The new construction site was right next to the government institutions, and the boy could sense how much money had already been invested in it and found it disgusting. That same Saturday evening, Hyunsuk was returning home from the construction site. He took the bus to a stop and then walked the rest of the way. The guy had been working from morning until late evening. His whole body ached, and he struggled to throw his sports bag over his shoulder, so he walked slowly and groaned. He opened the envelope he had been given and counted the money. There was 60,000 won. He thought he had earned nothing for the whole day. He walked with the envelope in his hands, almost crying, thinking that money was hard to earn and that he didn't even have enough to go to school. As he approached the shelter, the boy smelled something delicious. He inhaled with such pleasure. It had been a long time since he had eaten anything so tasty. The boy stopped at the gate and heard voices. Someone was asking for seconds. Someone was offering seconds, and the boy wondered who was there. Suddenly, he heard the name Chang Taison. Someone said that when he grew up, he wanted to marry Oppa. Another voice replied that he needed to eat first. When the guy looked through the open gate, he saw a whole crowd of people sitting at tables and eating something. When they saw the guy, they all called his name and invited him to join them, asking him why he was standing there and not coming in. Chang Taison heard his friend's name, turned around, and smiled at him. The boy was happy to see him and said it was good that he had come too. Hyunsuk asked what he was doing there, and the guys from the orphanage ran up to him, shouting that they were eating delicious brisket and that he should hurry up and join them. Chang Taison approached his parents with Hyunsuk and said that this was his friend. They greeted each other, and said they were pleased to meet him. The guy was in shock. He was upset after work because he had earned very little money, so he automatically replied, "Hello." Then he noticed boxes with apples drawn on them. Chang Taison's mother said that they had brought them some organic apples. In addition, there were a number of boxes in which the guy found a bunch of concentrated products. He was so moved that he even cried. He cried out in tears, "Chang Taison!" And Chang Taison smiled and told him not to stand there like a statue, but to go help and not forget to eat first. Hyun-suk was grateful to Chang Taison. He approached him and thanked him for spending his precious time, and Chang Taison earned karma points. After the weekend, Chang Taison met with a real estate agent to find out where to relocate the shelter, and the agent offered him an excellent option with a closed school. The man showed him a building that used to be a school, which was now up for sale, and the guy could buy it. There used to be 2 schools there, but they had closed. The man showed them on a map. They were not far from the high school, but he warned that the building was expensive. The man admitted that he had suggested the building because he thought it could still be used, and the young man asked how much it cost. The realtor laughed a little hysterically and said it cost more than 15 million won, then looked at the guy and added that it was really expensive. The young man smiled and said that it was not much for him, that he wanted to buy it right away, and thought that for a place where 100 people would live, the price was low. After thinking for a moment, the guy added that if possible, he also wanted to buy the mountain behind the school, and the man froze in surprise and delight. Chang Taison said he would buy the building on behalf of his mother and give it to others. He took out his phone and called the architectural agency without wasting any time. The head of the agency was happy to hear from him, and he immediately offered him the opportunity to earn some extra money. The realtor thought the guy was very straightforward. His next words surprised the realtor. He wanted to rebuild the school into a residential complex and promised to transfer the money as soon as possible. After meeting with a real estate agent, Chang Taison called lawyer Cho, who asked what the perpetually busy Mr. Chang wanted. The guy responded by calling him a grouch. Chang Taison said he wanted the lawyer to file a lawsuit. The lawyer was surprised and asked what kind of trouble the guy had gotten himself into again. The guy laughed and said that last time it was just a coincidence, but this time he wanted to be the one to restore justice in the world. He told him about a friend who lived in an orphanage that was going to be demolished to make way for the city hall, without providing the orphans with new housing. He added that high-ranking officials and the mayor were involved in the case and that pressure needed to be applied. The lawyer listened and thought the guy would not want to take the case to court. In response, the guy laughed and said that this could be done under the guise of providing free legal services to the orphanage, simply to help them set up a new orphanage. After listening to all of the client's wishes, the lawyer said that he could handle it, and the guy said that he would be in constant contact if anything happened. Hanging up the phone, he thought that he had already contacted all the necessary people, and now his friend would be able to return to school. The case was related to the margin market that collapsed last spring, and the guy decided it was time to end his involvement with American and Canadian dollars. Returning home, he sat down at his computers and was delighted to discover that Noogal's share price had reached the desired level. His 400 billion had turned into 3 trillion, and he decided that if the financial crisis was not stopped, the share price would fall, which he did not need. The guy was going to buy up all the shares of Noogal, Amazon, and Apple later, and he had also heard that Noogal was now going to sell its securities. He was just about to start selling other companies' shares, but he didn't have time because he was blinded by a bright flash. He shouted, "What is this?" He thought that there was not a moment's peace. Apparently, he had been called back to the world of the gods and looked around. Everything was covered in snow, and he wondered where he was. He was standing on the shore of some kind of body of water and saw a wooden boat far away from him, and immediately wondered what kind of boat it was. The guy heard a voice greeting him and then saw the owner of the voice, a tall, gray-haired old man with a staff, and shouted who he was. The old man replied that his name was Cho Tak Siak. The young man had never heard that name before, and had never seen the old man before either, so he asked him to repeat his name. The old man said that he would soon have to cross the river Styx, and asked the young man to tell him his name. Chang Taison asked again what the name of the river was. The name of the river confused him, because he had crossed the river before his reincarnation, and it was the river that the dead had to cross. The young man began to weep bitterly, asking the old man if he was the Grim Reaper with a scythe, because he had just earned 3 trillion won. The old man replied that he was not. He smiled, covering his eyes and pointing to the boat rocking peacefully near the shore, saying that this boat was not for the young man, but for him, and that the young man should not worry. Chang Taison asked how the old man had summoned him if he was not a god. The The old man laughed and said that he had been a god before. The young man asked why he was confusing him then. The old man replied that ascended spirits did not need to cross the river, and explained that these were individuals who had been honored to ascend to heaven and become gods. Smiling, the old man added that this river had another name, the River of Rebirth, and that if you crossed it, you could be reborn. After listening to him, the young man suggested that they would never see the old man again. The old man, still smiling, replied that this was most likely the case. Chang Taison asked why the old man had called him, not understanding why he was going to show him how to cross the river. Tears welled up in the old man's eyes. He smiled at the young man and said he wanted to thank him from the bottom of his heart. Chang Taison asked in surprise, what for? The old man did not have time to answer when a tall young man with long dark hair appeared. He said his name was Richard Kang and that he was a ferryman. He added that the gentleman was about to cross the river and that no one had crossed the river Styx from here in a long time. The old man turned to Chang Taison and said that thanks to him, his descendants' future had changed, and he would definitely thank him for it. He turned and walked with the soul transporter to the river, and, without turning back, asked the young man to remain as kind as he was and to look after the children. The young man knew two people with the surname Cho, a lawyer and his friend Hyun-sok. Remembering what the old man had said about children, the young man decided that this was his friend's ancestor. The young man remained on the shore while the boat with the old man set off to cross the river. The ferryman felt that he had met the young man somewhere before. There was a real commotion at the Central Bank of Canada. Managers reported to their boss that they were receiving margins purchased for dollars. The director did not have time to respond, as he was repeatedly informed about the arrival of margins from the UK, Hong Kong, the US, and other countries. The director understood that large margin packages would affect the currency market, and when asked what to do, he shouted that they needed to protect their economy. It all happened suddenly, and the director was in a panic, but he understood perfectly well that if this continued, it would be the end for them. Unlike the futures market, margin transactions were carried out in real time, so the currency department team called their clients. Since Chang Taison was being relieved of 3 billion won, there was a lot of work to do. So several departments were brought in, and it was a real nightmare. Meanwhile, Robert looked at the leaflets prepared for the election campaign. The main slogans were change and hope, and he appreciated their design. The man laughed. He was curious about what his boss was going to do next. His phone rang, and the screen showed that the call was from his boss. He was sitting in his office in front of his computers. He pressed the call button and heard his boss's voice asking how he was doing. Chang Taison was interested in whether he had contacted the dealers, and the man replied that he was in the office and would be able to meet with them, all thanks to his boss. Chang Taison replied that it was Robert who deserved the thanks, as he had made his boss's life easier. His boss was embarrassed and thanked him for his trust. The boss added that he would manage his requests every day and that the dealers should start working, and said goodbye to him until the winter holidays. But Chang Taison said he was joking and asked how things were going with the politicians. Robert replied that everything in this area was in accordance with the boss's instructions. Chang Taison told him to keep an eye on the politicians, and he promised to do everything in his power. The guy said goodbye until winter, promising to meet in Hong Kong. After finishing the conversation, Robert put down the phone and thought that even though everything was going well, he got very nervous every time his boss called. Chang Taison sent him the first investment application to form an investment reserve of $20 billion. Robert couldn't believe his eyes when he saw the documents. He couldn't wrap his head around how his boss could trust him with such a large sum of money. After analyzing Chang Taison's strategy, the man decided that only God, who possesses all knowledge, could adhere to it. After reviewing the applications, he came to the conclusion that they worked not only with global companies, but also with Korean ones. He needed to prepare requests for the mergers department, and suddenly, among the companies, he discovered the Dong Ryong Group and became interested in what it was. Chang Taison sat thinking that this was his last vacation, and that he had only just begun to enjoy his life as a high school senior. There was very little time left before graduation from high school and the entrance exam, and the guy never regretted how he spent that time. He was especially proud of the fact that he owned $70 billion, and sometimes pinched himself to make sure he wasn't dreaming. He lived like a normal high school student, had his own apartment and car, and wondered if he should buy something else. Chang Taison decided it was time to play big, but he knew he had to finish school first. Lawyer Cho called him to inform him that the city hall had been unable to conduct an investigation and that all the documents and agreements were ready. The guy noted that everything went well thanks to the lawyer's efforts and asked if the mayor was very famous. The lawyer replied that it seemed so. The lawyer added that the mayor had initially resisted until he saw the documents confirming his crime. The guy also called the lawyer an elite member of the legal profession and said he was going to buy a stake in the law firm, which surprised the lawyer. The lawyer promised that if he was paid, he would do any job, and the guy asked him to buy 30% of the law firm's shares. The lawyer assured him that this was entirely possible, and that even with 30%, the young man would be as important a figure as the head of the company. Chang Taison asked how much it would cost, and the lawyer replied that it would not be cheap, as Samwoo was one of the 3 largest companies in Korea. Chang Taison asked if 100 billion won would be enough to complete the task, and said that if he didn't believe him, maybe he would believe his bank account. Lawyer Cho asked if he really wanted to entrust him with this, and he thought that it was unlikely that a law firm would turn down 100 billion won. As soon as Chang Taison finished talking to the lawyer, the phone rang. The number was unknown, but the guy picked up the phone and an unfamiliar female voice answered. The caller began to scold him, saying that he had completely forgotten her and asking how he could do that. The voice sounded familiar to the guy. When the girl said that she had heard rumors that he was dating Lee Aren, the guy suddenly thought that it might be Kim So-ryung calling. The girl was extremely angry and yelled into the phone that she would never forgive him for forgetting her voice. The guy moved his hand away from the phone so he wouldn't go deaf. He thought to himself that it was no wonder he had forgotten. They had last spoken a year ago. He apologized for not calling for so long and asked how she was doing. Without waiting for her to answer, he asked her about her debut in a week. And the girl asked in surprise how he knew.